We'll start in 5 minutes. We'll just probably just wait for a few members.
Paliwanag ko lang, isang Peter yan.
settle down. In 1 minute, we will start. Comsat, are the resource persons invited for today's PTA present? Okay, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Welcome to the 14th Joint Public Hearing of the POD Committee. On behalf of the committee,
in behalf of the Committee on Public Accounts, the meeting is now called to order.
On behalf of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, this Quadcom hearing is now called to order.
Well, the Committee on Human Rights is now called to order.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to apologize for the delay. Bago lahat, magandang umaga ulit sa atin at Happy New Year. Before we proceed with the committee hearing proper, tayo po'y mag-umpisa sa isang invocation.
Muli kami nagpapasalamat sa inyong pagbibigay sa aming lakas at pagkakataon na muling magkaroon ng pulong na ito. Kami po ay dumudulog at nagsusumamo sa inyo upang gabayan ninyo kami. Gabayan ang ating mga kongresista, ang ating mga servisyo sibil, mga leader at ating chairpersons at Quadcom upang magampanan nila ang kanilang mga tungkulin. para sa sambayanan. We pray that you bless our people, our resource persons, and that you bless our country. All this we pray in your name. Amen.
Salamat, please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwalhatit pagsimba, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga abig, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please be seated. The next part of the agenda for today's committee hearing is the roll call of members and the
Chair.
acknowledgement of resource persons. Yes, Congressman Akop?
May I respectfully move that we dispense with the calling of the roll. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to dispense with the calling of the roll, duly seconded, and hearing no objection, the motion is carried. The next part of the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the meeting held last December 5 and December 12 of 2024. Any motion?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Congressman Akop?
may I respectfully move for the approval that we dispense with the reading of the minutes of the meetings held on December 6 and 12, 2024, and consider it as approved. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to dispense with the approval, the reading of the minutes of the committee hearing held last December 5 and 12, and consider the approval of the same. Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried. So may we ask the committee secretary to please acknowledge the presence of our honorable members of the committee, as well as acknowledge the invited resource persons for today's committee hearing. Comsec?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. For today's public hearing, we have with us, of course, our chairman of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, the lead chairman, Honorable Robert Ace Barbers. Also with us is the Honorable Stephen Caraps Paduano, the chairperson of the Committee on Public Accounts, Honorable Dan Fernandez, the chairperson of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, Honorable Bienvenido Abante Jr., the chairperson of the Committee on Human Rights, and the Honorable Romeo Acop, Vice Chair, Honorable Francisco Paulo Ortega V, Honorable Percy Sendania, Honorable Gabriel Bordado, Honorable Jervil Jinke Beatrix Luistro, Honorable Jonathan Keith Flores, Honorable Lordan Suwan, and Honorable Joseph Jojo Lara. For our resource persons, we have with us the Anti-Money Laundering Council, represented by Attorney Adrian A. Arpon and Attorney William Russell S. Malang. From the Bureau of Corrections, we have with us General Gregorio Pio P. Katapang Jr., the Director General. From the Bureau of Customs, we have the Director of the Legal Service, Attorney Tristan Langkay. From the Bureau of Immigration, Attorney Vicente Uncad. from the Department of the Interior and Local Government, represented by Assistant Secretary Wabili Racho. From the Land Registration Authority, represented by Attorney Mark Geronimo and Attorney Paulo Eric Tamayo. From the National Bureau of Investigation, represented by Attorney Ferdinand Lavin. From the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, Assistant Secretary Renato Gumban, and the officer in charge of PDEA. And also by Director Emerson Margate, the Director of Intelligence Service, and Attorney Francisco Del Valle, the Director of Legal and Prosecution Service. Police Brigadier General Constancio T. Chinayog Jr., Police Brigadier General Eliezer Mata, the Director of Drug Enforcement Group, Police Major General Nicolas S. Salvador, the Director for Operations, and the Chief of the CIDG, General Nestor Torre. From the Philippine Statistics Authority, we have with us Attorney Elizar Ambatali and Attorney Precious Angela Eugenio. From the Civil Register Management Division, Mr. Emilio Kerubin and Miss Emily Macario. From the Fraud Management Division, also of PSA, we have Attorney Ansari Kosain and Attorney Joyce B. Buyongan. From the Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission, we have with us Mr. Winnie Kidato. And from the non-government organizations, we have with us Attorney Maria Cristina Conti. From the National Union of People's Lawyers, Father Manuel Noel Gatchalian of Rise Up for Life and for Rights, Dr. Raquel Fortun, Attorney Nery Colmenares, a former congressman of Bayan Muna, National Union of People's Lawyers also. Also with us are other key personalities. We have Mr. Wilkins Villanueva, Mr. Aaron Aquino, Mr. Jimmy Guban, Mr. Mark Taguba, Mr. Isidro La Peña, Mr. Nicanor Faildon, former government officials. That's all for now, Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
Okay, thank you, Comsec. The next part of the agenda for today is the welcome remarks. Please allow this chair to deliver his short opening remarks. Ulitin ko po, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Magandang umaga po sa ating mga resource persons at salamat sa inyong oras na ibinigay para sa bayan. Good morning, Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzales, our Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez, the Quadcom co-chairs Benny Abante, Dan Fernandez, Joseph Caraps Paduano, and our overall Vice Chair Quadcom, Vice Chair Romy Acop, distinguished colleagues and members of the Quadcom, and esteemed guests. Welcome to our 14th joint public hearing of the Quad Committee for the first for the year 2025. Last year, we have unmasked and identified several personalities who got involved with criminal syndicates and engaged in illegal activities in the country like illegal POGOs, money laundering, human trafficking, kidnapping, murder, illegal drug trade, smuggling, extrajudicial killings, illegal land acquisitions, fake citizenships, bribery, graft and corruption, and use of the government and its resources in furtherance of these illegal acts. As a result, Quadcom has initially recommended the following: further investigation of several personalities by the proper agencies to be able to build stronger cases against them, the enactment of laws that will permanently ban POGOs, the forfeiture of POGO assets and the real properties of foreigners and foreign-owned corporations who are constitutionally barred from owning such assets, the cancellation of late registered birth certificates, and the prosecution of government officials who facilitated these illegal activities and who ordered the extrajudicial killings of people suspected of being involved in illegal drugs for reward, and those who transformed the armed services into a killing machine in order to pursue their sinister agenda. Ngayon po sa ating pagbabalik ay meron naman po tayong naisilipin na mga pangyayari kung saan sa aming palagay ay para bagang nagbunga ng hindi makatarungang resulta para sa mga nasangkot. Ang Quadcom ay hindi lamang para tugisin ang mga nagkasala sa taong bayan, kundi para maghanap din po at makatulong sa paghahanap ng hustisya para sa mga taong pinagbintangan at dilapatan ng mga kaparusahang hindi makatarungan at hindi karapat-dapat. Ang paghahanap ng hustisya na ito ay sa pamamagitan ng pagpapatibay pa ng mga batas at dagdagan ang kanilang ngipin upang maiwasan ang injustice, ika nga. Layunin din naming na mabigyan ng pagkakataon na mailahad sa publiko ang kanilang kaso at baka sakali maraming nakikinig na makakatulong magbigay ng impormasyon na maaaring mapawalang sala sila sa ating mga hukuman. Ang mga pagpuslit ng toneladang droga na nagkakahalaga ng mahigit 12 bilyong piso na ibinintang sa mga maliliit na tao ay isang kahina-hinalang hakbang upang pagtakpan ang mga tunay na may kinalaman. Ang mga taong nagdurusa ngayon ay ngayon ng pagkakabilanggo ng 40 taon o 40 years ay ang mga sumusunod. Si Mark Taguba, isang batang-batang negosyante na sumasalo lamang ng mga pinarating ng mga nag-angkat o importer ng mga bagay-bagay kasama na ang illegal na droga. Wala siyang alam sa laman ng containers na kanya lamang tinatanggap bilang consignee ng mga taong kausap naman ng mga pinanggalingan ng mga kargamento na nag-ipon naman ng mga orders o binili ng mga maraming tao at inilagay sa isang container. Wala po ba kayang reasonable doubt sa kanyang pagkakaugnay dito? Si Mr. Fidel Anoche D., isang matandang bantay sa bodega o bodigero na tumanggap ng ipinain na droga ng mga PIDEA agents sa isang pamamaraan na tinawag nilang controlled delivery, subalit sa paraang taliwas sapagkat ang mga droga ay kinuha mismo ng mga ahente sa lapag ng isang warehouse at isinakay sa isang container van at truck at i-deliver sa isa pang bodega na pagmamayari ng iba at ipinatanggap sa bodigero na walang kamalay-malay. Ang bodigero ay kinasuhan at ngayon ay nagdurusa sa loob ng bilangguan. Wala din po bang reasonable doubt sa kaso niya? Ang ginawang controlled delivery ay nagpatibay noon sa hearings ng Committee on Dangerous Drugs kung saan mismong ang PIDEA ang nagsalaysay na umano'y inabutan nila ang mga droga sa Hongfei warehouse na nakalabas na sa container at ito'y nasa lapag na. Dinagdag din noon na nagalit pa nga ang Director General ng PIDEA sa mga ginawa ng mga customs personnel sa pangunguna ni Customs Commissioner Faildon sapagkat nagalaw na raw ang ebidensya. Si Mr. Jimmy Guban, isang dating empleyado ng customs na siyang nakadiskubre ng mga droga sa mga tinatawag na magnetic lifters. Siya na nga ang nakapagsumbong at nakadiskubre, siya pa ang nakulong ng 40 years. Inimbestigahan din ito ng Committee on Dangerous Drugs noong 2018. At ako pa rin ang tumatayong chairman noong panahong yon. Hindi po ba may reasonable doubt na sa kaso niya kasi siya nga ang nakadiskubre ng droga? Si Miss Jed Pilapil C., asawa ng sinasabing Chinese drug lord sa Davao City. Sari-saring bintang ang ipinatong sa kanya dahil lamang asawa siya ng isang pinaghihinalaang drug lord na hanggang sa oras na ito ay sinasabing at large o hindi matagpuan. Kinuha sa kanyang tirahan ng walang warrant of arrest at hindi na pinalaya mula noon. Sa pilitang hiniwalay sa kanyang noon ay sanggol na anak. Pinapirma ng waiver sapagkat siya ay kinuha ng walang warrant na nangangahulugang kidnapping at mula nga noong Enero 2005 ay ikinulong na hanggang sa kasalukuyan. Si Mr. Jong Pilapil, kapatid ni Miss Jed Pilapil C., na ilang buwan pa lamang sa Davao City sapagkat pinakiusapan ni Jed na magbantay sa kanilang tindahan. Nasa ibang probinsya, si Jong nang pinagbintangan siyang kasabwat sa iligal na droga doon sa Davao City at mula noon hanggang ngayon ay nakakulong. Ilan lamang sila sa mga nagdurusa na parang mga walang ang mas mahalagang tanong na dapat sagutin ng mga nag-akusa sa kanila ay ito. Sino-sino ang tunay na may-ari ng mga iligal na droga na ibinibintang ninyo sa mga taong ito? Sino-sino ang nagpalabas ng mga kargamentong ito mula sa Bureau of Customs nang walang masusing inspeksyon? Wala po bang reasonable doubt sa kanilang partisipasyon upang sana ay hindi naman sila nahatulan ng 40 years? Isang tanong ang nabuo sa isipan ng marami nating kababayan. Sa mga bilyong-bilyong halaga ng mga droga, ito bang nakasuhan at nakakulong sa kasalukuyan, mukha bang mga bilyonaryo? Ano ang konklusyon ng inyong mga investigasyon na nagdawit sa kanila? Bakit ang sangkatutak na mga nirekomendang kasuhan ng parehong Committee on Dangerous Drugs at Senate Blue Ribbon Committee tulad sa mga membro o kawani ng Bureau of Customs na nagpadaan sa green lane ng mga kontrabandong ito at doon sa mga nagsagawa ng raid, di umano kasama ang mga PDEA agents na nag-implement ng controlled delivery. Sila Richard Tan, alias Chen, also known as Chen Julong, na siyang may-ari ng warehouse na unang tumanggap ng droga, ay hindi kinasuhan at nananatiling malaya. Sa tindi ng inyong investigasyon ay wala kayong natukoy na may-ari ng tone-toneladang droga na ipinuslit sa Bureau of Customs. Sa NBI, na unang nag-imbestiga ng metal cylinders at magnetic lifters, na sa unang mga investigasyon ay dose-dosenang mga akusado ang inyong inimbitahan. Subalit sa dulo, ang sinampahan ninyo lamang ng kaso ay itong mga fall guys na ito. Si dating prosecutor Aristotle Reyes, na di umano matapos sampahan ng kaso ang mga fall guys, ay na-promote bilang isang RTC judge na ngayon ay balitang di umano ay nag-a-apply din bilang isang justice ng Sandigan Bayan, kung ito man po ay totoo. Gusto sana nating makaharap dito si Judge Reyes upang malinawan ang mga bagay na ito, subalit kinakailangan pa natin ng pahintulot ng Korte Suprema dahil sa siya ay isa na pong judge. Isang bagay na kailangan malinawan ay ang mga charges di umano na ginawa ni prosecutor na sinang-ayunan ng Department of Justice under the former Secretary Vitaliano Aguirre. At ito ang mga charges na di umano. Si Fidel Anoche D. na bodigero ay sinampahan ng kaso. Subalit si Chen Julong o Richard Tan na nagmamay-ari mismo ng warehouse kung saan dinala ang mga droga ay hindi nakasuhan. Tama po ba? Gusto sana naming malaman ang mga dahilan kung ano at sino-sino ang mga hindi nakasuhan na kasama sa investigasyon na iyon. Hindi din nakasuhan ang mga PDEA agents for, quote, planting of evidence na kung saan ang mga droga ay idinala doon sa warehouse na yon on the basis of the bungled controlled delivery. Mismong si former Director General Wilkins Villanueva ang naglahad nito sa Committee on Dangerous Drugs sa aming mga pagdinig. Hindi din kinasuhan ang mga tauhan ng customs na nagpalabas ng kargamentong may lamang droga, di umano at sa halip ay kinasuhan si Mark Taguba ng conspiracy to import drugs at kung tama ang impormasyon ay facilitating the smuggling of drugs from the Bureau of Customs kung saan wala naman po siyang kontrol. Sino po ba ang tunay na may-ari ng mga drogang ito? Ang mga tunay na nag-angkat o nag-import nito? Ang mga may impluensya sa mga tauhan ng customs na siyang nagpalabas ng kargamentong ito na walang inspeksyong ginawa. If these people who are now going to spend the good years of their lives in jail are indeed guilty, the investigators should not have stopped with them but should have determined the real culprits. If, however, these people are necessary fall guys in order to cover up for the truth, then we have committed a grave injustice which we are now compelled to rectify. A person's right to life and liberty is God-given. It is not yours or anybody's to trample upon or deny or sacrifice in exchange for a consideration just so the guilty shall remain free. Today, we shall also hear other testimonies of victims of EJK. We shall endeavor to aid in the quest for truth on the cold-blooded murder of General Wesley Barayuga of the PCSO during the time when Colonel Hector Grijaldo, the classmate of Colonel Garma, was the Mandaluyong Chief of Police. We will try to elicit from Colonel Grijaldo some important information pertaining to the murder. These are material information. For instance, why was the name of General Barayuga allegedly added to the list of drug personalities days after his murder? Why was there allegedly no report coming from the Mandaluyong Philippine National Police about the incident? Colonel Grijaldo has to explain this to this committee. Again, maraming salamat po sa inyong attendance and we hope to have a fruitful and productive day and literally a much better New Year sa ating lahat. So magandang umaga at maraming salamat po. The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chair of the Committee on Human Rights, Congressman Benny Abante. You are recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat, sa ating mga colleagues, sa ating mga resource speakers and witnesses. Salamat po sa inyong pagdalo muli sa Quadcom hearing na ito. Tayo po ay kasama naming mga lingkod ng ating bayan. So again, we gather here in what? In pursuit of truth, justice, and accountability. Kung meron man dito nagsasabi na we're gathered here because of politics, gusto namin humarap siya rito para sabihin sa amin directly. As we open this hearing, let us be reminded of the words of Romans 13, 3 and 4. And I would like to read in quote. For rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. Ang rulers po dito ay hindi lamang ang ating political leaders, kundi lahat ng ating law enforcers. Ano po ang gawain natin? We are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. Wilt thou then not be afraid of the power? Do that which is good. Yan po ang command ng Scripture. Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same. For he is the minister of God to thee for good. Ang bawat opisyal po ng bayan ay tinawag na ministro ng Diyos para sa kabutihan. So ito po ang sinasabi. Do that which is good. This is the standard by which we measure our actions in this quest for justice. This is the challenge to all who hold power, whether in government, law enforcement, or public service. Power must never be abused in order to shield wrongdoers. It must never be wielded to sow fear among the innocent. Power must serve only one purpose: to uphold what is just and to bring evil to account. Yet, time and time again, in the course of these hearings, we have seen the opposite. Those entrusted with the duty to protect have enabled injustice. Those who swore to uphold the law have hidden behind justified, like former PIDEA Chief Wilkins Villanueva. And I would never question his good record in the Philippine National Police. I admire what he has done. But he has refused to answer the people's questions, forcing us to cite them for contempt. This is not a mere legal matter. It is a moral one. After all, the first laws that were made in the world were based upon a moral code. If we are to serve justice, if we are to save our countrymen from the clutches of extrajudicial killings, illegal drugs, and POGOs that have corrupted our institutions, then we must do that which is good. And this begins with the truth. May mga taong pinapasalamatan ang dating administrasyon sa war on drugs. Kine-question kami kung mas maganda ba na ang Pilipinas ay mahulog sa droga kaysa labanan ng droga. Sinabi namin, inulit-ulit namin dito, sinuportahan namin ang dating administrasyon sa war on drugs. Binanggit ko sa ating former president, ang hindi ko lang maintindihan kung bakit kinakailangang pumatay ng more than 30,000 people para mawala ang drugs. Ang question dito ito, nawala ba? Hindi nawala ang drugs. Ganun pa rin. Ang inaakala po namin dito ay baka naman tinanggal natin ang kompetisyon para ang maiwan na lamang sa drug trade ay yung mga nasa kapangyarihan. Yun ang nais kong sabihin. Oho, ayaw po natin mahulog ang bansa sa droga. Ayaw po natin yan. Pero ayaw din natin na ang buong Pilipinas maging killing fields, na pumatay tayo, na hindi sinusunod ang ating saligang batas. Dito po ay atin ang nakita. Nung tinanong namin, bakit binaril to? Bakit pinatay ito? Sapagkat order po ito ng aming nakakataas. Kahit po ba ang order na nakakataas ay hindi ayon sa saligang batas, susundin ng ating mga law enforcers? Ano po ang sagot ng ating mga ibang law enforcement officials? Hindi po. Dapat sundin ang saligang batas. Ang ating Senador Boto de la Rosa, nung tinanong siya, ayaw naman yung humarap sa amin. Pinapaharap namin para maging malinaw lahat ng bagay. Anong ginagawa niya? Nagpupunta sa media. Kung ano-anong pinagsasabi niya. Sinisipa niya ang mga kapulisan na alam nila ang batas. Hindi nila dapat sundin ang nakakataas sa kanila kung naniniwala sila na hindi ito ayon sa batas. Pero sinunod Di ba? Now, yet, kahit na po sa kanyang mga bagay, mga kababayan, I am not without hope. Oo. Mga kasama, the Quadcom was not convened to chase imaginary shadows. We are here because lives have been lost, because families have been torn apart, because organized crime operating under the guise of legal businesses has found protection in our own institutions, because a few law enforcers, hindi namin nila lahat, a few law enforcers have chosen to become instruments of terror instead of being ministers of justice. As I've said, hindi kami nawawala ng pag-asa dito. For history and experience tell us that there is always hope in the pursuit of righteousness. Hope that those who were once silent in the face of injustice will now have the courage to speak. Sinabi ko po yan sa Committee on Human Rights na huwag na kayong matakot sapagkat gumagawa na tayo ng paraan upang ma-address ang problemang ito. Pero nais kong sabihin sa ating mga kababayan, marami pa rin naging biktima ng pagpatay ay natatakot lumabas. Bakit natatakot? Yan po ba ang ibig sabihin ng leadership? Manakot tayo ng tao para sumunod sa atin? O maging halimbawa tayo ng tamang panunungkulan para ang tao at ang bayan ay sumunod sa atin? Hope that those complicit in wrongdoing will find the resolve to make things right. Hope that we, as lawmakers and public servants, will not allow fear or convenience to dictate the course of justice. To those who come before this committee, to those who still hesitate, to those who are reluctant and afraid to speak the truth, do that which is good. Not for us, not for politics, but for your countrymen who have suffered in silence. For the time for evasion has passed. The time for justice is now. Let these hearings be evidence of our commitment and proof of our resolve. We seek not vengeance, only truth. We wield this power not for personal gain, but for our people. And we will not stop until the evildoers who have plagued our country are unmasked, until justice is restored, and until righteousness prevails. Anuman ang pananakot na ginagawa sa amin. So may God guide us in the days ahead. Maraming salamat po at manigong bagong taon sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chair of the Committee on Public Accounts, Congressman Joseph Caraps Paduano. You are
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Chairman. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, as expected from this representation, talagang mahaba po yung opening remarks ulit ni Chairman Abante. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, if Andy started with regards to some issues that was already also raised against this representation and, of course, against this committee. But for the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, and for the expedient of discussing important matters in today's hearing, I'll just, if the chairman will allow, the lead chairman will allow, I'll just have my manifestation on the latter part of this hearing or the closing part of this hearing. Dahil after this, Mr. Chairman, may mga admin matters pa tayo na that has to be discussed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chair of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, Congressman Dan Fernandez. You are
Mr. Chair,
recognized.
I will not deliver any opening remarks, so we can start right away. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you for that manifestation, Congressman Fernandez. Before we proceed, let me acknowledge the presence of our honorable members, Honorable Faustino Ino D., Honorable Jefferson Konghun, and Honorable Franz Castro. Okay, so the chair would like to recognize Congressman Bordado for his short manifestation. You have 2 minutes, Congressman Bordado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wish to echo the voices of countless families whose loved ones fell victim to the tragic consequences of the previous administration's war on drugs. These innocent lives, taken without due process, cry out for justice. Justice that this august chamber has seriously considered by adopting the House Quad Committee's report on extrajudicial killings. Mr. Chair, findings, the war on drugs not only disregarded the sanctity of human life, but also trampled on our people's fundamental rights. The evidence presented, including testimonies, legislative gaps, and even admissions from former officials, paints a grim picture of a systematic policy of violence and impunity. And as pointed out by our chairman himself, Congressman Ace Barbers, and I quote, former President Rodrigo Duterte's war on drugs was a catastrophic failure, and it corrupted the Philippine National Police, promoted impunity, and led to widespread human rights abuses, unquote. Mr. Chairman, the report's recommendations to pursue charges against or under Republic Act 9851, the Philippine Act on Crimes against International Humanitarian Law, genocide, and other crimes against humanity are critical steps towards accountability, and naming those involved signals our commitment to upholding the rule of law. Mr. Chairman, this is not simply a matter of looking back at a dark chapter in our history. It is about ensuring that no administration, present or future, will ever again exploit the powers of government to wage a war that disregards due process, human dignity, and the rule of law. I support the legislative proposals outlined in the Comm report, the classification of extrajudicial killings as heinous crimes, the prohibition of Philippine offshore gaming operators which have been linked to illegal drugs and money laundering, strengthening mechanisms for civil forfeiture of unlawfully acquired properties, and establishing the Philippine National Police Internal Affairs as an independent and autonomous agency. Mr. Chairman, justice must not be delayed any longer. These reforms, coupled with the pursuit of accountability, are necessary steps towards healing the wounds of the past and restoring trust in our institution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Bordado, for the manifestation. For the conduct of a orderly hearing for today, we have two topics that we will discuss. The first topic for this morning is the topic on the illegal drugs. And then later this afternoon, we will proceed with the topic on the extrajudicial killings. So the resource persons for these topics are present and have been aware of the procedure in this committee hearing. So before we continue, with the interpellations of the members to be propounded to the resource persons. Let me acknowledge first Congressman Paduano for some admin matters. Congressman Paduano, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, good morning, everyone. Mr. Chairman, we haven't received a copy of the excuse letter coming from former DOJ Secretary, Attorney Vitaliano Aguirre, with regards to the invitation sent to him, and he sent an excuse letter dated January 20, just today. And, but of course, he has a commitment through his letter, and I hope all the members of this honorable committee has a copy of this, that he committed that he will be present in the next hearing. Short notice daw, at the same time, may commitment siya with regards to some cases that he's handling today. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we will issue an invitation for Attorney Vitaliano Aguirre on the next hearing, scheduled hearing.
Comsec, please take note of the order of the committee with respect to the invitation to be sent to former Justice Secretary Vit Aguirre.
Next, Mr. Chairman, we received a copy of the excuse letter coming from Police Colonel Marvin Marcos Jr. Stating that he is now an official leave, and attached herewith are the official permission for Major Police Colonel Marvin Marcos for his leave of absence, Mr. Chairman, and signed by Police Colonel Renato Lizardo, Chief Admin and Resource Management Division. So with that, Mr. Chairman, once again, we'll just invite, send an invitation for Police Colonel Marcos for the next hearing, Mr. Chairman. So moved.
Please take note of the request of Congressman Paduano, Comsec.
Next, Mr. Chairman, is the excuse letter sent by the lawyers of retired Police Colonel Garma in the person of Attorney Kilang and Attorney Kumigad, who is invited to this hearing to testify with regards to the statement being made by former Police Colonel Grijaldo. And for the record, Mr. Chairman, we have also an affidavit coming from the two lawyers with regards to what really transpired during the meeting with Grijaldo and our co-chair, Chairman Abante and Chairman Dan Fernandez. So I will just use this affidavit, Mr. Chairman, the later part when we discuss the issue about the Grijaldo's statement in the Senate, Mr. Chairman. Now, we have also received an excuse letter coming from Commissioner Joel Anthony Viado of the Bureau of Immigration, and he has sent a representative, siguro nandito naman yung taga-BI. At the same time, all the documents that was requested to them to submit to this committee is already submitted, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, I presume that the representative from the BI can answer the query that will be raised by the members of this committee. Now, Mr. Chairman, just for the information of the members of this committee, we have received a copy of the motion for certiorari with injunction by Police Colonel Grijaldo to the Supreme Court, and we have received a copy not from the Supreme Court, but of course from Police Colonel Grijaldo through his lawyer, Attorney J.P. Mercado. And he has not sent, Mr. Chairman, he has not, for the record, Mr. Chairman, Police Colonel Grijaldo never asked for a motion for reconsideration to this committee, Mr. Chairman. So just for the information of this honorable committee. And we will discuss later, siguro, pag nandito na po si Colonel Grijaldo with regards to the motion for reconsideration, at the same time for possible violation if he will not be attending in today's hearing, Mr. Chairman. Now, and lastly, Mr. Chairman, we have received a copy of the omnibus motion coming from former PDEA. Yeah, motion for this reconsideration coming from former PDEA Chief Mr. Wilkins Villanueva. Makapal po. This is a 16 pages motion. And I will just take this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, that we have, the COMSEC has informed me that we have a quorum in this hearing. And I hope we will discuss this motion by General Wilkins Villanueva, Mr. Chairman. Now, and I do believe that the members of this committee has all had a copy of that motion for reconsideration of former PDEA Chief Wilkins Villanueva. Now, Mr. Chairman, just to get the gist of the motion for reconsideration, first and foremost, Mr. Chairman, I would like to, of course, to salute General Wilkins, former General Wilkins, for respecting the contempt order that was issued to you last hearing, for presenting yourself to this committee and to the House. And with that, I salute you. And just a few discussions with regards to the motion for the reconsideration. First, on the first paragraph, Mr. Chairman, in his motion, Mr. Chairman, former PDEA Chief Villanueva cited the following arguments. Number one, first, that he has been very cooperative to the committee as he attended all the hearings and voluntarily answered all the queries. That's number one. And second is that he did not refuse to answer a relevant inquiry. Now, Mr. Chairman, on the first basis for this motion, the question of attending in 4 hearings, is not part of the motion for contempt that was issued to General Wilkins, because the motion for contempt that was issued to General Wilkins is in violation of Section 11, Paragraph C, with regards to refusal to or evasive to answer relevant questions that was being raised by the members of this committee. And he never violated our Section 11, Paragraph A, yung refusal to attend hearings without legal excuse. So the first defense is not consistent or in question, with regards to the contempt order. Now, as to the second argument, we'll discuss, Mr. Chairman, as to the second argument, because in the second argument, he quoted a portion of the decision of the Supreme Court in the case of Lincoln Ong versus the Senate, GR number 256401, dated March 28, 2023. Now, Mr. Chairman, the committee deemed it necessary to consider in toto the motion submitted as part of our commitment and constitutional functions. However, qualifications must first be made as to the application of the Supreme Court decisions in the case at hand. Now, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wilkins cannot bank in arguments blindly on the aforementioned jurisprudence. Clearly, the circumstances surrounding Ong versus Senate will not squarely apply in the case of the contempt order for former PDEA Chief Villanueva. In the said case, Mr. Chairman, the court invalidated the contempt order by the Senate because of the denial of the due process when the Senate failed to give Ong the opportunity to explain why his testimony is not false and evasive. Now, and for the record, Mr. Chairman, former General Wilkins is present in 4 hearings, and he was given a due process and the time to explain. And paulit-ulit po, well, in fact, during the hearing, last hearing, before this representation moved to cite him in contempt, I warned him about his evasive answer to the question that was raised by Chairman Acop and, of course, Congressman SDS Dong Gonzales during the time, Mr. Chairman. Now, Mr. Chairman, I will not discuss anymore, Mr. Chairman, the other facts with regards to Lincoln Ong versus Senate, in which, sabi ko na nga, the decision of the Supreme Court will not apply in the case of General Wilkins Villanueva. Now, he's also quoting about the Senate versus Sumita. And once again, Mr. Chairman, the Senate versus Sumita case with regards to Secretary Neri is all about the invoking the executive privilege that was invoked during the time. And it was the Supreme Court decision favored the motion of the former then Executive Secretary Mita because they invoke executive privilege. And in this case, quoting some portion of that decision of the Supreme Court is not, once again, cannot be applied in the case of General Wilkins Villanueva. Now, Mr. Chairman, to end, Mr. Chairman, but on the, let me just quote the last part of the motion of General Wilkins. Now, on page 14, paragraph 20, ito lang po, the movant regrets the misunderstanding may have arisen due to the long hours of hearing and the numerous topics discussed during the Quadcom hearing, and undertakes to continuously and voluntarily participate in the proceedings. Paragraph 21, Mr. Chairman, therefore, the movant appeals to the sound discretion of the Quadcom and humbly and respectfully ask that the Honorable Quadcom consider the totality of the circumstances and lift its contempt order against the movant. So, ang pag-intindi ko po, Mr. Chairman, the movant commitments that during today's hearing and the next hearing, he will cooperate and will answer the queries truthfully, no, that is being addressed to him. And again, Mr. Chairman, and for the record, and once again, I really appreciate this motion for reconsideration of General Wilkins, attached here with, Mr. Chairman, the verification and certification against Shopping Forum. Unlike in the case of Colonel Grijaldo and some other guest resource person that was cited in contempt, instead of filing a motion for reconsideration in this committee and the House, they filed it in the Supreme Court for the refutes. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, with that, Mr. Chairman, I will not discuss anymore with regards to the statement on paragraph 20 because we have to validate it because General Wilkins, you have quoted some, ito pa nga yung mga kinote mo dito na conversation in this hearing, ano ba to, saan na to galing? Yung transcript, yung interpretation to you and the answers coming from you and the questions of the members of this committee, quoting Chairman Akop, me, and the other members of this committee. Saan ba to galing? Sorry, please use the microphone.
Sa YouTube yan, Mr. Chair, pinanood namin ng nireview ko ulit yung
okay.
whole.
Sige, anyway, pagdating mamaya sa inyo, i-validate po natin, no? Yung question about it. But what is important, Mr. Chairman, that sabi ko na nga, personally, I really appreciate, no? Yung naging gesture ni General Wilkins in filing this motion for consideration, at the same time presenting to this committee, and of course to the SAA, he is present during his detention, Mr. Chairman. So with that, Mr. Chairman, since we have a quorum, and I already asked some members kanina, with that, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully move that to lift the motion that we have cited in contempt for Mr. Wilkins Villanueva. So, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, there is a motion to lift the contempt order imposed on General Wilkins Villanueva by this committee. Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Amendments? Nothing. The motion is approved. Comsec, please inform the Sergeant at Arms and our LSB that the contempt order has been lifted. So we will now proceed with the interpellation of the members to our resource persons. The first on the list, in this list, is Congresswoman Jinky Luistro. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the permission of the Chair, Mark Taguba. During the previous hearings, you made mention about various parties which have participation generally in the shipment of goods, and if I may include, in some cases, in the evolution of this you call TARA system, which allows the shipment to avail of the green lane. Some of the parties which you mentioned includes the shipper, the consignee, the custom broker, and even a command center. Do you confirm this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I wish to manifest that the alleged TARA system, which allows the shipment to be exempted from examination, both with respect to the documents and with respect to the proliferation not only of misdeclaration, but even of non-declaration. Mr. Chair, it is clear that with misdeclaration and non-declaration, the Philippine government is losing huge amount of revenue. And worse, Mr. Chair, during the interpellation, not only of Mr. Taguba, but even of Mr. Guban, the members ask, since when this TARA system and this green lane have been happening? I recall that they responded with, since time immemorial. I cannot help but imagine how much losses the government has incurred already because of this TARA system, which has been happening in the Bureau of Customs, as they say, since time immemorial. Mr. Chair, with that, this humble representation feels that the government's sovereign power is violated not only because of the losses it incurred, but even because of the laws which were violated. By analogy, Mr. Chair, this is synonymous to double jeopardy. Nalugi na ang gobyerno, winalang bahala pa ang batas ng Pilipinas. This is very alarming, Mr. Chair. And this prompts this representation to go back to the basic, to the fundamental system of the Bureau of Customs. And with that, I wish to direct my next questions to the representatives of the BOC. Please walk us through. Pakikwento po sa sambayanang Pilipino how the shipment, how the importation works, considering the TARA system and the color-coded lane, which has been shared to us by our resource persons. Mr. Chair, may I ask our former commissioner, Commissioner Faeldon, Commissioner Faeldon, can we start with the import clearance certificate? What is this document and what agency issues the same?
Your Honor, I would like to go to the broader answer to the questions that I will concur with Taguba and that there is Tara since immemorial. I think,
Mr. Chair, with all due respect to Commissioner Faeldon, but this representation wished to examine the system which is happening in the Bureau of Customs step by step as to how the shipment process goes without necessarily connecting the same to the cases where Mr. Guban and Mr. Taguba were made involved with. So, ang tanong po dito, Commissioner Faeldon, is the system that we practice in general sa Bureau of Customs. And considering that for a certain period of time, kayo po'y umupo bilang head of the agency, I wish to believe that you have the knowledge about the basic system, the fundamentals which are supposed to be followed or perhaps being followed in the Bureau of Customs. Let's start with the import clearance certificate. Ano po ito, Commissioner? At ano pong ahensya ang nag-i-issue nito?
we have the Accreditation Management Office. It's popular known as the AMO. This is the office that accredits all importers. You cannot import anything if you have no accreditation, certification from that office. So during my time, we have 12,000 combined importers and brokers. And in 6 months, I delisted 4,000 of these because we have found out that they're lacking of the requirements. Some are found to be erring. So that's the first thing I did as far as trying to control these importers. So that is where the accreditation come from the Accreditation Management Officer. They're the ones who vet those applicants for accreditation so that they can do their importation.
Commissioner, can you please state again the name of the office which takes care of the import accreditation process?
Accreditation Management Office. Sila po yung nagpo-proseso, nagve-vet ng accreditation ng gusto maging importer. Accredited importers and brokers.
Will you confirm that if I have intention to import goods, the first step should be to apply an import accreditation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Without that accreditation, I cannot import goods into the country.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You made mention about 12,000 accredited importers, which later on you deleted the 4,000 because they are remiss with respect to certain requirements. Question po, Commissioner, ano po ba yung requirements natin for purposes of importers accreditation?
You have to specify in your application what specific goods you're going to import. You have to show certificate from the bank that you have deposited a specific amount that makes you capable of importing that goods. You have a verified office that can accommodate the transactions of your importation, business permits, and so the usual permits that the government issues when you establish a business, Your Honor.
For me to be able to inform this office, Commissioner Faeldon, mayroon po ba kayong pinoprovide na form where I should fill in the goods I intend to import?
Yes, Your Honor, we have the packing list that you're supposed to submit to the customs list of those goods that you're supposed to bringing into the country.
Commissioner, we're still on the process of importers accreditation.
Yes, Your Honor. There's different codes of every commodities.
But this is not yet packing list, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is international codes. All countries have the same codes of different goods. So we
Balikan po natin, Commissioner, yung goods. Ano pong form yung ginagamit sa BOC in describing the goods for the purpose of applying for importers accreditation?
I cannot remember the codes. There are thousands of codes, sir, representing specific goods, sir. But
The form is provided by the BOC.
yes, ma'am. It's
And-
also in the website. It's publicly accessible in the website of BOCs.
Is
And you
it
can-
is it correct to say that in the form there are codes that you mentioned? The
Yes, ma'am.
applicant is supposed to select which code corresponds to the goods
You
he
intend to
intended
import. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. With respect to bank documents, Commissioner Faeldon, what specific document do you require?
During my time, it is the certificate of deposit because there are certain goods that require a specific percentage of amount that you have in the bank so that you can import that specific commodity. So these are the Accreditation Management Office has to verify before they will approve their accreditation, Your Honor.
Sir, would it be correct to say that the amount required per certificate of deposit depends on the goods to be imported?
Yes, Your Honor. If you intend to import just few items of commodities, you are not going to be required to deposit large amount of money. So it's going to be the specific percentage vis-a-vis the intended commodity to be imported. I am no longer particularly clear about it, Your Honor, but it can be verified, Your Honor.
How about with respect to the office? What particular document do you require?
There's a list of the requirements issued by the Accreditation Management Office. These are publicly accessible in the website. So you have to go to Customs and present all these documents. These are the prerequisite requirements and you'll be interviewed. And I assume the office has to be verified and all the other documents that is listed, that is submitted by the applicant, Your Honor.
You mentioned that you verify the office address of the applicant. Is that correct?
That's supposed to be some of the requirements because some of the 4,000 we delisted, when we verified those addresses, it's actually non-existing addresses. That's why we delisted them. So there are so many importers and brokers who do that. So when we try to vet the airing and the fly-by-nights, we found out that 4,000 at least were airing. That's why we delisted them. That's during my time, Your Honor.
In other words, Commissioner Faeldon, by practice, you did the verification of the office address. Reason why you were able to discover this 4,000, which accreditation you deleted already.
We tried our best to clean the list, Your Honor.
You also mentioned about business permit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it discloses the company name and even the company owner. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And would you agree with me if I would say, with the bank certificate, with the office verification, and with the business permit, the BOC has ample information about all the importers into the country?
That's the assumption, Your Honor.
What do you mean by assumption?
If all those documents are truthful, that's why they have to personally verify.
But we're talking about here with respect to the actual practice and system and not with respect to assumption, Commissioner Faeldon. So I suppose that all the information that you're giving before this committee were practiced at least during your time as Commissioner of BOC. Tama po ba?
Ma'am.
In other words, during your time, Commissioner Faeldon, all importers' information are within the safekeeping of the BOC, considering the ample requirements that you are requiring initially for purposes only of importers accreditation?
The newly accredited importers during my time, I specifically instructed the chief of the accreditation management office to be very stringent, not stringent, but to be very careful about accrediting, because at that time we were delisting more than 4,000. So we do not want to replace them with another herring importers and brokers, Your Honor.
In all fairness to you, Commissioner Faeldon, because you were the one who deleted this 4,000 because they are not compliant with your requirements and your rules, it is the humble submission of this representation that having applied that system, then you have all the necessary information about the importers accredited by the BOC. That is a manifestation. With respect to the documents which you are requiring from the applicants for importation or importers accreditation, question Commissioner Faeldon. Alam nyo ang pangalan ng importer? Of course.
Hindi po. It's the company that's listed, not all the time the owner, ma'am. So we cannot really say that we know the owners of the importers, but the
So
names.
it depends. If the importer is an individual,
Yes, ma'am.
you will know the identity of the person.
The AMO office may know, Your Honor.
Okay. But if the importer is a company, then at least you have the name of the corporation. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And for you to know the owners of this corporation, I wish to believe that you required also the articles of incorporation and the GIS of this corporation who applied for importers accreditation. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor, the usual business requirements.
That's actually what we do kapag ang applicant ay corporation. Normally, even for purposes of business permit, ang kasunod po nating hinihingi is articles of incorporation along with the general information sheet. Do you agree with that, Commissioner Faeldon?
Yes, Your Honor.
O balikan ko po yung first question ko. You have the means to know kung sinong importer, whether he's an individual or a corporation, considering the documents that you are requiring during the importer's accreditation process.
Verifying the documents in the office, I think the customs has the means to do that.
Yes.
But going actually to check on the offices, that is where the customs lack the capability to personally verify some 12,000 offices nationwide.
But at least you were able to delete 4,000 out of the 12,000 accredited importers, because you said earlier, because of verification process, you found out that this 4,000 are not compliant with the requirements. Some do not have the necessary office address. Tama po ba yun, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am. And some of those who were delisted were frequent violators of import laws. So I checked in the database who are the importers and brokers who have violated some importation laws in the past, and I immediately included them on the list to be delisted in our accreditation, Your Honor. So that's another parameter why we delisted them, Your Honor.
Either kulang ang requirements or nagkaroon ng previous violation.
Yes, Your Honor. And of the 4,000, not one of them went to court and contest their delisting of their company in the
No one
accredited.
attempted to question why they were
I
deleted.
cannot remember even one of them who went to court and question their delisting from the accredited, Your
Sir,
Honor.
balikan ko po yung documents na nire-require nyo during importers accreditation process. With those documents, you can determine also the address of the importer, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
With those documents, you can determine also the contact details of the importer, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And with those documents also, you can determine also what type of business does the importer conduct.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can also determine the affiliations of this importer?
Outrightly, I suppose the AMO should be doing a due diligence, AMO office, in checking the affiliations of this, or this applicant has been previously delisted, a company under his name or her name has been previously delisted. Those are the assumptions that the AMO office has to do due diligence in checking those circumstances, Your Honor.
And with those documents, sir, definitely we can determine also the nationality of the importer.
Of course, because
yes,
there should be a nationality
sir,
written under the SEC or DTI registration, Your Honor.
In conclusion, Mr. Faeldon, if I am an importer, generally speaking, it is very difficult to hide basic and important information from the Bureau of Customs. Thank you. I wish to direct my next question still to the BOC. Commissioner Faeldon, are you aware of this shipment number MCLU 61881?
I'd like to request Your Honor to please refresh my memory. I cannot remember that now.
MCLU 61881 pertains to the 6.4 billion smuggling of shabu, equivalent to 604 kilos of shabu, in which case Mark Taguba was convicted for smuggling of shabu by the regional trial court. That is MCLU 61881. Kanina po, Commissioner, you said, you admitted with the documents which are being required during importer's accreditation, walang kayang itagong information ang importer sa inyo. Now, the question is, sino po ang importer nitong 6.4 billion na shabu?
Hindi ko na po matandaan, ma'am, kung sino po yung importer niyan. That importation has been a subject of a long court litigation.
I understand, Commissioner, but this is an incident which really shook the BOC, especially during your term. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, ma'am. If I may...
And of course, the first question that you wish to be answered, considering na may nakapasok na 6.4 billion na shabu, sino ang nagpasok nito sa Pilipinas? I want to refresh your memory, Commissioner Faeldon. Walang makakapag-import without the importer's accreditation. You likewise said, what with the ample requirements which are being required from the importer, walang kayang itagong information ang importer from the Bureau of Customs. Now, we are talking about this specific shipment that pertains to 6.4 billion of shabu, which shook the Bureau of Customs and even your leadership of the BOC when this shabu was apprehended in the Valenzuela warehouse. Question, Commissioner. This is something na hindi mo dapat nakakalimutan. Sino po ang importer nito?
I would like to be given time to check on who's the specific importer of that shabu, ma'am. But the sequence of that apprehension, I can relate to this court,
If
Your
I
Honor.
may interrupt, Commissioner Faeldon, would you agree with me if I would say that as head of the BOC, nalusutan ka ng 6.4 billion na shabu, nakapasok sa bansa, that is equivalent to 604 kilos. Diba? The first question that will pop up in your mind, sino ang nagpasok nito? Because you are answerable during that time, at least being the head of the Bureau of Customs. I find it strange that an incident as big as this during the time ay makakalimutan nyo po. This is something na hindi nyo dapat makalimutan because it casted doubt to your
Honor,
leadership as head of the BOC.
Ang alam kong nag-import, sila Taguba. But I want to be corrected if hindi po sila ang nag-import niyan. Nagparating sa bansa. Yung importer mismo, in the packing list, because this is, ma'am, if I be given just 1 minute to explain this, so that you are correct, ma'am, the nation has to know the truth about this. You may agree or disagree with me, ma'am, but please give me a chance to. Because this has been tackled by the nation in 2017. This importation, ma'am, the existence of a possible shabu that came into the country was relayed to us by Chinese customs. I received the information 10 o'clock in the evening. By 2 a.m. following day, that's just 4 hours, nahanap na po namin kung naasen siya. So that's why I beg to disagree that nakalusot po sa amin. Hinanap ko po, ma'am, because I was given the information that there's a shabu, possible shipment of shabu, na galing sa China. And the information was given to us. So I give instruction to the intelligence division. I give them the information and they look for it. So that is how this shabu came in. At nahanap po namin, ma'am, not a single kilo went to the streets. I think yung sinasabing nalusutan, yes, I take the responsibility since 2017. But if you read the Customs Modernization and Tariff Act, there's a clear delineation of the tasking of the commissioner and the customs collector. And in that law, it's very specific that only the collector has the right to release shipments. So of the 38 ports, it is impossible for the commissioner to check every shipment. That's why it is delineated to them by the law. The verification and authority to release all those shipments does not rely on the commissioner anymore. It is now on the individual port collectors. So, but when I received the information that there is a possible importation of shabu that passed through customs, it took us 4 hours to locate that, ma'am. And I want to take that as something that I did good, contrary to the perception that I let it go. I did not let it go, Your Honor.
Commissioner Faeldon, let me complete the context of my question. When this representation made use of the term nalusutan, nahuli niyo yung shabu, pero hindi niyo nahuli yung importer. And today, I am asking you, sino ang importer? You cannot even say. An information which is supposed to be highly important because of the huge amount of prohibited drugs which were apprehended by you. Hindi ho ba quite strange yan na hindi nyo matandaan or perhaps you did not bother to check sino po ang importer nito? For me, Commissioner Faeldon, it is not enough that you apprehended the shabu. You should have arrested the people responsible for the shipment of shabu as well. Kung parehas nyo pong nahuli, yung shabu at yung tao, you might be correct. Hindi po kayo nalusutan. Pero nahuli nyo yung shabu, hindi nyo nahuli yung tao, I hope, with all due respect, you will understand why I use the terminology nalusutan ang BOC.
Yes, Your Honor.
So let me go back to my question, Commissioner Faeldon. Would you like to...
Mr. Chair, in the indulgence of Congressman Luis Tro, hindi yata sinagot ni Commissioner Faeldon kung sino yung importer. Please tell us kung sino yung importer.
I will tell you immediately after I get the name, Your Honor. I do not want to be saying person here na hindi pala siya. I want to make sure that siya po yun, sir. I am asking someone to
Then you do not
have it
even know
verified
right
to me.
now? You're not even sure right now? Ba, pambihira naman buhay ito. You should be sure right now. Kung nakahuli kayo ng ganyan, hindi nyo alam kung sino yung importer?
Sir, gusto ko lang sana ma-verify talaga, sir. Kasi
Well,
I
you
cannot
better tell us
remember
later
the
on who.
specific name anymore, sir. So,
Because look, you'll be accountable to this. Nang kahuli kayo ng shabu, inamin mo. Pero hindi mo alam kung sino yung importer.
sir, within the day, within this hearing, I will name kung sino po yun, ma'am. I just want to make sure that
Thank you, Mr.
I will
Chair.
get
Thank
the
you,
correct name, Your
Congresswoman
Honors.
Luis Ro.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, please
if I may
proceed.
continue. Sir, medyo naputol po tayo dun sa importers accreditation. Let me continue that line, Commissioner Feldon. Kung meron na pong importers accreditation, then the importer can actually start facilitating the process. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what importation documents need to be submitted this time to the Bureau of Customs?
A packing list that's supposed to enumerate the items and the quantities of these commodities to be imported from other countries.
Aside from the packing list, sir, ano pong documents pa ang dapat isubmit sa BOC? This is the importation proper already. The importer already secured the accreditation. So, mag-i-import na siya. What documents need to be submitted to the BOC? You mentioned about the packing list. What else, Commissioner?
The specific term, ma'am, I cannot mention it, but these are the invoices of these commodities from the corporation or from the manufacturer. You get these commodities. This is to attest that the amount you specify there is correct. Dito po yung invoice from the manufacturers where these commodities will be coming from, Your Honor.
The packing list contains the description and the quantity of the goods, correct? While the commercial invoice contains the value.
The
of
value,
goods.
ma'am, because this is where the tariff will be computed once these commodities arrive in the country,
And
Your
when
Honor.
you say tariff, it means importation tax.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does it include bill of lading, Commissioner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po bang nilalaman naman itong bill of lading in the interest of the Filipino people?
Until you physically open the commodities in their packaging, it is very hard to assume that these are exactly the same as it is stated in those documents, Your Honor.
Yes, but with respect to the document bill of lading itself, what do we see from the bill of lading?
The shipment where these commodities will be coming in.
Can you please cite the information we see from the bill of lading?
Yung mga anong barko siya nakasakay, what are the containers, so that this can be tracked.
Containers reference number?
Yes, sir. Meron tayo. Ma'am, meron yang, these are international numbers that can be tracked by all customs agencies in the world. Kaya po meron number itong mga containers na to.
Pag sinabi niyo po bang tracking number, ito po bang binanggit ko kanina about the 6.4 billion shabu, MCLU 600, 1881, ito po ba yung international tracking number?
Yes, ma'am. That's why our Chinese counterpart gave us that number, and we were able to trace where that truck was delivered.
You are saying that the information, the source of your information is your Chinese counterpart.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, what other informations can we get from the bill of lading, sir? We have the international tracking number. I suppose we can see from the bill of lading the name of the shipper, the
Yes,
name
ma'am.
of the importer.
The date that's supposed to the arrival of these commodities in the
How about
country.
the country of origin?
Exactly, ma'am. It's part
Country
of
of
it.
destination.
Yes, ma'am.
The port of unloading.
Yes, ma'am.
The consignee
Yes, ma'am.
and the shipping line.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we determine through the bill of lading also the people facilitating the shipment here in the Philippines, apart from the importer, like for example, custom broker?
The brokers. Pardon me, but I am not real particular if it's part, the brokerage is part of that, or it's a different transaction that a broker
So
will...
you are not certain. You are not certain. If
Yes,
the
ma'am. I'm not
broker's
very sure
name
whether
is
it's the
indicated
broker is
also.
included there. I'm not sure, ma'am.
Saan po ginagamit, sir, yung special certificate or permit? This is among the documents which are being submitted to BOC. Saan po ba ginagamit to? Saan goods ito applicable? Or what kind of importation requires special certificates or permit?
I think some government importation.
For example po,
the importation of some government requirements that does not require payment of tariff, they may have different and special importation permit, Your Honor.
can we cite as example firearms and ammunitions if the Philippine government, for example, is importing some?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po yung special permit na tinutukoy doon?
The specifics of the permit, I cannot...
And that permit is issued by the Philippine government?
they have to get... there's so many government agencies that they have to pass through. There's an approval from the Philippine National Police, from the finance. When you get this special permit, it's a government agencies that approves that permit. And Customs Commissioner is not part of those who will approve it. It's secretary levels and multi-government agencies, Your Honor.
Halimbawa po, mag-import ako ng luxury vehicles. May special permit po bang kailangan doon?
I would like to report back to you, ma'am, if importation of luxury is required to have a special permit. But second-hand luxury, not allowed, definitely, is, except when there's specific, I don't know if there's specific law that allows importation of second-hand or slightly used luxury, but I would like to revert back to you, ma'am, if importation of luxuries requires special permit, Your Honor.
How about if I will be importing high-end branded garments or bags? Special permit required din po ba?
I think the brand owner has to have a certificate that this specific, let's say, Hermes, are we talking about? Yes. They have to certify that these are genuine.
So the certification being referred to here is issued by the company of the high-end brand.
Yes, ma'am, because if this brand came into the country without those certification, they are subject to apprehension, Your Honor.
I have this information that among the importation documents also is the classification of goods. Do you confirm this?
Yes, Your Honor.
And among the classification of goods, kasama po dyan yung general merchandise.
Yes, ma'am. Diyan yung general merchandise po, yun yung medyo magulo kasi there's so many commodities that's classified general merchandise. So diyan po tayo nagkakaroon ng maraming problema sa sa ating peer, sa ating
Can you
port.
please enlighten us, Commissioner? Ano po ba yung problemang na-generate nitong classification na general merchandise?
Mag-import ng, let's say, mga non-branded sapatos, mga damit, pero hahaluan na yan ng kung ano-ano na high-end commodity or prohibited commodities. Usually, dun sa general merchandise, tayo nagkakaroon ng problema. So, pinapasok na nila dun yung mga kontrabando. So, hindi siya nakalista dun sa packing list nila. Talagang dun sa general merchandise, yun po yung madalas maabuso nung importer. And the brokers, sometimes the brokers, they really don't care kung ano yung laman ng containers. So, yan po yung nagkaroon tayo ng, that's where the corruption and so many other problems come into play, yung sa general merchandise. Your
Commissioner, I will go back to you. Mr. Taguba, I remember during your previous testimony, you made mention of general merchandise in relation to TARA system. Can you enlighten us on this?
Your Honor, yung general merchandise po, iba-iba po kasing may-ari nun. So,
Iba-iba ang may-ari.
Opo. Yung isang container, pwedeng may footwear, pwedeng may kitchenware. So, iba-iba. Hindi naman siya kontrabando, pero hindi siya dinedeclare. Clear mo siya. Ang may-ari ng container, ay yung may-ari ng produkto, sobrang dami ng laman ng isang container. So, haba yung ililist mong items. So, ang ginagawa, pag general merchandise, pipili na lang ng ilan na papayagan naman ng BOC. So, yun na lang i-declare.
In other words, mayroong nakalista, mayroong hindi.
Yes. General description po.
And for some whose intention really is to engage in importation of contraband, sinasadya nila na gamiting classification yung general merchandise para mailusot those which are prohibited.
Magagamit po siya sa...
Like shabu.
Pwede po.
Yun bang 6.4 billion, if you still remember, Mr. Taguba, was it classified also as general merchandise?
Pwede ko po bang i-clarify muna yung sinabi ni Commissioner Faildon?
Yes.
Kung okay lang po.
Commissioner Faeldon, let me continue with the process, please. Once all these documents for importation are submitted to BOC, ano po bang sunod na gagawin? Let us say that the importation are already loaded in the cargo vessel, in the process of being shipped to the Philippines. What should be the next step?
Excuse me, Congresswoman Luistro, I believe your question earlier about the system that you asked Mr. Taguba, I think he's ready to
give the answer.
To give the answer to you. Before we ask another opinion from Commissioner Faildon. So,
Your Honor,
proceed.
Your Honor, nasa akin na yung pangalan ng importer. So, I would like to say it now. Yung tinanong nyo kanina, Your Honor, kung sino yung nag-import.
Okay, sige, ganito muna. You hold on to your horses, Mark. Let us listen first to Commissioner Faildon. Sige, Commissioner.
Yung importer po, ma'am, is a company na EMT Trading.
EMT Trading.
Yes, ma'am. And yung registered owner ay si Irene May Tatad. Nakakulong po yata ito ngayon, Your Honor. I would like Mr. Taguba to correct me if I'm wrong because I think siya yung I think he knows it.
Okay,
so
sige.
kung mali yung aking sinabi, I would...
So, ang consignee dun sa importation na yon ay EMT Trading. Tama, Commissioner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The registered owner is Irene May Tatad. I'm sure Mr. Taguba may clarify this if this is wrong or not.
Sige.
Your Honors, thank
Okay.
you.
So earlier, si Congresswoman Luistro asked a question to Mr. Taguba with regards to the sistema, no? Yung sistema, paano dinedeclare ang goods kung ang laman ay kontrabando. Sige, please continue.
Yes po, Your Honor. Pero po ang tanong po ni Anpo ay kung yung ba ay may shabu doon galing sa container na yon. Naalala ko po kasi sinabi lang kanina ni former Commissioner File doon na merong information from China. So, meron pong nag-testify sa court, taga BOC, si Rainier Ragos po. Ang tinestify po niya sa court is yung warehouse po, kung saan po yung natagpuan yung shabu. Wala pong container na nakalagay doon sa text message na yun.
Excuse me, Mark. Anong ibig mong sabihin? Yung may-ari ng warehouse, ang consignee?
Ay, yung sa shabu po na yung sinasabi po niyang information from China.
So, an information was shared to Commissioner Faildon, no? By your counterpart from China. And the information was, merong shabu ang warehouse.
Yun po ang information. Pero ang sabi po kasi kanina ni former Commissioner Faildon, merong container number na binigay. Pero doon po sa korte na nag-testify po itong si Rainier Ragos, wala pong container number. Kasi text message po yun. Warehouse lang po.
Mr. Chair, I wish to be clarified. Mark, yun bang nahuli sa warehouse, container ba yun or yung metallic cylinder lang?
Yun po, metallic cylinder lang po.
Wala na yung container?
Wala na po. Ito po yung timeline po niya. Na-deliver yung container May 24, nagka-raid na siya May 26 na siya.
In other words, the other merchandise inside this MCLU 600 1881 were delivered actually to their respective owners. And it was the metallic cylinder only which was discovered in the warehouse in Valenzuela.
Pero pwede ko rin pong sabihin na pwedeng hindi doon ang galing yung metal cylinder dahil hindi naman nakita yung unloading. Pag tinignan nyo po yung logbook nila, may mga ibang container na na-deliver doon. So, sa tingin ko, na ituro lang yung container na yun, meron din akong text message no, na galing kay Kenneth Dong na nung araw na yun mismo, nangihingi siya ng dokumento nung container number na MCLU 600-1881. Tinanong ko siya kung bakit, pero hindi na siya nag-reply. Ako naman, dahil parang wala naman sa akin yun, binigay ko na lang. Ang duda ko kasi, yun yung naging dahilan kaya naituro yung container na yun. Siguro kung hindi ako nagbigay ng dokumento na yun nung time na yun, baka hindi yun yung naiturong container.
Would you know the reason why Kenneth Dong was asking for the documents of that particular container?
Si Kenneth Dong po kasi middleman lang po siya. So, ang may-ari po kasi ng warehouse is si Richard Tan. Pero hindi kilala ni Kenneth Dong si Richard Tan, si Manny Lee lang. So, may middleman pa uli. Kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, nag-hearing na po sa Senate ito noon, nang hingi ng dokumento si Manny Lee sa kanya. Itong MCLU 600-1881. So siya naman, hiningi rin niya sa akin, parang ano lang. Tapos binigay ko sa kanya, binigay niya kay Manny Lee, ayun siguro nakarating kay Richard Tan, yun ay naituro na container. So, hindi ko, ano lang po ito parang assumption ko lang po, theory ko lang po. Kasi wala namang container na natagpuan doon mga cylinder lang po.
Was this container ever discovered during that time? Kung nasan itong container na to?
Wala na po yung container doon nung 2 araw na nakakalipas So, ang nakita na lang doon is yung mga metal cylinder na may nakalagay nga doon na na papel, yung Fidel Anoche D. Yun na yung pinagbasehan nila.
But do you confirm that that container, the shipment inside that container was classified as general merchandise?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi per your narration, kapag general merchandise, maraming may-ari, various types of goods. But I wish to emphasize what you said, na pwede yung metallic cylinder ay hindi naman ang galing dun sa container na iyon. Kasi wala ng container na nakita sa loob ng warehouse.
Wala po, hindi po. Wala
If
po
that
sila.
is the case, Mr. Taguba, what therefore was the basis why you were made accountable for the metallic cylinder when there is no proof that that is one of the contents of that container?
Yun po. Yung packing list naman, kailanman di ko nakita itong packing list na ito eh.
Does the packing list mentions about metallic cylinder?
Wala po. Yung sinasabi kong packing list, yung ANHI packing list, hindi po siya official document. Kailanman di ko siya nakita. Hindi siya sinabit sa BOC. Ang nakakaalam lang nito is si Manny Lee, sila Richard Tan, na yun, di umano, merong metal cylinder.
And I remember you also testified before na you have a pack and another packing list was produced during the hearing in the court without the stamp of the BOC, and that was the one which was appreciated by the court.
Yun po yung nangyari.
Do you still have with you the packing list with the stamp of the BOC?
Ano na lang po, Xerox copy na lang po.
But it still bear the stamp of the BOC?
Yes po. Inano naman siya, verify po siya ng BOC na si Dennis Maniego na ito ay totoong dokumento. So, kahit wala yung original copy kasi sinasubmit syempre sa BOC, kahit Xerox copy lang siya, pinatunayan naman na totoo ito. At gusto ko lang din iklaro yung AFTA. So, ito po yung isang special permit din po ito. Hindi naman permit, kumbaga, para makabawas sa tax. So, ASEAN-China Free Trade Agreement, hindi po ako nagkakamali, yun po ay may tatak po ng Quarantine Bureau ng China na in-inspect po siya. At gusto ko lang din sabihin na katulad din sa Pilipinas, hindi lahat ng container ini-inspect. So, swerte rin siya at na-inspect siya. So, dapat talaga yung korte, nung in-assess niya, dapat pinanigan niya yung aming dokumento kaysa dun sa informal
What do you
packing list
mean
na
when
yun.
you said swerte siya, na-inspect siya?
Hindi po lahat ng container na i-inspect. Ganon din po. Hindi ganon talaga. Sobrang daming container. So siya, na-inspect siya. Meron siya tatak ng Quarantine Bureau. Pinatunayan sa korte na totoo yun.
You're referring to this MCU 1881?
Yes. Your Honor.
Okay. And then?
Sa kasamaang palad, ang pinanigan ng korte is yung ANHI packing list, na informal packing list na hindi naman sinabmit sa Bureau of Customs. So yun, hanggang ngayon, inilalaban namin yun. Nag-motion for reconsideration kami with motion to inhibit.
So you anchored one of the arguments where you anchored your motion for reconsideration is the non-appreciation of the packing list with the stamp of the BOC.
Yes. Pinaka
Okay.
number 1 po.
Mr. Chair, may I continue?
You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Commissioner Faeldon, I recall there's such a thing as declaration of goods with the BOC. Ano po ito, Commissioner?
In paper, I think the declaration of goods is the packing documents where you specify there what are these commodities you're importing and the quantity of each commodity that you'll be importing.
I'm sorry, sir, but based on my research, this is different from the packing list. So, what distinguishes a good declaration from a packing list? Based on my information, ito daw pong good declaration na ito ay isinasubmit sa BOC within certain number of days before the arrival of the shipment.
I would like to ask help from the expert if what's the difference between the two, Your Honor.
I see. And based on your knowledge, Commissioner Feldon, ano bang purpose nitong good declaration?
Well, in the term itself, that is to give a truthful declaration of what is the importation you're bringing, what is these goods you're importing to the country. I think that's the purpose.
Perhaps it describes also the type of goods and the quantity and
Exactly,
the value.
That's why my assumption is this is the packing list, because that is where the specific type of good quantity is being declared.
Tama po bang sabihin, Commissioner Feldon, na on the basis of this declaration of goods, the BOC is able to determine whether it will go through the yellow lane, the green lane, or the red lane? Does this good declaration has something to do with the lane where the shipment will go through?
Yes, ma'am. There's an office in the customs that does the vetting of those declaration of good. It is our risk management office. Once all those documents were submitted to the customs, they will start to run that into our system, whether this importation will pass through the physical inspection upon arrival in our ports, or X-ray, or will go to the fast lanes. So it's another office that does the vetting of those actual importation. Our office is called Risk Management Office, Your Honor.
Let me go back to Mr. Taguba. Is it on this stage that the process or the system in the BOC is being manipulated by the TARA system?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
And which office is responsible to determine under which lane the shipment must go through?
Yung mga ano po ba yan? Mga yellow lane, red lane, green lane. RMO po ata.
Anong tawag po sa opisina?
RMO.
Ano pong ibig sabihin ng opisina na yon?
Risk Management Office. Kung di po ako nagkakamali.
So this is the same risk management office that was mentioned by Commissioner Feldon. Mr. Chair, considering the vital information, I believe, which can be shared by the RMO with respect to the alleged manipulation of this yellow lane, green lane, red lane in relation to the TARA system, I humbly move that we invite for our next hearing the head of the Risk Management Office of the BOC.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there is a motion to invite the risk management officer of the BOC, the head. Duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
Mr. Taguba, kung ako mag-i-import ng firearms and ammunition, but I will be enrolling myself in the TARA system, alleged by you. So mapupunta ako sa green lane, exempted ako from document inspection, exempted ako from physical examination, malulusot ko ang firearms and ammunitions without knowledge at all of the BOC.
Well, unang-una, hindi po ako papayag na magpasok ng ganyan.
That is only an assumption. That is a hypothetical question.
Pero, yes po, Your Honor.
Yes, because you said the reason why you enrolled yourself to what you allege as Davao Group is to be able to avail of this TARA system, which, as described by Mr. Guban, has been existing in BOC since time immemorial. And the significance of this TARA system, kapag nag-green lane ka, exempted ka sa document inspection, exempted ka din sa physical examination. Do you confirm that?
Yes, sir. Pwede ko po bang dagdagan yun? Hindi naman po, katulad po ng sinabi niya, time immemorial po, nandiyan na po yung TARA. Hindi po naman namin ginusto na pasukin yung TARA system na yan. Kaya naman ginagawa yan, siyempre, yung mga negosyante, kung makakabawas ka ng babayaran, gagawin mo. Lalo na kung itong mga nagko-consult,
For some, yes.
Ito pong
But for
nagpapakonsolidate.
some, there is intention really to bring in contraband. Yung iba ang gusto magtipid lang. Pero yung iba, chances are, the intention really is to bring in prohibited items. Would you agree
Yes.
with me?
Yes, Your Honor. Pero katulad po ng sinabi ko, paano naman yung mga maliliit na nagnenegosyo? Kung yung kalaban nila na nagnenegosyo din, paano nila maibibenta yung mga produkto nila na hindi nila kayang tapatan yung presyo ng mga taong yun?
That is just a portion of a bigger perspective, Mr. Taguba. I am more alarmed about the national security of the country considering the manipulation of the entry of goods inside the country. For the information of the Filipino people, based on the previous testimony of our resource persons, kapag enrolled ka sa TARA system, you avail of the green lane, exempted ka sa document inspection, exempted ka sa physical examination. Kung nasa yellow lane ka, exempted ka sa document exemption, inspection, pero hindi ka exempted sa physical examination. Is that correct?
Yes po.
At
Yes, Your
kapag
Honor.
red lane ka, subject ka both to document inspection and to physical examination.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang malaman kung sino yung naglagay ng mga ganung lane. Yung ba ay due course ng customs o sino ang naglagay nun? Yung red lane, green lane?
BOC na po makakasagot po niyan.
Ang BOC na makakugot nun?
Hindi ko po alam.
Okay, Commissioner Paildon, ano po yung sinasabi ni Mr. Taguban na red lane, green lane? Ano po yun?
Those classifications, hindi lang po yan peculiar sa Pilipinas. Annually, there's a annual Director General's Conference of all customs chiefs in the world. And these are the best practices that has been agreed upon to do. When I assume, matagal na po siya doon.
Ibig sabihin, you confirm na merong ganong classification.
Yes, sir, but I would like to disagree on some of the requirements stated by one of our speaker here that when you pay TARA, nasa green lane ka. I would like to disabuse that because there's stringent requirements before you go there. Most of these corporations that are there, these are international corporations who have proven their honesty in importing commodities. You cannot be importer today and be at the green lane tomorrow.
So, Commissioner Paildon, you affirm, you confirm that there is a TARA system.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe
There
in
is.
that.
Oo.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you believe that to be legal?
Pakiuli, sir, di ko na...
Do you believe that to be legal?
It's
The
criminal.
TARA system is legal.
It's criminal, Your Honor.
It is illegal.
Yes, Your Honor.
Illegal yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you know that there is.
Of course, Your
And
I
you
know,
did
Your
not
Honor.
do anything to stop it.
I did a lot, sir, Your Honor.
What did you do to stop the TARA system?
Ang una-una,
During
sir,
your time.
Yes, sir. In my small time, there, a little over 1 year, in my first week of stint, I requested all the importers and brokers and appeal to them because I agree with your honors that this is since immemorial and we've been losing maybe trillions already because wala nagbabayad eh. Si Mr. Tagupa sinasabi niya gusto makabawas eh. Ang samang pakinggan eh. Kasi ginugulangan mo na kagad yung bansa eh. Gusto mong kumita, so bawasan mo na kagad yung tariff na babayaran mo. Talagang hindi pwede yan. So I appealed to them. Then after 2 months, unang meeting namin, these are thousands of brokers and importers. I appealed to them na maawa naman kayo sa bansa natin. Yung binabayad yung buwis, para sa atin yan. The second is dun sa trade center. I think more than 2,000 attended. Pero ganun pa rin, sir, eh. Talagang embedded. Marami talagang importers and brokers na gustong kumita. So, I started vetting kung sino itong mga airing. That's why we came up with that 4,000 na dinlist namin. Nagalit sila sa akin, of course, but lahat tayo, sir, naglilingkod sa bayan. So, sinasabi nga niya, gusto makabawas. Yes, makabawas sila sa kanilang binabayaran, pero yung taong bayan yung nalulugi dyan. So, I think, as far as they are concerned, hindi nila ako nagusto kasi 4,000 nga tinanggal ko sa listahan nila eh. So those are the process na ginawa ko, Your Honor. Talaga pong...
Commissioner, ang sinabi ni Mark Taguba, gusto nilang makabawas, kaya sila yung nagpupunta roon sa classification ng lanes. Tama ba ako, Mr. Taguba?
Pwede ko po bang sagutin yung sinabi?
Go ahead. Sige po. Sagutin nyo.
Yung sinasabing makabawas, unang-una, hindi namin gusto magtara. Yan naman hindi papansinin yung dokumento mo.
Paki-explain muna sa amin, ano ba yung TARA system para sa kaalaman ng taong bayan? Ano ba talaga ang TARA system sa Bureau of Customs? Lagay ba yan? O ano ba yan?
Lagay po. Grease money po ito, TARA.
O ibig sabihin, the TARA system is grease money. Nabanggit nga po ni Commissioner Paeldon, Mr. Chair, na ang TARA system is illegal, di ba? O, tama rin ang sinabi ni Mark Taguba na ito ay grease money o lagay. Ano?
Yes po.
Gaano kataas ang lagay sa isang TARA?
Maabot po ng 10,000 kung di po ako nagkakamali.
Per container?
Per container. Depende po sa opisina.
Anong gusto mong ipaliwanag kanina?
Gusto ko lang ipaliwanag na sinasabi niya na yung mga nagpaparating ng mga produkto nila gusto makabawas kaya nagtatara. Unang-una, hindi nila kailangan magbigay ng tara kung maayos yung BOC. Kung inaasikaso yung mga papel at hindi kailangan magbigay ng buwis para lang asikasuhin ka, walang magbibigay ng tara. So, sabi nga ni Jimmy Guban dito, time immemorial, nandiyan na yan. So, dapat ang ano dyan is yung tara, kung wala yan, yun yung pinaka-problema eh. Hindi kailangan ng mga nagpaparating ng mga produkto na may tara. Kaya sila nagtara kasi yung mga kakompetensya nila, mas mababa yung binabayarang buwis. Paano ka makikipagkompetensya sa kanila kung mas mababa yung buwis nila?
Commissioner Peldon, kanina nabanggit mo na nababawasan yung ibinibigay sa bayan, no? Itong tara, hindi naman sa bayan ibibigay ito, sa bulsa eh. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa bulsa na ibibigay yan eh. So,
Yes, Your
paano
Honor.
mapapaliwanag mo sa amin ngayon na nababawasan yung ibinibigay na dapat na ibigay sa bayan natin?
Tama po kayo, sir. That's why yung first meeting ko sa kanila, this is exactly how I appealed to them. Kung meron kayong alam na airing BOC officer na tumatanggap ng tara, ay pwede nyo bang ireklamo, pumunta kayo sa opisina namin at ibigay nyo sa amin yung pangalan. Sir, after 6 months...
Wala bang sinabi sa'yo? Meron ka pa salita, Commissioner, Wala bang binanggit sa'yo mga pangalan ng panahon mo? Wala ba?
Sir, nag-appeal ako for 6 months. Of the 12,000 importers and brokers, kahit
Wala.
isa sa kanila, walang nagsabi na mayroon tumatanggap ng tara. So that is our problem. No one is willing among them to complain kung sino yung taga-BOC na tumatanggap.
Ibig sabihin, natatakot po sila magsalita pag wala kayo natatanggap na report. Nakakapagtaka po naman, Commissioner Peldon, pakituruan niyo po ako na hindi niyo po alam kung sino yan, samantalang kayo pong commissioner.
Your Honor, ang hirap pong mag-akusa ka na wala kang ebidensya. That's why sinasabi ko, tama po, I believe na may tara. That's why in my first 6 months, I appeal to them. Please go to our office and let us know kung sino po itong tumatanggap ng tara.
Hindi talaga maaalis ang korupsyon. Pag ganyan.
I would like to ask also.
Sino po yung ating ano ngayon? Commissioner La Peña, kayo po ngayon ng ano? Sino ang ating ano ngayon? Sino ang ating BOC ngayon?
Mr. Chair,
Sige po.
I just want to manifest that I am yielding whatever time is remaining for me to Chairman Abante as I need to move to my other committee for a hearing.
So you're yielding your time to...
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I am soliciting the
Because
permission of the chairman to leave this
because
committee
the
hearing.
interjection was so long. That's the reason why? Okay, thank you so much, Congresswoman Jinky Luistro. You can proceed.
Mr. Chair, that was not
Co-chair.
actually interjection. It was actually Commissioner
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Luistro.
it's very short, really. This one is very short, just to wind up.
Okay, Congresswoman Jinky Luistro, you are recognized.
About the manipulation of the yellow lane, the green lane, and the red lane. Yung sinasabi po ni Mark Taguba, gusto makabawas, gusto makatipid. That is in as far as the revenue generation perspective of the government is concerned. But I wish to invite the attention of the committee to a bigger perspective. Ang pinag-uusapan po natin dito is not only misdeclaration, but even non-declaration. Paano kung may magpasok ng bomba? Paano kung may magpasok ng mga firearms and ammunitions without the necessary declaration? And what if the consignee, the end user of this importation, are terrorist group? I hope we appreciate the possibility na baka hindi lang po income ng gobyerno ang nawawala. Baka hindi lamang po batas ang nava-violate. Mr. Chair, I lament that with that existing system as alleged by our resource persons, we are compromising already even the national security of our country. That is a manifestation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. And with that as well, kasi medyo meron lang ako itatanong sa mga naging commissioner ng BOC. Kasi pag may mga nakakalusot sa atin, katulad ng binabanggit ni Mark Taguba, ay nag-i-issue tayo ng di ba? Minsan hinahabol natin yan, di ba? Nag-i-issue tayo ng parang letter of authority para doon po sa mga illegal goods na nire-raid natin sa mga warehouses. Is this a correct assumption? Kay Mr. La Peña and Mr. Peldon, you can answer both.
Yes, sir. The commissioner is granted by the new law, Customs Modernization and Tariff Act of 2016, to issue search warrant as far as imported commodities are concerned. So the customs can issue search warrants and confiscate smuggled commodities.
Yeah, okay. So, may mga ini-issue tayong letter of authority. Tapos, kapag nakita natin na yun nasa mga warehouses na yon are illegal goods, nag-i-issue tayo ng warrant to seize and to destroy. Ganun ba ginagawa ng Bureau?
You can confiscate the commodity outrightly, Your Honor. And depending on the type of commodity, let's say in my time, sir, if I may, the importation of fake cigarettes seals that were actually used for local manufacturers in their cigarettes is one of the powers of the customs to seize and confiscate commodities. Those are just ones of the...
So yung mga confiscated na mga goods, yung mga illegal goods na nako-confiscate because of the warrant that are being issued by the BOC, how can we be sure of na hindi yung po bumabalik sa market na lahat ng mga goods na nako-confiscate ay napapapunta po doon muli sa BOC or ito po ay talagang dinidestroy? What are the parameters being undertaken by the Bureau para yung kinonduct po nating raid through the letter of authority on raiding that warehouse where the illegal goods are being kept? Anong assurance ng taong bayan na hindi po ito bumabalik doon sa black market, kumbaga, sa mga suki buyer na pinalusot? Kasi usually, di ba, katulad nung sinasabi natin sa mga illegal drugs na yan, di ba, minsan hindi naman talaga sinusunog lahat eh. Hindi naman dinidestroy lahat, di ba? So what are the parameters?
The disposal of some commodities, the authority to dispose it or how to proceed after the confiscation is no longer under the authority of the commissioner. It goes to the secretary level. And
Secretary of
Finance. That's where the BOC is under. So for like perishable items, talagang let's say sibuyas, nabulok na yan doon sa pier, pinoprocess pa yung disposal niyan. So there's specific parameters of how these commodities are being disposed of. But for the recyclable, let's say for the cigarette, hindi mo yan basta-basta lang itapon kasi yung shelf life time niyan is mahaba. So even the highest government, meron siyang power to address how these confiscated commodities are to be disposed of. So hindi lang talaga commissioner lang, Your Honor.
So dito sa mga raids that are being or were being conducted noon before, meron na bang naging successful yung mga kinasuhan natin? Kasi in the first place, dapat, di ba, kung nag-raid tayo, tapos na-confiscate natin yung mga illegal goods sa isang warehouse. So, dahil nga, nandun siya sa warehouse, illegal goods siya, meron na bang nakasuhan sa BOC? Because nakalusot eh. Lumabas eh. Nakarating sa warehouse eh. And we have numerous, marami tayong mga raids that were conducted that was issued by the commissioner ng letter of authority para mag-search ng mga illegal commodities. So, nakita natin, napatunayan natin na maraming mga illegal goods. So, meron bang kinasuhan sa BOC because of that? Sige, sir.
Your Honors, during my time, the biggest, let's say, success the BOC has achieved was the payment of 33 billion pesos to the Philippine government as a result of our raid.
Commissioner, yung tinatanong ko po, kung merong kinasuhan sa BOC, kasi nakalusot eh. Halimbawa,
Yes, sir.
kotse.
Yes, sir.
Nakalusot. May kinasuhan po ba?
Yes, sir. Yung Mighty Cigarette, we raided that, we filed a case, and they settled to pay the government 33 billion pesos. That's the biggest during my time.
Aside from that, kasi siguro we need to find out, no? During your time, during ng mga BOC natin, na commissioner, Mr. Chairman, siguro alamin po natin kung ilan po yung inisyo nilang letter of authority or yung mga kinonduct nilang mga search at mga raids. Tapos makita natin, ilang successful raids po doon, ang nagkaroon ng doon sa mga empleyado natin sa BOC na nanagot dahil doon po sa mga naging successful na raids. So I think it's high time that we audit the letter of authority that was being issued by the commissioners. Kasi makikita po natin yung mga issuance nila ng letter of authority doon sa mga raid na kinonduct nila. At kung successful ito, ilan ang nanagot sa BOC ng mga empleyado. So, Mr. Chairman, I think in the next hearing, we will be asking the present, yung BOC, sino ba BOC natin ngayon? Sino nga ba? Si Rubio, to submit to us yung mga letter of authorities that was issued by the different administration. And at the same time, makita din po natin yung warrant nung cease and destroy, yung WSD na sinasabi. Kasi nga po, kasi dito rin po tayo nalulusutan yung mag-i-issue sila ng warrant to cease and destroy. Pero ang dinedestroy nila, tama, si Nick Paldon na depende. Kung perishable, maaaring bulok na. Pero yung mga hindi, yung mga dinedestroy ba nila, talagang 100% dinedestroy nila? Yun ang gusto natin malaman. Kung naglilinis na rin lang tayo sa gobyerno, linisin na po natin lahat. So, yun lamang po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Balik na po natin kay Chairman
Thank
Ace.
you, Congressman Fernandez. Yes, Congressman Abante.
I just would like to continue on asking the question on the TARA, no? Sapagkat, Luca, we have been talking about the TARA system nung pang-isa Pero hanggat pinag-uusapan natin yan, at hindi natin talaga natutukoy yan para hihinto yan, wala rin kwenta ito pinag-uusapan natin. So gusto kong kausapin, yung pagkatapos ng Commissioner Peldon, si Commissioner La Peña, di ba? So Commissioner La Peña, nung panahon mo, meron pa rin TARA system.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman. Yes, there was. In fact, before I assumed as the Commissioner of Customs,
Pakitapit po yung microphone.
before I assumed as the Commissioner of the Bureau of Customs, I heard the privilege speech of was mentioned by him, which is existing in the Bureau of Customs.
Sino po ito? Sino po?
Senator Lacson, Your Honor.
Now, I'd like to know, Commissioner La Peña and Commissioner Baildon, that the TARA system, if it continues, it is a big loss to the revenues of this government. Am I right?
That's right, Your Honor.
So,
In fact,
what happened in your own turf?
yeah, in my time, what I did was, of course, that's one basis ng aking action, plan of action in the Bureau of Customs. But among others, I met the Association of Importers and talked to them kung ano ba yung mga problema nila. And that is one of those mentioned. But among those, aside from that, the other problem is the slow facilitation or the slow processing of the papers. In fact, it's because of the slow processing of the papers that the importer go to those people who processes their documents, and their goods or when it is delayed, there is a penalty, which is called yung dimurahe, which is 10,000 per day. Ang dimurahe niyan, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. That's why yung mga importers talagang bumibigay, even without asking. The TARA system actually is a facilitation fee na kung nagbigay ka, aalalayan yung iyong goods. That's why what I did as a solution is after talking with all concerned, number one is I acted on the AMO, Accreditation Management Office, because that is the first place where corruption happens.
Pero Commissioner Peña, nung panahon ninyo, andun pa rin yung classification ng red lane, ng green lane, andun pa rin.
There was, Your Honor.
But you did not do anything to remove it, did you?
Well, actually, Your Honor, it's necessary. The green lane has to be resorted to because kung hindi mo isi-segregate yung mga cleared na, mahaba yung pila ng mga container van na yan, container truck. Magkakaroon ng ng traffic in the process. That's why.
So what's the difference between the red lane and the green lane?
the green lane is cleared already, Your Honor. The red lane, these are the one that is subjected to a more strict scrutiny, passing through the X-ray.
Tama po yung sinabi ni Mark Taguba na pag nasa green lane ka, hindi na binubusan yung container, hindi na masyadong ina-examine yan. Yan ay talagang diretso na, ganun po ba?
That's right, Your Honor.
Therefore, talagang hindi mawawala ang korupsyon, Commissioner La Peña, because of that. Am I right?
Yeah, yes, Honor. But there are ways how to address that situation. And as I have said, we have to talk with the personnel, customs personnel, to move faster, to act faster on the papers of the importers. And I have a study, a plan. Actually, I have started already the automation of customs. And if we automate, that will reduce the processing of papers, Your Honor, and that will address the corruption, actually, that has been prevailing in the Bureau of Customs. And there will be less human factor or human intervention. I saw those automated customs in the Kota Kinabalu customs facilities. You cannot see brokers in that area, but the container vans passes through na walang intervention, but they are subjected to X-rays. So it is you can collect more revenues. Siguro yung if you will go automated, the cost of automation is bak isang taon lang yan, mababawi na yung X-ray machine na yan o yung automation, I mean. So I last hearing, Your Honor, when I was here, I mentioned about the automation in the Bureau of Customs because I feel very strongly that will be the solution dito sa problema sa Bureau of Customs.
The Commissioner, both of you know, the digitalization of the agency like the Bureau of Customs was started during the time of President Ramos. I'd like to find out from you, what happened to the digitalization of the agency? Because, as you have said, that is one way to curb corruption, to digitalize the Bureau of Customs. We were talking with the Bureau of Internal Revenue chairman today, and he told me that that is one way to curb corruption. Digitalize mo ang agency ng ating pamahalaan. So, ano po ang ginawa ninyo? Uunahin ko si Commissioner Peldon. What have you done as far as digitalizing the Bureau of Customs?
During my time, sir, there is, in fact, in the previous administration, there was an allocation of 400 million pesos to computerize customs. But it was subject to court litigation. So, it was never implemented during my time because the 400...
Commissioner, because there are some people there in customs who are actually against it. So they can continue the corruption. Am I right?
It can be assumed that way, sir.
But only assumed that way, Commissioner Peldon. It is true. Di ba? That's the reason why merong court case dyan, napatagal yung digitalization dyan. Hanggang ngayon, Commissioner La Peña, how many percent of the Bureau of Customs are actually digitalized?
Well,
during your time?
Yeah, in my time, Your Honor, the offices have computers, are computerized. But I am referring to the computerization of the importation process, Your Honor. And as I've said, we have started the planning of this computerization of the Bureau of Customs. Although Well, I was not able to finish it because I was transferred to TESDA. I became the Director General of TESDA. But just the same, that project was being piloted, operationally tested, Your Honor, but it did not push through anymore. I agree with you that maybe within the customs do not like the computerization, the automation. That's why it should come from the national government, from the, for example, from the custom, from the Congress, and let it happen. Let the automation be done, completed, and implemented in Bureau of Customs. 1 year only that can be yung cost ng automation will be mababawi na yon sa revenue na
Mr. Chair, perhaps one of the bills that the Quadcom could be able to look into is the bill to actually digitalize agencies in government that are very much involved, especially in the issue of corruption, Mr. Chair. Pero itong si Mr. Taguba, ikaw ba ay dumating pa sa time ni Commissioner La Peña o kay Commissioner Peldon lamang?
Kay Commissioner Peldon lang po.
Okay. So, let me ask you, no, in the truest sense of the word. Now, you tell me, sapagkat Commissioner Peldon, you have admitted that you were not actually in control of everything. Ibig sabihin, yung pag-release ng mga containers is not up to you anymore. So, director na lang, di ba?
The law specifically said that that's the role of the collectors in the 38 ports nationwide.
Therefore, hindi mo na alam yun.
The details of those packing lists, because in one port alone, there are 2,500 containers. The new law delineate the role of the commissioner and the collectors nationwide, because commissioner cannot go to that 38 ports and inspect those commodities.
What does the custom police do? Do you have enough policemen in the customs branch that are actually looking into it? Hindi ba sila ang dapat managot dyan?
I think just like the other government agencies, we lack manpower as far as the customs police is concerned. Of the 38 ports, I think the manpower to do that is not enough to really seal the borders as far as importation of contraband is concerned, Your Honor.
Chair, I'd like to make a request or a motion that we also invite the director of the customs police to shed light in this corruption, Mr. Chair.
Yes, okay. COMSEC, you are directed to send the invitation to the head of the customs police in the next scheduled committee hearing.
CIS.
So before we proceed, let me acknowledge first the presence
Sir.
of yes.
CIIS ba yun?
Customs police is different from CIIS, correct?
Iba ba yung CIIS?
Magkaiba yan.
Sa custom police?
Yes, Your Honor.
So may we invite also sa CIIS then?
And the head of the CIIS, COMSEC. So let me acknowledge first the presence of the following members who are present. Congresswoman Pami Zamora, Congressman Zia Adyong, Congressman Ernex Junicio, Congressman Ping Remulla, Congressman Salvador Plato, Congressman Rog Gutierrez, and Congressman Arrogancia.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Akop?
pwede po bang mag-interject?
Yes, you may. Congressman Akop, please proceed.
Thank you. Do we have a representative of the Bureau of Customs today?
We invited the Bureau of Customs for today's committee hearing, right? And is there any representative from the BOC? Oh, there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can you please identify yourself from the BOC?
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I'm Attorney Tristan Langkay. I am the current Director of the Legal Service Bureau of Customs.
Okay, thank you, Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you. The the two former customs director admitted that there's a TARA system. There was a TARA system during their tenure. Would that be correct? Sid, would that be correct during your term that there was a TARA system? Commissioner La Peña?
There was, Your Honor. In fact, well, what I did, with your permission, if may I explain a little bit. What I did was...
Commissioner Sid, premise ko lang ito. Commissioner Faldo,
Yes, Your Honor.
you admitted also that there was
Yes, Your
a
Honor.
TARA system during your tenure.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, may I ask the representative of the Bureau of Customs, meron po bang TARA system ngayon?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I have no experience or knowledge on that TARA system, Your Honor. Currently, I'm just with the legal service of the Bureau of Customs.
How long have you been in the Bureau of Customs?
I've been with the Bureau of Customs since 2009, Your Honor.
And you do not know of the existence of a TARA system within your department or your office?
As to the existence, Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge of that.
I'm not asking whether you have personal knowledge.
Yes, Your Honor, if not personal knowledge, I've heard about it during discussions like this forum, during investigations. Among sa mga kwentuhan, Your Honor, narinig ko, pero wala akong experience on that, Your Honor.
Attorney,
Yes, sir.
hindi naman galing sa Bureau of Customs yung report sa amin. Galing sa mga broker mismo. Yung nakikipag-deal sa customs na may TARA system. I do not know. You have been with customs since 2009, and you, in this committee, the two customs director already admitted that there was a TARA system during the term. Tapos ngayon, ang tanong ko, meron pa ba sa Bureau of Customs? Sabi mo, attorney, you do not know. You do not have any personal knowledge. Did you take your oath?
No, he has not taken his oath yet, Your Honor, but we can administer the oath now. Comsec, please.
I think it is necessary, Mr. Chair, so that if I find him lying, then I can move to cite him in contempt.
Okay. Please, Comsec, administer the oath of Attorney Langkay from the Bureau of Customs.
Sir, please stand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this congressional inquiry, so God may help you? Yes, the oath has been administered, sir.
Thank you, Comsec. Please proceed, Congressman Acop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not know, attorney, if in the previous hearing, present po kayo.
I was not present, Your Honor.
It was Attorney Boca?
I think it's
Boco,
Attorney Dibuco, Your Honor, one of the chiefs who is under the legal service, Your Honor.
I agree. At halos parehas kayo ng sagot. You do not have personal knowledge. Yun din ang sagot nung representative ng Customs in the last hearing. But I would like to tell you, dalawa na yung naging commissioner ng Customs. Sinabi po nila, inamin nila na may TARA system. Si Mr. Jimmy Guban, who had been with Customs, inamin din niya na may TARA system. Si Mr. Taguba, na nakikipag-deal dun sa Customs, inamin din niya na may TARA system. Kayo na lang po, na nandun sa Customs currently, ang hindi po umaamin na merong TARA system. Ulitin ko yung sinabi ko nung last hearing. Pag nawala na yung Friday habit ng Customs at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Friday, maniniwala na po ako na walang TARA system. Now, may I ask, do you want to refute that, attorney? Pati si Senator Lacson, in one of his privileged speeches, sinabi rin niya yan.
Your Honor, can I...
Do you want to refute my statement?
No, Your Honor, I just want to say something about
you.
You ask the permission of the chairman. It's the rules.
Mr. Chair, can I make a
Please proceed.
manifestation on that matter, Your Honor? Considering that a certain Mr. Taguba is saying that there is a TARA system and he has experienced it, Your Honor. As a lawyer, Your Honor, may I just suggest, Your Honor, that a proper complaint affidavit identifying the specific circumstances on which he actually paid TARA and identifying the, Your Honor, please, with due respect, the persons or individuals involved so that the proper appropriate administrative or criminal action can be undertaken, Your Honor. Please, that's just my idea, Your Honor. Thank you.
If I may, Congressman Acop, Attorney, yung pagtatanong tungkol doon ba sa TARA system, kung ito ba ay existing hanggang sa ngayon, ay nasa konteksto po nung paghingi ng information na patuloy pa ba itong mga ganitong mga gawain dyan sa loob ng customs. Of course, we're not saying that you are involved in that kind of illegal system. What we're saying is that you may probably have heard from the sources or grapevines or even perhaps some of your colleagues na merong ganitong nangyayari. Yun ang konteksto ng pagtatanong. Kasi dalawang former commissioner nagsabi meron. Diba? Yung broker na nagnenegosyo sa loob, sinasabi meron. Yung intelligence officer na taga-loob ng custom, sinasabi meron. Ikaw na taga-loob ka ng custom, sinasabi mo, hindi mo, wala. Diba? So ano yun? You probably have heard that there are stories about the TARA system inside. Kasi sa tagal mo dyan, imposible. Di ba, Attorney? Yes, please.
Your Honor, can I expound, Your Honor? Since I joined the Bureau, I've heard stories about the TARA system. And it seems that the TARA system was in place even before this container shipments was in place.
Yes.
Because shipments before was in open. There's no modal containers. It's not covered. So in open. So they make the TARA, they count. TARA is a counting system at the time, Your Honor, that they make.
Attorney,
that was the context, Your Honor, and then I heard. Then eventually, Your Honor, during my stint in the Bureau of Customs, I also heard it during inquiries, just like what happened during the inquiry in this EMT case, Your Honor, please.
Hindi, ang sinasabi, you're lecturing us on the sinasabi mong TARA na yung the usual word, the real definition of TARA. But in this case, in the context of the questions raised by Congressman Acop, yung tarang pinag-uusapan natin dito ay yung lagay, ay yung grease money. Ang tanong, ulitin natin, tinatanong ni Congressman Acop, meron pa bang grease money o TARA dyan sa Bureau of Customs sa ngayon?
As of now, Your Honor, I have no information about a TARA system ongoing with the Bureau of Customs.
Mr. Chair,
okay,
alam mo, nakakagalit to. I think you're lying to us. You know, you have been there for quite a time. If the commissioners know about that, why don't you know? You're a lawyer. My goodness, and you're even telling us, suggesting to us that Mr. Tagupa file a complaint? My goodness, Mr. Chair, pasensya po kayo, pero talagang kinakailan sabihin ko to eh.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Please proceed, Congressman Acop.
Before I proceed, Mr. Chair, I would just like to make a manifestation. Attorney, in the last hearing also, a representative of the Customs Police appeared here as a resource person in the name of Major Cascolan. Inamin din po niya na merong TARA system. I am surprised na kayong dalawa na nandun sa legal department parehas na parehas kayo ng sagot. It is of record, Attorney. Now, may I proceed, Mr. Chair? I would like to ask the two commissioners. Inamin niyo po na merong TARA system at may, sa pagtatanong ni Honorable Abante, may mga nawawala para sa gobyerno. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, may I know, have you ever estimated the amount of money that government is losing because of this TARA system annually? Para makita natin anong epekto nito sa ating bansa. Have you ever conducted an investigation on the estimate of money lost by government annually?
Mr. Chair. Well, for easy computation, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, say the container ban is valued at
with your indulgence, Sid, my question is, have you ever conducted an investigation to estimate the amount of losses of government because of the TARA system? Have you ever done that?
During my time, I did, sir.
You did?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about you, Commissioner Sid?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, what was the result of your investigation? May I know?
During my time, Your Honor, there's around 2,500 containers coming to the country every day. If the TARA system applies at that time, it's around 30,000. So annually, the government is losing around 27 billion, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, that's my estimate during my time.
27B per year.
Yes, Your Honor, based on the 2,500 containers coming in daily during my time, Your Honor.
Sid?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, practically it's almost the same, Your Honor. If you compute losses of 200,000 per shipment at 10 per importer, and if you have 250,000 containers, if the value of that 250,000 is
So 2,500 containers a day. Yun po ang statement ni
Yes, Your Honor.
Commissioner Faeldon, hindi 250,000.
Yeah, I agree with the computation of Commissioner Faeldon, Your Honor.
That would be the same amount.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, may I ask the current Bureau of Customs, the representative, do you know of this? Siguro wala dahil you do not know whether there's a TARA system or not. Tama po ba, Attorney?
I don't have I don't have those numbers, Your Honor.
You could just imagine if the calculations of both the former commissioners would be true, 27 billion na nawawala sa atin annually. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yun lang po ang gusto kong malaman.
Thank you, Congressman Acop. The next to interpolate is Congresswoman Franz Castro. You have 10 minutes.
Short lang, Mr. Chair. Ika-clarify ko lang mamaya sa EJK, may mga series of question ako dun sa ating mga resource person. So para hindi lang ako mawala doon sa opening po ni Representative Abante, dahil gusto rin natin, dahil in aid of legislation, mag-ano tayo ng amendments tungkol dito sa sinasabing command responsibility, Mr. Chair. And parang mayroong time constraint yata si Attorney Nery Colmenares. So kanina po, Mr. Chair, Chairman Abante mentioned about some police officers defense that they only followed yung mga orders. So what does the law state with regards to this at saka yung pwede bang maka-get away yung mga pulis po na sa crime claiming itong command responsibility? Ano po ba yung law na nagsasabi doon sa command responsibility? So gusto ko lang malaman, baka meron tayong pwedeng i-revise doon sa sa batas.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I heard the statement of Congressman Abante about some officers saying that we only followed orders doon sa EJK, no? And even other illegal orders na nalalaman ngayon. Well, the law, Republic Act 9851, if you wish to go into that, says that una muna, sa illegal orders, hindi mo pwedeng depensa sa korte na inutusan lang ako ng aking superior. Kasi may requirement ang batas. The first requirement of the law is that the police who claims na inutusan lang siya, may order sa kanya, he or she must have an obligation to legal obligation to follow the order. So kung colonel ka o general ka, pwede mo bang sabihin sunod ko lang si colonel Hindi pwede. Kasi si general, wala siyang legal obligation na susundin ang utos ni colonel. That's the first element of order. Second, that the police officer claiming na sumunod lang siya sa order does not know that the order is unlawful or that the order itself dapat is not manifestly unlawful. So pag inutusan ka, patayin mo, defenseless person, sabihin mo lang nanlaban, klaro kaagad sa pulis na illegal yung order. Hindi pwedeng sabihin niya, hindi ko alam, illegal pala yun. Parang, di ba, it's really unheard of. Pag dinipensa niya sa korte, that defense will not prosper. So basically, yun muna ang doon sa claim na I just followed an order. Ngayon doon naman sa command, ang batas, ang nakalagay sa batas, Mr. Chair, is this. That the superior is criminally responsible for the crimes committed by his or her subordinates where, one, the superior knew that crimes were being committed by his subordinates. Pwedeng sabihin ngayon ni General, hindi ko naman alam na nagko-commit ng crime pala ang aking subordinates. Pero ang batas placed a safeguard there. Ang sabi ng batas, or owing to the circumstances, you should have known that crimes were being committed by your subordinates. So, Mr. Chair, pag nangyayari ang EJK libo-libo mula apari hanggang hulo, at libo-libo rin nanlaban bigla, then that is already fulfilling the requirement of command responsibility. Even dito sa mga TARA system, if you were ordered by somebody, yung red lane yan dapat inspeksyonin yan Technically, by analogy, yan red lane yan dapat inspeksyonin yan. Inutusan ka ni sino man sa taas mo na hindi, ilagay mo sa green lane, may command responsibility ba si Commissioner? Yes. By analogy. Kasi he should have known, owing to the circumstances, he should have known. But there is another component to command responsibility. Not only this circumstance na, alam mo o hindi mo alam, but also the law states that the superior failed to have the subordinates investigated by competent authorities, medyo papasok din yan sa command responsibility. Hindi mo pinaimbestigahan. Ginawa na yung mga illegal na mga yan. Of course, if it's RA 1951, extrajudicial killings, but by analogy nga sabi ko, even yung mga utos na, yung tanong kanina ni Chairman Abante na hindi mo alam. Parang, di ba? Pwede masangkot dyan yung superior, Madam Chair, in that sense, kasi yun ang requirements ng batas. Either you took measures, necessary measures, yun ang term ng batas, to suppress or prevent the crimes being committed by your subordinates, or that you have competent authorities investigate the crimes committed, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, so kahit na ano pong crime, no? Even doon sa, pinag-uusapan sa drugs or dito sa lagayan system, it's the head of the agency na nag-utos or kung meron siyang order as regards to that, as regard to that. So, yun po ba yung sa command responsibility?
Yes, well, by analogy, yung sinabi ko kanina sa, hindi ko alam ang circumstance dito sa TARA system, pero I'm very sure there are administrative requirements dun sa command responsibility. What I just discussed are the criminal responsibility. And maybe, if there is in aid of legislation, maybe the committee can also recommend legislation na i-broaden na ito to include even circumstances such as this. Kasi dapat i-plug mo yan kasi they may claim, oh, it's RA 9851, iba naman ito. But to be sure, dapat may ganun din. Pwede namang sundin by analogy, Mr. Chair. Yung RA 9851, na ikaw, gumamit na ng crime owing to the circumstances, you should have known. Pangalawa, at least nung nalaman mo na later on, dapat pinaimbestigahan mo sa competent authorities.
Yes.
So para
with you indulgence of Congressman Pasco, na lang, no?
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion that we invite Commissioner Rubio to attend this hearing because itong si attorney, wala siyang alam eh. Di ba, wala kang alam? Am I right, attorney?
Wala
kang
siyang alam sa TARA.
May I be clarified, Your Honor?
Yeah, you're clarifying na. Wala kang alam, di ba?
Your Honor,
Sa TARA system, wala kang alam, di ba?
I have no information on that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Wala kang alam.
Kaya si Chairman...
Wala kang alam, di ba?
Oo, wala. Wala siyang alam.
Oh. Mr. Chair, para hindi ako maniwala na ikaw ang fall guy ng Bureau of Customs, we would like to see Commissioner Rubio attend this hearing.
Okay.
Panahon pa ni Commissioner Paldon, andiyan ka na eh, sa Customs, Mr. Chair. Panahon pa ni Commissioner Paldon, Commissioner La Peña, nandun ka na sa Customs. And you're telling me right now you have no information on that? My goodness, anong palagay mo sa amin dito? Ha?
Mr. Chair, can I answer?
Okay,
I've been with the Bureau of Customs with the legal service since 2009. Yes, I've been one of the lawyers of Commissioner La Peña and Commissioner Faldon, Your Honor. Always with the legal service. Your Honor, please. Thank you.
Okay, sige. Thank you.
Okay.
Comsec, please include in the
Mr.
list
Chair.
of persons to be invited, Commissioner Rubio of Bureau of Customs. Yes, Congressman Acop, with the indulgence
with the indulgence of the Honorable Castro. Attorney, para bang ang sinasabi mo, yung ibang opisina ng Customs may TARA system, o alam nila yung TARA system, pero yung legal office ng Customs, walang alam. Yun po ba ang ibig nyo sabihin? Tinatanong ko po kayo. Kasi yun ang parang message na pinadadala o sinasabi nyo sa amin. Palagi mong sinasabi, you are with the legal service of the Bureau of Customs. Para bang sinasabi mo, lahat, yung mga ibang opisina ng Bureau of Customs, alam nila, o may TARA system, yung opisina nyo lang ang wala. Would that be correct?
Your Honor, from the testimonies of...
What? Ang tanong ko po would that be correct, attorney?
Can I explain, Your Honor? Because from the testimonies of Commissioner Faldon and Commissioner La Peña, Your Honor, it involves the processing of
that is not my
importations,
question,
Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman. May I ask that the resource person appropriately answer my question? Is that the message you're trying to tell us? Na yung legal service office ng Bureau of Customs, wala pong kaalam-alam sa existing na TARA system sa Bureau of Customs?
For the record, Your Honor, I mean, from our records, Your Honor, we are trying administrative cases.
Hindi ko po tinatanong kung ano po yung trabaho niyo, attorney.
And, Your Honor, please.
Sandali lang. Nagsasalita pa ako. malapit na kitang i-move to cite you in contempt. Bihira kong ginagawa yun, pero ikaw malapit ka na. Mr. Chair, may I request that the resource person be directed to answer my question with a yes or no?
Attorney, please answer the query of Congressman Acop.
Then my answer is yes, Your Honor.
It's yes na kayo po sa legal service ng Bureau of Customs, wala kayong alam at walang TARA system doon sa inyo.
Can I explain, Your Honor?
Sumagot ka na muna bago ka mag-explain. Di ba? Pag may question yes. Tinuruan ka rin siguro sa law na sagutin mo muna ng yes and then you explain.
Okay, my answer is yes, Your Honor. Because in the current cases that we handle, particularly on administrative cases, Your Honor, we don't have a case wherein a individual personnel of the BOC is charged with a TARA system or receiving TARA system. Even the criminal cases that we handle with the DOJ and criminal in the court, Your Honor, as far as the records or my knowledge is concerned, Your Honor, we don't have a case on that, Your Honor. So that's why I have suggested earlier on, Your Honor, about the circumstances that Mr. Taguba mentioned, Your Honor. Sorry, Your Honor, that's...
Mr. Chair, I do not want to take more of the time of the Honorable Castro. I'll stop here.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Congressman Acop. Let me just get 30 seconds of your time, if I may. Just a follow-up question. Kasi ang legal department that Attorney Langkay heads, apparently, according to him, has no knowledge about the TARA system. Ano yung inamin mo naman na ang kasalanan mo ay yung nagbibigay ka ng TARA, di ba?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay. Kasama ba ang legal department sa TARA?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Okay. So thank you. Now you may proceed, Congresswoman Castro.
Okay. So related po sa command responsibility, no? Kanina, Mr. Chair, inamin naman ng former commissioners natin dito, no, si former Commissioner Faeldon and La Peña about the TARA at alam nila yon. So gaano po ba ito kalawak itong sinasabing lagayan system dito sa BOC? Sabihin ko ng lagayan system para para po mas malinaw sa mga nakikinig sa atin. Kasi magkaiba may dalawang definition kasi ang TARA, no? So, Commissioner, gaano kalawak ang TARA system dito sa BOC? Kasi inamin nyo, meron nung panahon ninyo. So hanggang saan ba yan? Umaabot ba yan hanggang sa inyo? Yung mga lagayan system na yan. So ganun din po yung tanong ko kay former Commissioner La Peña.
Yung last question, ma'am, hindi po umabot sa akin. Pero gaano kalawak, I believe malawak po. Kasi ito yung, bigla ko lang ng premise, ma'am, para makita nyo how big the TARA system is at gaano siya ka-prevalent. For my first 6 months, I asked the 12,000 importers and brokers to submit to us list of BOC officials that received TARA. I think until today, wala pang nagsasubmit. So it's a tango. Sayaw to ng dalawa. That's why nakakatakot, mami, kasi walang willing na magreklamong importer and broker. So that's why this TARA system continues to exist.
Sige, putulin ko po kayo doon, Siyempre po, walang magsasabi ng gano'n dahil magkakadamayan yung nagbibigay ng TARA at tumatanggap ng lagay. So, pero kayo po as responsible, most responsible po sa BOC, na kayo yung chair, o commissioner, chief commissioner, kayo yung meron dapat na initiative na dapat na mag-imbestiga. Kasi hindi nyo pwedeng sabihin na kahit na alam nyo yan, tapos yung broker, sila mismo ang tatanungin ninyo. Di ba? Dapat, dahil meron din naman kayo sigurong alam sa intelligence, dapat kayo po yung nag-iimbestiga. So hindi nyo po pwedeng ipaubaya doon sa mga broker or doon sa mga nagbibigay ng tara. Tama po ba ako? Kayo yung command responsibility doon eh. Kayo yung may command doon sa BOC.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir
Tama
Chair.
po. Nag-imbestiga ako during my time. That's why I delisted more than 4,000 importers and brokers. But prosecuting them is another thing, ma'am, because without witnesses and evidence directly showing that nagbibigay sila, ang hirap mag-prosecute, ma'am. But in my term, the best I could have done is to delist them, yung more than 4,000. Ang hirap kasi kung walang mag-aamin na importer and broker na ito si Commissioner Faildon, binigyan ko ng 5,000 na tara. So yun yung panawagan ko since day one, and I still calling all the importers and brokers until today na please come forward, help the country. Isumbong nila yung kasayawan nila, katango nila sa loob ng customs. Because talagang we are losing so much money every day.
Yes, mukhang kulang po, Mr. Chair, yung ginawa po ni Chairman Faeldon doon sa meron kayong 4,000 importers, meron kayong dinilist. Di ba katulad ng ginagawa ng PNP or PDEA, nagkakaroon ng, ano ba yun, parang siniset up o nagkakaroon ng within. Sa inyo po, paano ba mag-imbestiga kung talagang merong naglalagay or tumatanggap? So, doon sa 4,000 na dinilistan nyo at doon din sa mga empleyado ng BOC, wala po kayong na-apprehend. At tingin ko kulang ang ginawa ninyo ang Commissioner, no, doon sa effort ninyo. Kasi this is graft and corruption eh. Pinanatili natin ang graft and corruption by not doing something. O kung meron man kayong ginagawang something, kulang, Mr. Chair. Si Commissioner La Peña.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Well, when I was the commissioner, as I've said earlier, I have talked with the importers, and that's one of the input, the feedback that was given me. And then I asked them also, can you help me address this problem? But nobody came forward. So what I did was to reshuffle yung mga tao sa mga opisina. And then I told the collectors that if you do not hit your target, you will be replaced, which I did just that. And then at the end of the year, I did not have, I just have about 1 year. I have a surplus collection of 18 billion pesos. So it worked. But what I'm recommending
Meron
is
po kayong, Mr. Chair, may nahuli kayo na naglalagay at saka tumatanggap ng lagay?
None, Your Honor. Because
Kahit po
nobody
ba,
wants to...
Mr. Chair, ito kulang din, Mr. Chair. No, alam nila yung existing na problem. Graft and corruption yun eh, yung lagay system eh. Alam, pero yung effort po nung ating nasa mataas na pwesto po ng BOC ay hindi yun hindi yun nagawa na masupil. So katulad pala, naalala ko na, yung ginagawa ng PDEA, PNP, kung talagang gusto nilang mahuli po talaga, diba? Katulad ng parang buy-bust operation. Sana may ginawa kayo sa loob ninyo, sa BOC, kung gusto niyo talagang masolve itong TARA system na ito. Kasi alam niyo naman na meron eh. Ayan, nagsasabi na nga yung broker, tsaka yung legal lang ang hindi alam, kayo alam nyo. So, dapat meron kayong extra effort po. Kasi kayo, militar kayo eh. Dati kayo sa intelligence eh. Mas may alam kayo kung paano hulihin yung mga gumagawa ng hindi maganda sa gobyerno. Di po ba? So, kulang po yung naging effort. Tama po ba, Chairman La Peña, Mr. Chair?
Actually, Madam Chair, and Your Honor, I did that. And then when we were just about to implement, nag-back out yung subject na magtutulong sana sa atin. At the last moment, nag-back out eh. And then I confronted her. Sabi niya, Sir, baka yung aking negosyo makompromiso eh. So I understood her. I cannot force her to continue with the project. So that's how it is with the other importers, with the other businessmen, Your Honor. I did it.
So, Mr. Chair, hindi lang ito applicable sa droga, no? Sa iba pang mga, even ngayon, di ba, sa Quinta Committee, iniimbestigahan din natin bakit tumataas ang presyo. So, mahalagang makita rin talaga natin dito yung mahalagang papel ng BOC, no, dito sa pag-apprehend sa mga, katulad ng mga nagbibigay ng tara or tumatanggap ng tara. Kasi talagang, kahit na sino tanungin nyo, alam naman yan na may nangyayaring lagayan sa BOC. Kaya lang hindi yan mapigil at hindi yan masawata. Kasi kahit na kayo po, nasa BOC, na quote-unquote, parang natotolerate natin na wala tayong ginagawang extra effort para matigil ito. Siguro pagdating ni Commissioner Rubio, tanungin din natin ano yung nangyayari ngayon. So, yun po. Mr. Chair, yan na po yung last na question.
Okay, thank you, Congresswoman Franz Castro. Clarification lang, Attorney Langkay, simula nung 2009 na napasok ka sa Customs, nasa legal department ka na?
Yes, sir.
So you've never been a deputy port collector ng Manila Port?
Hindi po.
Never?
Never.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Sige, okay, thank you. The next to interpolate...
Deputy collector, yes, sir. As deputy collector of Port
That's
of
my
Manila.
question. So you were a deputy collector...
Yes, for operations, sir.
Ng operations,
Yes,
tama?
Sir. Yes, sir.
So, alam mo na merong tara. Alam mo siguro mayroong tara. Dahil sabi mo kanina, the reason why you don't know because you've been in the legal department. Kinonfirm naman kanina ni Taguba na hindi kasama sa listahan ng bibigyan ng tara, yung legal. Pero nasa port operations ka
Concurrent po ako sa legal service at the same time.
So hindi mo alam yun. Paninindigan mo yun, attorney.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sige, salamat. We will go, babalikan natin yon mamaya. So,
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang pong sabihin in manifestation na dahil lang po sa tara system na ito, tumataas ang bilihin ng mga commodities. Pero pang rice smuggling tumataas po ang bilihin. Kawawa po ang bayang Pilipino, lalo na ang mga mahihirap tungkol dito. Dahil lang sa tara system na yan, dapat mahinto na yan. Tama ba ako, Commissioner Peldon? Dapat mahinto na yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ikaw naman, Commissioner Peña.
Yes, Honor. Your Honor.
Oo. Ikaw, attorney. At mahinto na, di ba?
It should be stopped, Your Honor.
Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
During your time kasi, when you were the Deputy Port Collector of Manila, maraming ukay-ukay At dumaan sa area nyo. At nang dumaan yan sa inyo, lumusot yan, alam nyong illegal yan. So dahil merong tara. Anyway, babalikan din natin yan. So I have here a list of the members who wish to interpolate. No? Tapos na po si Congresswoman Castro. Now we will recognize Congressman J. Kung Hun. And then after Congressman Kung Hun, Congressman Junicio. And then Congressman Gutierrez. And then Congressman Ortega. And then shift na po tayo sa EJK. Ito lang ho yung nag-manifest na magtatanong sila sa topic ng drugs. So Congressman Kung Hun, if you're not around, so we can call the next interpellator, Congressman Ernix Junicio. Wala rin? So, kung now we proceed with Congressman Rog Gutierrez. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, kanina na tanong na rin naman po ni our fellow colleagues here, including si Congressman Duistro, most of the questions that we had, mostly we wanted to focus on yung TARA system, and nabanggit naman ni Mr. Mark Taguba, as confirmed by Commissioner Faldon, so far what we have known. Just some points po, no, just to corroborate siguro, I'd like to direct some questions to Mr. Guban, if the committee would hear it. So, Mr. Guban, through the Honorable Chairman, matanong lang po, no, you too have had an experience in this TARA system. You have insights po, tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And this is stemming from your experience as, I believe you were an intel officer po ba? Or ano po yung position niyo dati sa Comm?
I am an intelligence officer, Your Honor.
Opo. Just to give us a brighter idea, kasi alam naman po natin, in general terms, yung TARA system would be a way by means yung ating mga brokers, mga ating mga importers would collude with allegedly with public officers in the customs to bring in goods illegally, either through, I think there's technical smuggling and actual smuggling po, no? These are the usual crimes that would be associated with the TARA system. But I just like to ask po, no, because sa amin po, for example, hindi naman po kami from that industry. We don't understand po yung structure. Yung Bureau of Customs is generally, that's a national body po, no? Pero do we operate like our other agencies na by region po ito? Or ano po yung structure ng BOC?
Yes, Your Honor, by district. Like for example, Your Honor, we have the different districts in Batangas Port, Subic, Davao, Cebu. Then in Manila, we have 2 ports, the Manila North Harbor and the South Harbor.
So, Mr. Guban, sorry, makat lang po. No? So, generally, ang agencies po natin, kasi nalalaman natin, for example, when we're talking about DepEd, when we're talking about DOLE, it's geographical po, no? Based on regions, generally, ang ating division. We lump cities and municipalities into provinces, provinces into regions, and regions into the national whole. Pagdating po sa customs, it does not follow yung ating municipalities and city structure po, no? It's depending on the port.
Depending on the port, Your Honor. Not exactly the geographical situation, Your Honor.
Okay, so ang pinaka-basic structure natin would be district. The port
District, Your Honor. Port
And
district.
we're only talking of seaports po ba? Hindi po kasama yung mga airport?
Kasama
or?
po yung airport, Your Honor. International Airport in Clark, Cebu, Mactan International Airport, then of course the NAIA.
Okay, and I'm sure our current representative from Customs can confirm naman po, no? This is just general knowledge, tama po?
That's correct,
Okay.
Your Honor.
So we have districts, collectors district, ano po yung tawag natin dito?
District Collector, Your Honor. The
District-
head of office, Your Honor, on that particular district ay collector, district collector, Your Honor.
The pinaka-basic structure will be yung port, yung districts natin. And then you have the district collector, which is the head. And they report, meron bang regional, meron bang by Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, or straight to the Bureau?
Your Honor, diretso na po yan sa Office of the Commissioner.
Okay, so the Office of the Commissioner, which is composed of how many commissioners nga po tayo?
1 commissioner, Your Honor, and I think this are about 3 deputy commissioner and 1 assistant commissioner.
Yung deputy commissioners po natin, is that by operational area or different?
Nationwide, Your Honor.
Nationwide, all 3. So 1 commissioner, 3 deputies, and then yung district collectors po natin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Where does your intelligence office come into play?
Your Honor, we have also Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence Group. Then to CIIS, Customs Intelligence and Investigation Service.
Okay. And ano po yung trabaho ng ating intelligence service?
Well, of course, Your Honor, we are gathering information who are those brokers and importers na illegally nag-i-import or fraudulently declaring goods na hindi tama at saka yung iba naman ay totally illegal or hindi lang technical smuggling kundi pure smuggling or outright smuggling.
So yung target po ng inyong intelligence work is usually in the outside, yung mga those who would collude po, no, yung importers and brokers.
Not only, Your Honor, that includes the inside because we are also working against the customs personnel, Your Honor.
So yung BOC, merong opisina sa loob under the Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence Service po, no, that works on both ends. It's to catch yung mga smugglers that are working for yung private persons and also against yung mga public officials po natin.
Yes, Your Honor.
And nabanggit po kanina nung ating legal officer po, no? Of course, the legal office would be more on the, in the name, legal side po, no? Pero sabi niya, tama po ba, Mr. Legal Officer of the BOC, na you mentioned wala kayong administrative case that you're aware of regarding yung TARA system?
Yes, Your Honor.
Even in the Sandigan, wala po tayong mga cases that you're not aware of, mga cases filed against Bureau of Customs?
I have a case which was, I think it's entrapment, Your Honor. It was conducted by NBI. But the case was dismissed by the Regional Trial Court and pending admin case.
And these were yung cases po regarding yung smuggling po talaga? The entrapment was in relation to TARA particularly?
It's a, well, I don't know if I can discuss the circumstances, but it was a kind of a entrapment of a drop-off of a sum of money.
Okay, so it's in relation to graft and corruption within the BOC. So, should be high related because of the field of BOC that would be in the customs industry. We're talking of how the graft is related to yung smuggling and technical smuggling, tama po. That would be the natural case because what other purpose would there be bribery po, no, in the BOC if not to smuggle?
That's correct.
So in a way, it's related. And sometimes po, we have related yung ating mga drugs cases, which is what brings us here to begin with. You mean to tell me, just to clarify po, no? So you are aware of yung mga drugs cases po natin?
In particular, sir, itong EMT case, we have had a conviction on this case, Your Honor.
So you've had a conviction in this case. And actually, part of the legal service is kayo po mismo ang nagpa-file ng mga kaso, no?
This was filed by the legal service, correct. And yeah, this has been, we had obtained a conviction on this case, but still under appeal. I think 3 accused filed an appeal, and the other one filed a motion for reconsideration. It's now pending before the court, regional trial court, and the Court of Appeals.
So like the legal service po, through the Honorable Chairman, like the intelligence service, I mean, ang legal service po is pointed outwards towards yung mga private persons, yung importers, yung brokers, and also inwards. You would also file cases po against your own. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you mean to tell me po, just to confirm, in the case of Mr. Mark Taguba, in which supposedly yung sa EMT, yung with drugs are now related, and there was a mention of the TARA, you would still say na di nyo po alam na may TARA system?
In the EMT case, Your Honor, it's a case of, I suppose it was a case of misdeclaration, and then it was discovered upon source outside of the Philippines, and information came in that a certain shipment contains drugs. So when they acted on that active intelligence, they were able to follow the shipment, and they were able to follow in the items, Your Honor. The 5 crates, metal crates containing this shabu, Your Honor.
But of course, since you are following this case, the allegations by Mr. Taguba that there is TARA system, that's the first time you've heard of it in your tenure in the BOC.
I've heard about the TARA system that was mentioned by Taguba during the Senate inquiry on the matter. I believe I can remember that it was published, it was aired live, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'll come back to that na po, no? Or perhaps in the next hearing when hopefully si Commissioner will join us, because we want to take the input rin po of the BOC itself. But okay, we'll go back po siguro to Mr. Guban, please. With the indulgence of Chairman Acop. Mr. Guban, so going back to the question po, no, I just wanted to confirm kasi po with legal, yung ano yung organizational structure po nila. And like the intelligence service, they focus both on the outside and inside the BOC. And sa inyo naman po, intelligence service, and you were serving under, is this directly under the Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence?
The CIS Director, Your Honor. Kami
CIS,
mga personnel po, Director po ang nakaka-under sa amin directly.
And you operate nationwide po, or are you assigned per district?
Per district also, Your Honors.
So per district, saan ka na-assigned at your last post?
During that time at the Port of Manila.
Port of Manila, which is the biggest?
One among the biggest, Your
One
Honor.
among the biggest. So from your, how many years nga po yun, sir, that you mentioned? Your
17
service
years.
Around 17 years of service in the BOC.
In
This
BOC.
was fully intelligence.
Yes, Your Honor.
And yung TARA system is nothing new to you.
Your Honor, wala pa ako sa Customs. I was with Economic Intelligence and Investigation Bureau before I became an intelligence officer in the Customs. TARA system is already there.
And it's always been the same, yung red lane, green lane, yellow lane.
Before, Your Honor, wala pa yan, asikuda. I think that was during the time of Commissioner Paraino na nag-modernize, din pinalitan na lang selectivity system because of the computerization. So, I think pagkapatapos ni Commissioner Paraino, then the next commissioner, I think that was Commissioner Morales, unti-unti na po nag-modernize digitalize na po ang custom. So, ginawa na po yung selectivity system. So, nagkaroon na po niya ng super green lane, green, yellow, red, orange.
Well, Mr. Guban, through the Honorable Chairman, kasi nabanggit po earlier when it was being discovered, I think, by Congresswoman Luistro, very particular po no, yung pagbanggit ng TARA together with the expose of Mr. Taguba, na yung TARA po is in relation to the process, may green lane, yellow lane, red lane, and how it's able to ease the inflow of whether it's underdeclared or totally illegal po, no, in smuggled goods. Yun yung na-mention na process. But you mentioned time immemorial. So even before the process of red, green, yellow, even before digitalization, may TARA. What was the very concept of TARA? Kung ganun po.
Your Honor, as if na mapabilis ang transaksyon para yung papel ay bumilis at hindi na masyado higpitan ng personnel. So that is almost the same, Your Honor, partnership. Hindi na examine ng 100%, maybe 10 or 20%. Then at the same time, wag na lumaan masyado sa x-ray. Saglit na lang, then okay na because of the TARA. Then that is also the time, Your Honor, na hindi mo na ngayon madidetect kung ano ang laman ng container, kung ano ang nasa loob. Kahit na anong indeklara nila, baliwala na po sa mga empleyado ng custom dahil connected or may TARA na. So may per container na.
So whether or not the process was in relation to digital or mano-mano or kung ano man previous, merong TARA in the sense na there is influence being peddled to connect private persons to public officers to facilitate yung smuggling. Yun po yung basic na sinasabi.
Yes, Your Honor. That is the very basic.
But if I'm not mistaken, kayo po ba, Mr. Guban, or si Mr. Taguba, yung nag-mention na may central command?
There was a central command, Your Honor, pero si Mr. Taguba, binanggit niya rin po yan.
Nabanggit rin. But you are aware also of the central command. Can you
Yes,
elucidate po, ano po yung central command that you're referring to?
Well, I think, Your Honor, this started the central command from the time of Commissioner Paildon, na kung naglagay silang lahat represented para mapabilis ang proseso. I'm not mistaken, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Pero doon po yun ang Central Command na sila ang nagbibigay ng go signal to all the districts, including our offices, different offices, kung mali or hahabulin ng container o hindi. Then that was also the experience of Mark Taguba.
So it's not innately wrong. Yung Central Command pala is just a structural thing.
That was already part of the structure, Your Honor.
Okay, it's a structural thing, but it's the exposure to TARA which lends it to
The most
abuse.
expensive, Your Honor, because it will not be done. Ang TARA doon sa Central Command, if there is no clearance from the higher officer, they will never impose any single centavo there if those people within that command does not have an approval, Your Honor.
And maybe just a quick confirmation from Commissioner Faildon that this is the same finding that you've had despite during your tenure?
Yes, Your Honor. We created the Central Command to facilitate the processing of, that's one reason, the processing of, for trade facilitation. Number two is, because nalaman ko nga na mayroong TARA system. And every port have their own activity there. That's why the command system is the one who issues yung alert. And the representative of that command center is from the different, there are 6 deputy commissioners. So it's, hindi po siya 3, 6 po siya. So these are the experts, these are our technocrats who are homegrown there, understands the nitty-gritties of importation. They have representative in that command center. And this is headed by Deputy Commissioner Gambala at that time. This was also subject to some court litigation filed by some of the importers, but it was dismissed. In fact, it was also reinstated by one of the succeeding commissioner because it was really good. Kasi ang hirap, 38 ports, kanya-kanyang alert sila eh. We do not want to burden the importation of commodities. That's why the purpose of the CENCOM, Central Command, is to centralize the issuances of pag i-hold mo yung isang commodity. Kasi that is where the corruption starts. I-alert ka nila and then maglalagay ka para i-release. So we put that purposely to facilitate the trade. Nawala na yung kanya-kanya silang turf. So those representatives coming from the different 6 deputy commissioners' office, come up with a collegial decision whether this commodity will be alerted or not. So it is a collegial body. It is also organized to stop the TARA system, whether it become effective or not. That is why we have several apprehensions like the Mighty, who later on we file a case. Nanalo nga po tayo ng 33 billion. We have apprehended several yacht. May aeroplano pa kaming. So those are the result of that. But some importers did not like it because siyempre tatamaan ka kung meron kang nitty-gritties na ginagawa. So it's really the two sides of the coin. Who is nagsasabi ng totoo dito? So I leave it to your judgment whether it is. Yes, there was a case filed against it, but it was dismissed. The court find it legal and within the authority of the commissioner to put that up. That's why one of my successors instated it later on. Yeah, they called it operation center, but it functions the same. So I don't see it as something that is being projected by other sectors. It was really there to facilitate the trade and to curb the TARA system, Your Honor.
Thank you, former Commissioner. So just to clarify po, no, in your opinion, the creation of this operational center was to fight a parang decentralized TARA within yung mga district.
Yes, Your Honor, we did not just create that. During my time, we put CCTVs nationwide in all the ports. So we have eyes on all the ports and all the offices. That's why many people do not like it. In fact, there were hundreds of officials na nahuli namin through that system. Dahil nakatuto kami. And we filed cases, may na-dismiss, meron captain ng customs police, nahuli namin dyan sa tara-tara na yan. And was filed a case, dismissed. So, it was doing good when I was the one running it. That's why may umayaw doon sa sistema kasi nabago eh. Yung little turf nila in every port to issue alert. Kasi yan ang nag-uumpisa yan, i-alert kita pag di ka magbigay. So tinanggal po namin yun, naging centralized siya.
Thank you, Commissioner. So at least we got your opinion na it was to combat yung mga little TARA systems nationwide. However, the allegation, I believe, of if it was Mr. Guba or Mr. Taguba is that naging central na rin po yung TARA. Dahil may central command, it became a smaller world where these are the only people whose palms you had to grease. Allegedly po, no? But I understand where you're coming from po, Commissioner. So with that said po, no? So we have now, although the structure is supposedly by district, naging centralized na po ito. And it reminds me of a statement that you made, Mr. Guban, yung may tinatawag kang mafia that would control the BOC. And you stand by that allegation po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you mentioned earlier that you've served 17 years in the BOC. And TARA system has always existed. So this mafia has always existed?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
But this mafia would be composed of which personalities po ba?
Well, different. That was during the time of the administration of the past administration, Your Honor, that there was a Davao Mafia.
Yes, you mentioned particularly the Davao Mafia.
Yes,
and at
Your
that
Honor.
time you mentioned both officials, private persons, and there were importers that were participating. Although yung focus nyo po was mostly on yung public officials po, no?
Public officials and private, Your Honor, because sila po ang in fact, hindi yung commissioner ang nagko-control, but the Davao Mafia ang nagko-control ng customs during that time, Your Honor.
Paano po yun nangyayari? If I understand the head of the BOC would be the commissioner po, or at least the deputy commissioners, how could you say that a mafia controls the BOC?
There were calls na tumatawag. According to our reports, may tawag from the Davao to the commissioner, then the commissioner down the line pababa po.
Sige po. So you're focusing mostly on the Davao Mafia. But you mentioned also that since time immemorial, before your 17 years, meron ng TARA. And it seems to be that what you are saying is yung TARA and the Mafia are closely linked. So even before this previous administration, may Mafia rin po ba?
Inside of the customs, Your Honor, there is a group of syndicate people, Your Honor, na talaga nag-influence pagdating dyan sa TARA system.
So nagbago lang in the past administration kasi the Mafia was now outside.
Different, Your Honor, yun. Yung iba yung before ng administration. Ngayon naman, Honor, kung sino po ang nakalagay doon, from the commissioner down, hindi po mawawalang tara pag hindi inaaprobahan galing sa taas.
But in either case, this is a case of influence peddling.
Yes, Your Honor.
Whether sa loob man, in the case of the mafia that existed prior to the last administration, or a hybrid in which public officers in the BOC and yung sa Davao Mafia, it's all about influence peddling to facilitate this smuggling.
Yes, Your Honor. That is all about influence peddling.
Siguro po, Mr. Chair, I'd have further questions for the BOC mismo. I'd like to reserve it siguro po for when Commissioner Rubio is here. So for now, I'd like to terminate. Thank you po, Mr. Guban. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Rog Gutierrez.
Mr. Chair.
The next to interpolate.
Mr. Chair, I have one follow-up question sana. Kasi
Sige.
medyo
Okay, but
na-intrigue
let
ako
me
dun.
first acknowledge the presence of our Senior Deputy Speaker, Congressman Aurelio Dong Gonzales, and our Deputy Speaker, Congressman David J.J.C. Suarez. So, please proceed.
Yes, with the indulgence of the next interpellator. Mr. Guban, sinabi mo yung Davao Mafia and there are several calls made to the customs and you in fact said, kanina lang, I was listening, na hindi actually ang nagko-control sa BOC and Commissioner. Actually, it's the order directly from the Davao Mafia. Would you know? Kasi you've mentioned about certain individuals composing the Davao Mafia. Would you know, for example, as an intelligent officer at the time, who makes these calls?
Your Honor,
Who basically orders things around?
Your Honor, based on my experience from the call of Davao, like for example,
Off mo muna yan. Sige. Okay. Try again. Try mo ulit.
Wala na. Okay. Yes, hello. Okay. Ay, sorry. Before, Your Honor, I experienced during the time of Commissioner Paeldon na there was an instruction directly to me na i-release mo yung container because there was call from, well, sa bibig niya nang gagaling, from Pulong in Mans. Then Commissioner called the director na get off that container because there was call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For fairness sake, I'd like to solicit the what would be your position on that? What is your reaction that that directly from you ordered that sat to, I don't know, kayo ba ho yung, yes.
I would like to request the resource person who gave the instructions to him.
It was not Commissioner Faildon who gave that instruction that accordingly, based on the information you gathered, Congressman Pulong Duterte and Mans Carpio ordered the commissioner to do some things around customs. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, to our director. Yes, Your Honor.
It was not Commissioner Faildon.
According to him, because of the call coming from the commissioner.
Okay. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Adyong. The next to interpolate is Congressman Paulo Ortega. You have
Mr.
10
Chair.
minutes.
I have a few questions directed to Mr. Jimmy Guban. Pero we have already seen po na through the interpellations of the Honorable Jinky Luistro at saka kay Honorable Rog na it is an automated and it is a large-scale system dedicated to battle corruption. But parang through the question and answers ko kanina, parang it is an intricate system, an updating and modernization system. Pero parang mas na-modernize yata yung corruption sa yung mga nangyayari sa loob. Kasi nga, when it's centralized, isa lang po pinapanggalingan ng order unless na ang ginagawa sana is hiwa-hiwalay po yung gaya na dating gawin nila na parang devolve po yung function. So the TARA system in itself, Sir Jimmy, parang ang dating po ng TARA system is mas napapadali po yata yung mga nangyayari kung pabor dun sa taong gagawa ng kalokohan o may connection sa loob. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Mas pabor sa kanila.
So parang siya, magical system po talaga. Hindi siya designed to matanggal po yung traditional na sistema. And I would believe na baka pati po itong mga magnetic lifters natin, saka mga x-ray po natin, itong magnetic lifter, yung x-ray, eh di, siyempre, we would speculate na parang magical na rin po itong mga to. Kumbaga, depende po sa dadaan, depende po sa kliyente na papasok. Parang ganun po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Lalo pagkakaibigan na, kahit tumatagal ang container sa loob ng yarda, madali lang ulit yun i-process, tumatiming lang sila. So yan po ang... Ay.
Sige po. Tuloy nyo lang.
Yan po, pag dumaan po sa x-ray, pagka-enrolled na, so hindi na masyado bumubukas yung x-ray. Binibilang na lang. I'm doing this for a change, Your Honor, for reformation. Because I'm very thankful that the Honorable Commissioner has also admitted that there was really corruption. For a change, Your Honor, and for reformation. Ang tara po ay automatic. Pag hindi ka enrolled, nahihirapan ang processor dahil naiipit minsan ng dokumento, natatagalan mailabas. Imbis na 2 days, 3 days, inaabot ng weeks, inaabot ng months. So kung enrolled ka ho sa lahat ng offices na dadaanan, and even I'm sure, kahit paano pinadadalhan din po ang legal. So, meron, Your Honor, that is the truth. I experienced that already. I have so many friends from legal. Kaya baguhin na po natin ngayon. Mawawala po yun pag isa lang ang opisina talaga tumanggi. Pag ang legal tumanggi, Your Honor, ipapuputol ko yung ulo ko. Pag nagdesisyon sila na walang lagay. Pag nandun sa kanilang dokumento. Now, that is a very big problem, Your Honor. If we want to clean the custom, let's all clean from head down the line. Dahil kung isa lang po ang unit na magkiklean, hindi po mangyayari. At hindi po yun mangyayari kung walang blazing the Honorable Commissioner. Dahil bingi-bingihan pero nandoon sa likod ang kanyang kolektor. Hindi akin yan. Kanila yan. So, Your Honor, that is based on my personal experience for about 27 years in intelligence, Your Honor.
And Mr. Chair, no, to manifest lang, I'm sure meron pa rin pong mga ganitong problema na existing right now with the interpellations of our chairman kanina. Sir Jimmy, would it be safe to assume na kung wala po kayo dun sa sistema na yon, sa TARA system na yon, ibig sabihin automatic part na kayo ng mga smuggler if you're not willing to cooperate and be part of that so-called intricate na system po?
Madidelay po yung proseso, Your Honor, yung dokumento mo. Or baka mamaya, mawawala pa. Kahit nakalads ka na, kahit computerized ngayon eh. Kung halimbawa, 1,000, Your Honor, maano ko rin po kanina yung 2.5 na kinumpute ng dalawang kagalang-galang na commissioner po. Hindi po itong 2.5 times 2,000. Ang bawat port po about 8 or 10,000 containers dyan ang lumalabas daily. So yung nakatara dyan sa about 6,000. Yung green lane, super green lane, kahit multinational yan, in fact, nagbibigay pa yung mga facilitator niyan eh. So yung TARA system po, it's about not only 27 billion, it's about 100 billion. So doon lang po yung sa isang port. Eh pag ang port pa po ng Manila International Container Port, Subic, Batangas, Davao, Cebu. So ilang ports po yun araw-araw na nawawala. That's for about 100,000 dapat po yan, Your Honor. Ang kwintadas po niyan mula sa taas pababa, it's more than 100,000, not only 30,000. 10,000, maybe sa isang unit lang yun, o sa unit lang namin yun sa CIS. Unit ng police. Mas worse, pagka ang examiner appraiser. Then of course, the office of the commissioner and the office of the district collector. So kung yun po ay mawawala, magiging malinis. Mapiprevent po natin ang precursors ng droga, mapiprevent po natin yung illegal importation mismo ng droga, din makakatulong po sa ekonomiya. In fact, pag maganda po ang management ng custom, kahit po dollar salting, matitrace natin, then economically will improve, Your Honors. Including the agricultural products, wala pong mawawala pag wala po yung TARA. Dahil may dagdag ko po, yung import commodity clearance ay nanggagaling po yung sa ibang agency, government agency concern. Pag meron na po noon, nandun na po ang bilangan ng TARA. Para po makapag-import, halimbawa bigas, bibigyan ng BPI, baril, bibigyan ng PNP. So lahat po yun kasi, all it involves money pagdating po sa customs. Sana po mawala.
Yung nga po, Mr. Che, no, we can clearly see na dito po lifeblood po kasi itong, parang part of the big lifeblood of our economy, itong mga ports natin, saka ito yung mga pumapasok, saka lumalabas. No? And Sir Jimmy, talagang based sa mga nasabi niyo po, no, talagang maniniwala ka talaga na did modernization help or hanggat may mga kamay po dyan sa likod na pumipindot ng go signal, kahit anong klase pong sistema kaya mong palusutan dito sa ating mga ports saka sa ating customs. Tama po ba yun, Sir Jimmy? Would you agree?
Yes, Your Honor. Pero nakakapag-abot lang tayo ng international standard. Pero yung corruption po, hindi po nalilisen because of that modernization. Ang kailangan po doon, hindi malaman ng examiner at saka ng empleyado kung kanino yung kargamento. Hindi po ma-identify ang container na ito kay Juan de la Cruz. Ang kailangan po doon, yung accreditation, yung account management office, yung office na yon ay dapat po sigurado na yung mga incorporator, no, SEC-registered company ay siguradong tama, hindi po bogus. Kasi wala pong makakasuhan dahil from amo, napaka-importante, doon pa lang po ay bogus na yung mga tao. So lahat po ng dokumento, kung yun ay itatama yung warehouse, itatama po yung address, wala pong makakalusot na smuggling. Ngayon, pagdating po sa import permit, manggagaling po yun kung saan concerned agency. So mawawala po yun. Now, ang kailangan po, hindi alam yung amo ng examiner at hindi rin alam ng examiner kung kaninong consignee para po mawala yung tarahan nila, gulo. Then at the same time, Your Honor, the examiner must be reassigned 2 or 3 months from the Port of Manila to Port of Batangas and the other ports para hindi po ma-identify kung anong produkto ang meron doon. Your Honor, there must also be a pre-inspection coming from the port of origin. Kasi hindi naman po yan makakalusot eh. Doon po sa bill of lading, yan ang kontrata ng importer, exporter. Nandun na po yung goods. Pag nagkamali po doon sa pagdeklara, ibig sabihin may kasabwat galing sa port of origin. Your Honor, the same with my case in the case of Mr. Taguba. Galing po sa port of origin, alam na yun kung sino nun ang nag-export. So, hindi po makakalusot ang smuggling, Your Honor. Pag mayroong pre-inspection representative, lalo na po kung mayroon din ang government ng particular bansa or country na mag-certify na yun ay tama, na importation, tama ang deklarasyon. At hindi po alam ng examiner at ng intelligence operative ng police, kahit po ang deputy commissioner, isa lang po dapat ang nakakaalam sa concerned product, kung ano ang product. And again, Your Honor, doon po sa amo, nandoon po yung importable materials. Kung ano po yung naka-accredit sa amo, account management office, yun lang dapat ang import. Kasi nakalagay po yun doon bago po aprobahan ng amo. Kung ang amo po ay under ng intelligence or under ng office of the commissioner, dapat po nire-review. Yung po ba na ini-import ng isang consignee ay nandoon sa inaprobahan according doon sa amo accreditation. If it is not, wala po doon, Your Honor, ay dapat wag na ipayagan. Kahit to general merchandise. Pag nag-i-inspect po ako niya, pinag-define ko kung anong klaseng general merchandise. Kung yan ba ay shoes na ano, swelas lang, yan ba ay kettle na ano. So yan po, Your Honor, ay power po yan ng customs. Wala pong magkakaroon ng smuggling kung lahat po yun ay tatama.
So with that statement, Mr. Chair, Ginong Jimmy, nung paparating na po yung shipment na from Indonesia is, syempre alam na po nung incoming na may shabu po yung shipment na yun. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, yung pre-shipment, ang customs po bago dumating ang kargamento, may dokumento na. Meron na po kaming advance foreign manifest. I'm sure the district collector, the office of the commissioner, even sa aming opisina po, meron na kaming advance. Hindi pa ho dumarating yung barko, may dokumento na kami kung ano deklarasyon ang doon. So pagka mis-declared po, hindi malalaman. Pero po galing po doon sa port of origin, alam na po yun kung ano ang laman ng barko. Anong laman ng container rather. Kung anong laman ng container.
Pero yun nga, pag hindi siya declared, pero there has to be someone who knows that there is an incoming na ganun po from our end. Tama po ba? Alam na rin nila na may parating na.
Yes, Your Honor, kasi hindi po maglalakas loob yun mag-import kung hindi alam o hindi timbrado sa district o sa port ng pagbabagsakan. Ibig sabihin, may linya na sila. Nag-uusap na sila, may presyo na yan kung magkano, kung paano gagawin. In my case, Your Honor, that is already more than 30 days. Abandon shipment, hindi nila ginagalaw. Tapos nung hinuli namin, kami ang kinulong. I'm very sure, the Honorable Commissioner nandito po. Abandon shipment yung hinuli namin. Wala pong nawalang kargamento kahit na ano sa loob. So, ibig sabihin, totally po nahuli namin yung shabu. Wala pong nawala kahit piso. Totally hindi na ho nakalabas ng customs. So, ibig sabihin, may kasabot na yun doon sa district office or port na pagbabagsakan kung sino ang magtuturuawi ng kargamento na yon, anong oras, anong gabi, or kaya ipaparalyze yung computer para mailabas po yung illegal na droga.
Ano na, gagana na yung
Brownout.
Tara, yung Magic Lifter, saka yung mga
Yes.
Magic X-ray, no?
Yes, Your
Sir
Honor.
Jimmy.
Opo.
Mr. Chair, for a few questions na lang po. What has the BOC done? Kasi naging malaking issue to eh. So what are they doing now na para hindi po mangyari ulit to? Mabawasan o what has been their moves? Kumbaga, ano pong ginagawa nila para i-improve yung system, totally matanggal na o malesen man lang po yung mga ganitong problema natin, Mr. Chair. Anyone from the BOC can answer.
Mr. Chair, we have learned from this experience, from this incident involving this EMT case, Your Honor, so that in the parameters, we have improved the parameters that was inputted by the Risk Management Office, so that this kind of importers, EMT was I think a new, relatively new importer, but it was able to qualify, or he was nakalagay siya sa green lane. So, from this experience, hindi na po pwede yun, sir, na ang isang relatively new importer with no parang history, very short history, hindi na pwedeng pumasok as green lane. So ito lang yung mga na may history na walang violation, sir.
But again, Mr. Chair, parang these are minor improvements from what we're expecting, no? Kasi syempre, I'd like to ask the BOC as well. In one of your meetings or yung mga, syempre meron kayong mga ginagawang security measures. Was anyone in the meeting suggesting or even considering third party or upgrading of systems or additional security measures po?
Currently, the Bureau of Customs is in the direction of pre-shipment inspection from the port of origin, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last na lang po kay Sir Jimmy siguro at saka kay Sir Mark. Siyempre po, matagal na po kayo dyan. I mean, si Sir Jimmy, si Sir Mark, medyo mas masasabi niyo po ba na yung Tara system din po ang naging problema? At saka kung saan na kayo ngayon, yung sistema na yun na parang naging way of life, hindi ganun ka-foolproof. Tapos kayo pa po yung nadiin. Parang ganun na po yun eh. Ganun na pong dating nun eh. Naging biktima po kayo ng isang sistema na kinasanayan po sa BOC.
Yes po, Your Honor.
So sabi nga ni Kong Jingy kanina, yung fall guy talaga. Yung nangyari sa inyo, kayo yung mga fall guy. Pero for my last question, sir, kung meron po bang representative dito, sa mga nag-file po ng cases against you, bakit kayo po yung agad na mga finailan nila? Ano po ang, kumbaga, anong inspirasyon nila? Ba't kayo agad? Yun napasok at nabigyan na-file ng sunod-sunod na mga kaso.
Your Honor, sa case ko po ay pinaka-worst po yun dahil magkasama kami ng PDEA na nanghuli. I'm sure they were present today. Wala kaming pinakawalan kundi tinorn over properly sa PDEA. Then during the Senate hearing, nandun lang kami. I don't know what was the reason bakit nagkaroon ng conspiracy to import. Na present po ang PDEA during the time of the apprehension. Then the magnetic lifter loaded with shabu was also apprehended inside of the area of the Bureau of Customs. Hindi po nakalabas. Hindi pa po na-examine, kundi that was already an abandoned shipment. And hindi po namin makuha, bakit po yung personnel ng customs ay hindi po ginalaw, hindi nakasuhan? Bakit ko ako na isa sa mga nanghuli, ako po ang kinasuhan? Kasama po si then late Colonel Pajardo at saka si Colonel Asierto, then the rest. Ang pinaka-worst pa po noon, may umadmit pa kung sino ang may-ari ng kargamento na hinuli namin na nawawala hanggang ngayon. Hindi na makita. It was presented in the Senate. Then after na may present sa Senate, nawala yung umamin na kanya yung consignee, siya ang may-ari ng consignee. So ako na po ang hinabol ng hinabol nung dating administrasyon. And hopefully, Your Honor, we be given right and proper justice.
Follow-up na lang po, Mr. Chair. Sir Jimmy, what are you expecting from all of these hearings? Kaya si Sir Mark, may expectation pa po ba kayo? O siyempre, naisiwalat nyo na po yung mga statements, yung mga kailangan yung sabihin through your affidavits. Is there still hope? Meron pa po ba kayong ine-expect na mangyari po dito sa mga hearings natin?
Thank you, Your Honor. Of course, Your Honor, we are expecting a speedy trial of our case, especially in my case that I am on appeal. Then at the same time sana, Your Honor, pairalin po yung tama na batas, rule of law. Huwag naman po sana yung impluensya. Dahil nakitang-kita naman po kahit na hindi pa po abogado, hindi masyadong marunong sa legal, nandoon po yung katunayan na wala po kaming ginawa kundi hulihin lang ang illegal na droga sa loob mismo ng customs at wala pong nawawala. Thank you po.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Ortega. The last to interpolate on the topic of drugs before we proceed sa EJK is Congressman Acop. Congressman Acop, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nagpalista ako dahil sa mga statement ni or sagot ni Mr. Jimmy Guban sa mga katanungan ni Honorable Ortega. Before I proceed there, Mr. Chair, may I ask PDEA?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Could you compare yung status ng illegal drug situation in this country between 2024 and 2023? Alin po ang nagkaroon tayo ng problema sa illegal drugs? 2023, 2024, or what?
What will we compare, sir? 23 and 24?
Yeah, for 2024, mas marami ba kaysa doon sa 2023 ang illegal drugs in this country?
Ang huli ngayon, sir, is paliit ng paliit, sir.
So it's improving.
Yes, sir. Paliit na paliit yung huli namin ngayon, sir.
O baka naman humihina kayo sa panghuli?
Di,
Di
sir,
ba pwede yun?
nag-operate na, sir, yung PNP joint with PDEA. Kaya overall, sir, for 2024, sir, kaunti yung nahuhuli namin, sir.
Ganon.
Yes, sir.
Sige. Mr. Guban, ako na-surprise ako doon sa mga sagot mo kay Honorable Ortega. May I know kung sino po ang nag-imbestiga sa kaso po ninyo?
Your Honor, as far as my recollection is concerned, it was PDEA.
PDEA?
Yes, Your Honor.
The same is true with Mr. Taguba. Sabay kayo?
Magkahiwalay po kami, Your Honor. Nauna po yung sa
PDEA
kanya.
rin ang nag-imbestiga sa iyo. At nag-file ng kaso. May I know who was the director of PDEA then?
During that time, Your Honor, nabasa ko ang director during that time is si General Aquino, Your Honor.
May I know, Mr. Chair, if Director General Aquino is present in this hearing today?
Yes, Your Honor, he is present. He was invited and he is here today, Congressman Acop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Totoo po ba yung sagot ni Mr. Guban na kayo po ang Director General ng PDEA when his case was investigated by your office?
That's right, Mr. Chair.
That's right. So, narinig niyo po naman yung mga sagot ni Mr. Guban dun sa mga katanungan ni Honorable Ortega na nagtataka siya kung bakit yung mga illegal drugs naman ay nandun sa loob ng customs area at sila nga ang nakahuli. Nagtataka siya bakit sila lang ang nakasuhan. Could you explain that to this committee?
Actually, sir, more or less, or more than 40 drug personalities ang napailan ng kaso with regards to this magnetic lifters discovery. Marami sir na hold, may mga Chinese, may Vietnamese, may mga personalities sa mga customs and all other personalities that is involved in that particular case.
We're talking of yung drug haul, illegal drug haul na involved si Mr. Jimmy Guban.
Yes, sir.
Doon lang tayo, hindi yung ibang mga insidente.
Yun na yun, sir. Yung discovery ng magnetic lifters.
May I know how many personnel of customs were charged because of this incident?
How many personnel who were, ano yun, sir?
Personnel of customs. Kasi, sabi ni Mr. Guban, yung illegal drugs, hindi naman nakalabas sa customs eh. Would that be correct, Mr. Guban?
Yes, Your Honor.
At kayo po ang nakadiscover doon. Kung tama yung pagkarinig ko, doon sa sagot nyo sa tanong ni Honorable Ortega.
Yes, Your Honor.
Di ba?
Together
Kayo
with
ni
Colonel
na
Asierto and
delayed,
Colonel Pardo.
Colonel Fardo at saka
Colonel Asierto, Your Honor.
Colonel Asierto, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, may know kung ilan pong tao sa customs ang na-filean po ninyo ng kaso regarding this issue?
Merong mga napailan ng kaso, sir, sa customs, particularly dun sa x-ray machines and all other departments. Hindi ko lang, sir, exactly alam kung ilan, sir, ang napailan na ng mga lahat ng personnel ng customs.
Mr. Guban, what can you say about the answer of Director General Aaron Aquino?
Your Honor, hindi pa ho na-x-ray yan kasi nahuli po yan sa loob mismo ng yarda ng Manila International Container Port.
Hindi na nga po sana ako magtatanong. Kaya lang, Guban, doon sa mga pagtatanong ni Honorable Ortega, na yung illegal drug shipment ay nahuli naman doon sa loob ng customs. Hindi naman po nahuli sa labas eh. Nandun sa loob ng customs. So, ako, even an ordinary person will say, bakit yung mga taga-customs, bakit nakapasok doon? Di ba? And ang tanong ko, bakit si Mr. Guban na lang nandun sa kulungan? Kaya ang tanong ko, meron pa bang taga-customs personnel na nakakulong because of this issue?
Yung nangyari sa MICP, sir, I think
you're
it's
not
only...
answering my question, DG. My question is, meron pa bang personnel ng customs, aside from Mr. Guban, na nakakulong dahil sa issue na ito?
Siya lang, sir, sa Bureau
Bakit
of
po kaya?
Customs.
Are you trying to tell us na nakapasok yung illegal drugs sa loob ng customs na walang pagkukulang yung ibang tauhan ng customs? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Sir, hindi lang siya napailan ng kaso doon, sir. Meron din kami mga Chinese na napailan ng kaso doon, the importers.
Hindi, ang pinag-uusapan natin yung customs. Huwag mong isidetrack yung issue na pinupursu ko. Ang tanong ko is, why is it na yung tao, kasi ang tanong ni Mr. Guban kanina sa katanungan ni Honorable Ortega, bakit ako lang nakakulong, ako pang nakahuli? Hindi naman nakalabas sa customs yung illegal drugs. So, paano nakapasok sa customs yung illegal drugs na walang pagkakamali o pagkukulang yung mga taga-customs? Could you explain that to me?
Sir, I can explain kung paano nakapasok, sir, yung container van sa...
Kayo ang nag-imbestiga eh. Bakit? Ikaw na rin mismo nagsabi, siya lang ang customs personnel na napailan ng kaso. Why?
The container van came from Malaysia and the container vans were abandoned. And that's the reason why nagkaroon ng coordination ng PDEA, Bureau of Customs, to check the legality of the container ban. Kaya na with all the requirements needed na binuksan sir yung container ban to check what's inside.
Mr. Guban, the Director General is not answering my question directly. Bago pumasok sa customs area, galing sa ibang bansa, meron po bang customs office o personnel na dadaanan?
Yes, Your Honor, dahil nandun yun sa container yard, dapat meron doon naka-assign na customs personnel, Your Honor, from that district. Port Collection District na Manila International Container Port, from District Collector, meron pong, I do not remember the office right, na nagbabantay mismo, Your Honor, ng mga container na nandoon sa abandon at saka mga bagong dating ng mga containers, Your Honor.
Hindi. Pagdating, for example, if it came from Vietnam, for example lang ito, sino po ang tumatanggap ng mga container na ito na taga-customs pagpasok sa customs area?
Your Honor, kasama ang PPA ang yung port operation, Your Honor. So yung Deputy Collector for Report of Operation, meron yan nagsasampa sa barko, sila nag-inspect din sa kapuyan ibababa sa container yard. So yung Port Operation Deputy Collector, Your Honor, yung office niya down the line.
Now, may I ask, ano po kaya ang dahilan? Bakit kayo lang po na-charge sa taga Bureau of Customs, samantalang kayo po ang nakadiscover?
Until now, Your Honor, puzzle po yan hanggang ngayon sa akin dahil kami ang nanghuli. Ako, Your Honor, ang ipinakulong. And according to the complaint of the Director General during that time, ay kami daw ay nag-conspire with Colonel Acerto and Colonel Fajardo na kung saan kami po ang nagtrabaho niyan para mahuli, hindi makalabas sa loob ng BOC upon request of the Honorable Commissioner Lapina. So ibig sabihin po, lalo na abandoned container yan, mayroong nakakaalam sa office ng Manila International Container Port kung aling mga containers ang abandoned na walang gumagalaw. Ibig sabihin po, may kausap doon na tiga-custom.
Kasi yun po yung kumbaga sa question mark o may walang kasagutan sa aking mga katanungan sa aking isip. Bakit the investigating body cannot explain to this committee bakit po yung nanghuli at hindi nakalabas yung illegal drugs sa customs na taga-customs, siya ngayon ang nakakulong. Matanong ko nga po kayo.
Meron din kasing na-discover kaming container van sir sa GMA Cavite na nakalink doon sa MICP container or the magnetic lifters. So dalawang magnetic lifters sa...
Malayo po yung sagot nyo doon sa aking katanungan eh.
Sir, kaya nga namin sila kinasuhin din because nakalink din sila doon sa kaso na na-discover namin sa GMA na 4 naman na magnetic lifters na na-discover namin. So these are the same magnetic lifters that was discovered in MICP. And perhaps, sir, I can also ask the legal service of PDEA to determine the real reason, sir. I am sorry, sir.
PDEA, what would be your answer to the request of former DG Aaron Aquino?
Sir, we'll check with the records. We are not still there in PDEA when that happened, but we can get it from the records of PDEA, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I cannot proceed more because PDEA is not ready to give an answer to my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Akop. Perhaps we will just pursue that line of questioning when the legal department of PDEA will be present in the next committee hearing. Yung tanong ko lang ulit sa Bureau of Customs, no? Ang legal department, 'di ba, kapag merong order for seizure, kayo 'yan, di ba? Sa office nyo nanggagaling yung seizure orders, correct?
No, Your Honor. It comes from the port collector.
So, ang port collector orders the legal department to issue a seizure order.
No, Your Honor. It's the port collector who issues the warrant of seizure and detention.
So, ang ano yan, ang port collector.
Yes, sir.
Now, kung merong order of seizure, paano naman nalilift yung order na yan?
Okay. Warrant of seizure and detention assumes that the items are imported. And if it's imported, pwedeng may incidents na, syempre, incidents ng duties and taxes or
Merong
violations.
technical smuggling
misdeclaration,
or outright smuggling, correct?
Misdeclaration, undervaluation, or misclassification, Your Honor. And then after the issuance of the WSD, the port conducts a hearing to determine if liable for forfeiture po yung...
Who conducts the hearing?
It's the law division of the port.
So in this case, kayo?
It's the law division of the port, Your Honor.
So iba pa rin yung legal ng customs sa law division ng port?
The port, the law division belongs to the port, Your Honor. Legal service is in the central office.
Okay, so who now orders the lifting of the seizure order or yung WSD?
So after the hearing, Your Honor, depende dun sa mapapatunayan during the seizure hearings, it can be released or forfeited. If it's released, Your Honor, that's a decision against the government. It's a subject to automatic review by the commissioner.
Just like the recently, meron tayong na-seize na mga bigas that was forfeited in favor of the government, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, in other words, yung order to lift the seizure would have been issued or would have come from the office of the legal department, under the law department.
Upon its review, Your Honor, we make recommendations to the Commissioner of Customs.
And then
we draft the recommendation, Your Honor, for the approval of the Commissioner.
Sige. We will just perhaps continue that line of questioning sa next because we can now proceed.
Meron lang ako
kasi last interpellator si Congressman Acop sa topic ng drugs, but we can allow you for a short interjection, Congressman Dan Fernandez and then Congressman Paduano.
Yes, sino ba ng mga nagko-conduct ng mga raids? Doon sa, halimbawa, na-issuean sila ng LOA. Di ba mga CIIS ang nagko-conduct?
Primarily, Your Honor, the intelligence group who...
Intelligence group of what division?
Of the Bureau of Customs, Your Honor. It's a group.
Ano pangalan ng group nila?
Intelligence group, Your Honor. CIIS.
Yun na nga, yun na sinabi ko kanina. CIIS. Sila yung nagko-conduct. Kaya nga, Mr. Chairman, siguro kailangan po natin maimbita. Sino ang head ng CIIS ng Port of Manila and ng MICP? Head.
For MICP, Your Honor, I think certain NCISO, and for POM, Your Honor, I think it's a certain Joel Pinawin, Your Honor.
Okay. So sila ang mga nagko-conduct ng mga raids na yon?
They implement the letter of authority issued by the Commissioner, Your Honor.
Yeah.
They're the ones who enforces the letter of authority.
So ngayon, kapag na-enforce na nila yung letter of authority at naging successful nga yung raids, what happened next?
Your Honor, in the enforcement of the letter of authority, the letter of authority comes from the visitorial powers of the Commissioner. It's the power of the Commissioner to ask proof of duties, proof of payment of duties and taxes on goods openly held for sale or being kept in storage. These are imported goods, openly held for sale or kept in storage. So with the letter of authority, the enforcement of which authorizes the officer of the Bureau of Customs to enforce it to ask for the submission of proof of payment of duties and taxes, Your Honor.
Pero dapat, before that raids na nangyari, hindi na sila dapat nakalabas doon sa port di ba?
Your Honor, if the owner of the goods are able to prove payment, due payment of duties and taxes, then it's okay, Your Honor. It's released or it's given back to, or it's not being seized. But if there's no, if the owner fails within 15 days, fails to show proof that.
Bakit 15 days, attorney?
Napakahaba
naman nun.
Nakalagay.
Ano ba yan? Room for negotiation? Kasi pag 15 days, you can do anything Or bakit 15 days atap? Samantalang kung mapapakita mo na meron ka ng mga dokumento, right away. Di ba? Para walang room for negotiation. Kasi yun ang nangyayari Di ba?
Your Honor, the 15-day period is provided for in the CMTA under Section 224.
Nang?
CMTA, Your Honor.
CMTA?
Customs Modernization and Tariff Act.
Kaya nga, we need to amend that. Dahil kung 15 days, napakahaba nun. Di ba? So, Mr. Chair, I think we need to dig deeper dito sa sa isyong to kasi medyo dito tayo nakakakita ng window ng ng problema. At kung walang mga naparusahan sa BOC employee na nakapag-issue mga commissioner ng LOA saka ng SWD, tingin ko dito, Mr. Chairman, dito tayo naiisahan ng mga nagtatarang yan sa BOC. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Dan. Yes, as I said earlier, pagpapatuloy natin yung topic na yan dun sa next hearing natin dyan sa Bureau of Customs. Yes, and last but not the least, on the issue of drugs, Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, Mr. Mike sila to, isang question lang po sa current customs officials. Kasi as I've heard kanina, doon sa sagot ni former Commissioner Feldon at saka ni Commissioner La Peña, it was admitted by them na indeed there is a TARA system in the customs. Eto, attorney, ikaw nga 2009 ka pa, mas nauna pa ka sa kanila. Parang kanina, parang ayaw mo pang aminin na may sistema dyan. Di ba? Mas nauna ka sa kanila, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Now, maswerte ka, hanggang ngayon nandyan ka pa. Now, eto, attorney, narinig mo ba yung yung supposedly proposed reforms that was proposed by Commissioner Paildon and Commissioner La Peña with regards to modernization and digitalization of the customs?
Actually, Your Honor, at the currently...
No, yes or no lang po.
Yes, I have heard, Your Honor.
Oh, you have heard. Hindi pa nga ako nagtatanong ng next question ko. Defensive ka na
Sorry, Your Honor.
Commissioner La Peña, former Commissioner La Peña, Commissioner Paildon, do you believe that if the reforms that you have mentioned will be implemented dun sa sistema sa customs, if not totally eradicated yung TARA system, that can minimize the TARA system?
Yes, Your Honor, it can substantially minimize the TARA system.
General La Peña.
Yes, Your Honor. That can greatly minimize, if not stop, the TARA system.
So, tama din po ba that may budget na during your time, Commissioner Feldon?
Yes, sir, around 400 million plus. But when I assume, because it's a project of, I think, Commissioner Biason pa, but when I assume it's already subject of court litigation, so it was withheld and never implemented during my time because the case was not resolved during my time. So hindi ko alam after me if na-resolve yun at na-implement siya.
Nung time mo, thank you, Commissioner Peldon, nung time mo, Jen, La Peña, yung time mo, what happened to that, modernization plan? Or budget na mismo, budgeted na pala?
Beg your pardon, Your Honor. Are you referring to when you say organization, you are referring to the the centralized command center?
I think we're talking about the proposed, supposedly the reform that former Commissioner Biason wants to implement, and it was during the time also of Commissioner Peldon. Kaya lang po nagkakaso daw. So, nung time mo, ano ba bang nangyari doon?
I did not come across that project of Commissioner Biason, Your Honor.
So, you're not familiar about it?
No, Your Honor.
Attorney, sa ngayon po, are you familiar with that? 2009 ka pa eh.
Your Honor, currently the Bureau of Customs is undertaking...
Again, please, Attorney, answer my query. You're the legal. The time legal ka na, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, now ang tanong ko, nasa legal ka ng custom during the time, what happens now? Ano yung update doon? Doon sinasabi ni former Commissioner Peldon, a project during the time of Commissioner Biason, and pinalo up lang ni Commissioner Peldon, kailang may kaso. Sa legal ka the time, ano na ngayon yung status noon? At what are the efforts being done by the present Commissioner?
Your Honor, as I've been saying a while ago, Your Honor, currently we are undertaking digitization of all our functions, Your Honor. And I think we are at the threshold of 90%. However, we are being handicapped by a certain case pending with the Manila trial courts, enjoining or stopping the Bureau of Customs from further improving its system, Your Honor.
Sino yung ano?
There's a case, Your Honor. It's a case filed against the Bureau of Customs by a certain Omniprime, Your Honor. Omniprime case.
Ano yung company niyan? Importer?
No, Your Honor. It's a service.
Ang case nyo is not all about the implementation of the project, but with regards to the...
with regards to the improvement of our system, computer system.
Pero ang nag-file ng case against you is...
Omniprime.
Ano yung Omniprime? Ano yung interest nila doon?
Participated in a
bidding.
Bidding, Your Honor.
So it's not all about their intention to stop.
Yeah,
but because they are part of the bidding, tapos hindi po nabigay sa kanila, tama? Ganon po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, is a different case that happens during the time of former Commissioner Peldon and Commissioner Biason? It's a different case.
If my memory serves me right, Your Honor, I think it started with Commissioner Lina, Your Honor. Yeah. Commissioner Lina.
Okay, anyway, Mr. Chairman, since Chairman Abante has already moved that we will invite Commissioner Rubio, siguro po tama din lang na in the next hearing dapat po ipatawag natin si Commissioner Rubio para diretso po na masagot niya yung mga katanungan, especially those proposed reforms that was proposed by former commissioners of customs. Now, Mr. Chairman, punta ko lang po si Jimmy Guban. Jimmy, yung case na nakaharap mo ngayon, is that, sino ba yung source of information na may papasok na droga that time?
Your Honor, that came from Colonel Asierto and Colonel Fajardo.
Colonel Asierto and Colonel Fajardo then kinordinate sa'yo?
Yes, Your Honor. Dahil sa customs ako po na ang nag-monitor sa loob kasi hindi naman sila makakapasok.
Okay.
At wala silang direct line para sa customs.
So, may information, nahuli mo?
Together with PDEA, Your Honor.
Together
Your Honor, I am working inside of the Bureau of Customs together with PDEA.
Okay, with PDEA.
Representative of the PDEA, Your Honor.
Who is the head of the operations at the time? That
During that time, Your Honor, the director of NCR was then late Colonel Fajardo. Pero yung team leader niya sa port, I think a certain Bagawi in Soriano. Soriano testified, Your Honor, in court. Now we were together nung nagtinatrabaho namin yan. Agent Soriano,
so Agent Soriano is still active in the PDEA?
I'm
PDEA?
sure, Your Honor. Soriano
PDEA.
in Bagawi, Your Honor.
PDEA. Hindi kasi, Mr. Chairman, ganito
Sir
lang
will
po.
verify if it is
Yeah,
still active.
please verify it. Then, Mr. Chairman, with that, I move that we will invite a certain Soriano.
Intelligence Officer Soriano and Intelligence Officer Bagawi, Your Honor.
Intelligence Officer Soriano, Intelligence Officer Bagawi. Para magkalinawan lang po, kasi is General Aquino still present?
Yes, I think.
Kanina nakaupo siya eh. Nawala. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, since for the interest of time, ganito lang po. Pakiano lang po, kay General Aquino, be present in the next hearing because during your stint as the PDEA Director General, sa iyo po nangyari ito, yung sa case nila Jimmy Guban. Kasi gusto ko lang tingnan, bakit yung information galing kina Sierto, at alam naman natin ngayon si Sierto nakatago. Testifying in the ICC, part of the witnesses in the ICC. Tapos, sa kanila galing information, ikaw nag-operate, together with the PDEA, tapos kayo ngayon ang nakasuhan. Ayun ang hindi ko maintindihan. But your case, ang kaso mo is not part of that discovery doon sa Cavite that was mentioned by General
Your
Aquino?
Honor, that was already dismissed. Sa piskalya pa lang, wala na po yung Cavite, Your Honor. Ang ifinail nila sa amin yung nahuli namin mismo sa loob. Dahil wala naman pong katotohanan yung Cavite.
Jimmy.
Yes, Your Honor.
But ang Cavite was also filed against you.
Yes, Your Honor, but pagdating sa piskalya, dinismiss na po kaagad.
Ang kaso doon sa Cavite, that's also involved Acerto and Fardo.
Yes, Your Honor, pero...
So, tatlo pa rin kayo?
Yes, the same, Your Honor po. Kami pong tatlo
Hindi,
na...
tatlo lang kayo. No other than...
Meron pa po, Your Honor, yung may-ari ng magnetic lifter ng doon sa customs at saka yung certain tatlo o dalawang Chinese
Sana
po
ngayon
yata.
yung may-ari at saka yung dalawa o tatlong Chinese national.
Your Honor, nawawala po. Tapos pati po yung umami na may-ari ng kargamento na nahuli sa loob ng customs, nawawala rin po.
Oh, please, Mr. Chairman, please, can we get all the names that was... matandaan mo pa ba yung mga pangalan, Jimmy?
Taguba, Your Honor, Mr. Taguba, yung asawa, babae, Katipan. Umamin po yan, Your Honor, during the Senate
Mr.
hearing.
Chairman, can we ask the help of the CIDG or the Philippine National Police to locate those persons
Tigakalapan po yan, Your Honor.
mentioned by
Calapan City.
by Jimmy? Kasi kailangan patawag natin yan para tayo magkaalaman na kasi we will not discuss about the merit of the
Bikaba,
case.
Your Honor, Bikaba Trading.
This committee will not discuss about the merit of the case in regards to the case that has filed to you and now under appeal. What I'm saying is, medyo nakapagtataka lang kasi kayo pong may hawak na information, kayo pa pong humuli, now, kayo pong nakasuhan. Yun lang po. Kaya we have to clear it out dun sa mga possible persons, no? Persons involved in that operations, Mr. Chairman. With that, as of now, Mr. Chairman, yun lang po muna. General Aquino, next time lang po. Kasi naghabol po tayo ng oras. I will ask you once again the question that I asked when you were not around. No? Next time na lang po.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Congressman Paduano. Comsec, please take note of the persons that Congressman Paduano would want to invite for the next committee hearing. Tapos na po yung ating hearing on the topic of illegal drugs. So we will now shift to the topic of extrajudicial killings. For the resource persons related po sa topic ng illegal drugs, you can be excused already. Unless you want to stay and listen, we will welcome that. So 1 minute suspension. Comsec, can we ask, is Colonel Grijaldo present? Okay, please bring him in. And maybe ask all the... Maraming salamat po doon sa mga resource persons sa topic ng illegal drugs. Thank you. And hopefully, we expect again to see you soon. May iwan. Rog. Okay, hearing is now resumed. So again, let me just reiterate that the topic that we will now be discussing will be the topic on the extrajudicial killings. We have invited resource persons, and we have a list of the members who wish to interpolate on the issues related to the extrajudicial killings. Including, of course, the issue where Police Colonel Hector Grijaldo is involved, no? And With that, we'd like to call on the first interpellator, Congresswoman Pami Zamora. You have 10 minutes. You are now recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Colonel Grijaldo, good afternoon po. Colonel Grijaldo, simulan ko lang po nung dati po kasi nag-a-attend ka naman dito, pero may time na
Mr. Chairman, point of information lang po.
With the indulgence of Congresswoman Zamora, yes, what is the point of information?
Since the good gentle lady will be starting to ask Colonel Hector Grijaldo, this representation wish to inform this committee that we will be inhibiting ourselves.
Yes.
Together, ourselves, not together with, I think, tayo, no, na, to ask question. And at the same time, we can also be asked, no, by the members of this committee. Surely, meron tong involvement sa mga nangyari, no, for the resource person not attending our mga hearings. So, yun po, yun lamang po ang gusto ko natin pa mga members of this committee. Maraming salamat po, Mr.
Thank you, Congressman Fernandez. Yes, Congressman Abante.
I second the motion.
Okay, so we just would like to inform the members that you can also propound questions directed to our co-chairs of the committee in relation to the issue of EJK and in relation to the issue of Colonel Grijaldo's previous statement before this committee and before the Senate committee. So,
and Mr. Chairman, we're willing to go down and to vacate our seat in here.
May we
so
ask
most
you
likely,
to
we'll
please
be sitting
occupy
down
the seats in front of the chair. So
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
See you eye to eye. Now,
do we need to ask them to take their whole minute?
Before that, can we, Comsec, did Colonel Grijaldo take his oath in the previous hearings already? You already took your oath. So, there's no need to administer the oath of Colonel Grijaldo. He has taken his oath in the previous hearing. So, may we ask both co-chairs, Congressman Abante and Congressman Dan Fernandez, to occupy the seat in front of this table.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Akop.
point of clarification.
Yes, please proceed.
Since our two chairmen already moved that questions should be asked from them, may we request that they also take the oath? And may I know whether we can cite them in contempt if they're found lying? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Congressman Akop. Let me inform the Honorable Congressman Abante and Fernandez that since you will be one of the resource persons in this hearing today, any member who find you not cooperative or evading questions from this representation and others, there is no prohibition under our rules that we cannot cite you in contempt. So let it be on record, Your Honors. Now,
point of clarification.
Are you comfortable in that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Point of clarification.
Yes. What
Mr.
is
Chairman.
the clarification?
May I be
I think, Mr.
informed?
Chair, sorry. I think the witness,
I still have the floor.
the resource person now has to wait to be recognized.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
I was recognized, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
No, really, no joke. What this representation wanted to find out kung what provision of the rules contain yung pong pagte-take po ng oath ng member of this committee who wanted to be a part of the as resource person.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I will wait, hold your horses, gentlemen. Let me ask Congressman Akop to answer that query of Congressman Dan Fernandez.
Mr. Chair, I think the two distinguished gentlemen were the ones who volunteered to become resource persons. We did not require them to become resource persons. And therefore, when they volunteered to become resource persons, then our rules regarding resource persons must apply. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I agree, Mr. Chair.
I hope that is clear to the gentleman from Laguna. No further questions will be entertained by the chair.
Mr. Chair.
From you, but from Congressman
May
Abante.
I
yes,
request that if we will be cited in contempt, that I would be arrested in my own room, Mr. Chair.
That is
I
noted.
confine
That-
my own room. That's my request, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Comsec, please take note of the request of Congressman Abante and Congressman Fernandez. Yes.
So,
now we will now proceed.
So with the explanation of the Vice Chairperson, Romy Acop, this representation submit to the decision of this committee. Maraming salamat po.
Okay. Thank you, Congressman Fernandez.
May we
for
have our
your-
oath now, Mr. Chair?
Makabawi na rin kami nito.
Okay. Comsec, please administer the oath of the two distinguished gentlemen, members of the honor of this 19th Congress.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this congressional inquiry, so God may help you? Sir, the oath has been administered.
Thank you, Comsec. Thank you, Congressman Fernandez and Congressman Abante. Now we will proceed with the interpellation of Congresswoman Pami Zamora. You have 10 minutes.
Once again, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to also greet our two new resource persons. Welcome to the committee. Ang tatanungin ko ngayon, Mr. Chair, I'd like to address my questions kay Colonel Grijaldo. Colonel Grijaldo, natatandaan ko dati nung nag-attend ka pa dito at nabigyan pa yung committee ng pagkakataon na matanong ka, sinabi mo na nung June 28, 2016, ay nag-attend ka ng isang meeting sa DPWH building kasama ang classes 1996 and 1997 ng PNPA. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, kasama mo dito sa meeting na to, Mr. Chair, si Colonel Reyna Garma. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Chair?
Nandoon po si Colonel Garma, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang tanungin, bakit sa Davao ang naging meeting? Bakit sa Davao ginanap ang meeting na to?
I don't know, Your Honor.
You don't know, but I think you know. Because ang nagpatawag ba ng meeting na ito, tama ba, ay si former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte?
I don't know the circumstances that time, Your Honor, who made the arrangement of the meeting, Your Honor.
So why did you attend a meeting that you didn't know the circumstances of?
Yes, Your Honor, I was having my schooling.
No, I'm
officers.
asking you, bakit ka mag-a-attend ng isang meeting na hindi mo naman alam sino ang nagpa-meeting at kung ano ang pakay ng meeting?
Your Honor, allow me to give my premise on the circumstances.
All right.
It happens while we were on our schooling at Mintal, Davao City. And during the time, Colonel Garma and some other of my classmates, Colonel Belela, and all other Class 97 were undergoing a officer's senior executive course that time. And there was some talks among the officers that there will be a gathering on that place. So that's the only thing that we know that time.
All right. And so I'd like to ask, in this meeting, was the former president present?
I have seen the president that time, Your Honor.
I have seen the president at that time. And June 28, 2016, that would be 2 days bago siya manumpa para maging presidente natin. And that would be 3 days before he would assume office. Tama po ba yun?
I could not recall, Your Honor,
Mr. Chair, ano ulit yung natatandaan ko yung campaign slogan dati ni PRRD? It was very, alam nating lahat yon. Ang campaign slogan niya ay change is coming. Colonel Grijaldo, ano ba yung sinasabing change ni former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte? 'Di ba yung change na yon ay to reduce the crime rate, to reduce criminal activity in the country. Am I correct?
I don't know the political agenda at the time of the election, Your Honor.
And in fact, on his very, very last political rally before he won the presidency, there is a very famous quote na, in fact, kumalat siya hanggang sa international news outlets. Sa BBC, nandun nakasulat, sinabi ni former PRRD, forget the laws on, I will do what I did as mayor. You drug pushers, hold up men and do nothings. You better go out because I'd kill you, he said at his final campaign rally. I dump all of you into Manila Bay and fatten all the fish there. Narinig mo po ba to, Colonel Grijaldo?
No, Your Honor. That time I was busy on our schooling because it takes 1 year for us to finish the executive course.
And as confirmed by the former president himself, ginawa niya to, kasi dun sa quote na yon na binanggit ko, sinasabi niya, I will do just what I did as mayor. And kinonfirm niya many times na ginawa niya to gamit yung tinatawag niyang Davao Death Squad. Itong grupo na to, na same group na sinasabi ng isang taong nagngangalang Edgar Matubato na naging parte siya. He said that in the Senate. Tama po ba?
Di ko po alam yung circumstances nung kay Matubato, Your Honor.
And this is the same subject also na naging ng affidavit ng isang taong nagngangalang Arturo Las Cañas na umamin ng existence ng DDS, pati na rin sa pagiging former DDS leader niya. And this is the same DDS, Colonel Las Cañas, na tinutukoy ni PRRD sa Senate committee hearing na dinaluhan mo. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And nung sinabi nga niya na I will do just what I did as mayor, ito ay, ang pinatutungkulan niya dito, yung tinatawag na Davao template. Am I correct?
I could not remember what he has stated during the Senate hearing, Your Honor.
And bilang ating Pangulo, siya yung Commander-in-Chief ng Philippine National Police. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in place of the Davao Death Squad, to implement what he said would be his war on drugs, ginamit niya yung PNP, which in my humble opinion is a very great alternative considering na our policemen are not only very well trained but are better equipped to further the cause, to lessen the crime rates in the country. Tama ba?
I could not confirm or deny that statement, Your Honor.
And bilang member ng Philippine National Police, do you confirm that during his presidency, ito yung naging focus ng kanyang term? Yung pagpapababa ng crime rate sa ating bansa? Ng criminality?
It was his policy, Your Honor.
And ayon sa testimony rin ni Colonel Reina Garma, I believe it was the September 27 hearing, this was the reason kung bakit siya nagpatawag ng hearing, ng meeting doon sa DPWH building sa Davao noong June 28, 2016. For our viewers, mababasa naman natin yung naging conversation ni Chairman Paduano at ni Colonel Ray Nagarma. Dito, inaamin niya na ang napag-usapan doon ay yung Davao template. Having said that, Mr. Chair, ikaw, Colonel Grijaldo, hindi ka sumang-ayon dito. Dahil sabi mo, in the same hearing, nung ikaw na yung tinatanong, sinabi mo na you could not confirm the statement ni Colonel Garma. Am I correct? In fact, I think we can also show the same, the conversation that occurred in that hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. It was not been discussed during the time.
Sinabi mo na you cannot confirm, sabi mo, I could not confirm that, Mr. Chair, na napag-usapan yon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero tama ba na inaamin mo na nandun ka sa meeting na yon, Colonel Grijaldo?
It's not a meeting, Your Honor. I was
It's
there
a
just
bonding?
to be present together with my classmates, Your Honor.
So what do we call it? Eyeball.
That was a courtesy call, Your Honor, where we're
Courtesy call.
called together with some of the officers.
Okay.
But we don't know what is the topic for that meeting or a gathering, Your Honor.
So having said that, it's either one of two things, Mr. Chair. Either A, kasi hindi naman pwedeng parehas kayo nagsisinungaling ni Colonel Garma. Sinabi ni Colonel Garma na yun ang napag-usapan, sinasabi mo na hindi yun ang napag-usapan or hindi mo ma-confirm na yun ang napag-usapan. So para sa akin, it's either one of two things. Una, napag-usapan yung Davao template, pero wala ka doon nung napag-usapan yon. Or pangalawa, Mr. Chair, ay nandun ka nung pinag-usapan yung Davao template, pero ayaw mo aminin, kaya sinasabi mo na you cannot confirm this statement because you are under oath, and you still are under oath, and you didn't want to perjure yourself. Am I correct?
No, Your Honor. That's the facts that really happened that time that I witnessed, Your Honor.
So, sino sa inyo ni Colonel Garma yung nagsasabi ng totoo?
I will not confirm nor deny the statement of Colonel Garma, Your Honor.
Parang di ako nasagot. Pero, Mr. Chair, inaamin mo, nakakilala mo si Colonel Garma.
Yes, Your Honor. She was my classmate in the academy, and we've been assigned in the Region 11.
Okay, if we take, kung tinatanggap natin yung sagot mo na you cannot confirm if that conversation happened, and Colonel Garma confirms that the conversation happened, bilang malapit kayo ni Colonel Garma and considering na very, very critical yung pag-implement ng Davao template nationwide, hindi nyo man lang napag-usapan ba to ni Colonel Garma? Hindi ba yun parang contrary to human experience na hindi nyo siya napag-usapan? Hindi ba kayo parating magkasama ni Colonel Garma?
We have that relationship, Your Honor. Magkaklase kami. But we are professionals and we talk just the matters within the bounds of our profession as police officer, Your Honor.
Pero di ba, so that was June 28, 2016. I remember in a hearing many months back, napag-usapan yung matagal nating naging topic yung tungkol kila Jimmy Fortaleza. Di ba dinalaw nyo siya ng July 2016 sa Davao Penal Colony? Tama ba yon? I remember everyone was confirming that visit.
Yes, Your Honor. I confirm that we were there to visit Major Fortaleza, Your Honor.
And it was only a few months after that visit na papatayin yung tatlong Chinese drug lords under the actions nila Colonel Garma, ni Padilla, si Leonardo, and according to them, they were taking direct orders from no less than the former president himself. Hindi po ba ang naging simula ng Davao template, Mr. Chair, ay yung pinag-usapan sa meeting nyo noong June 28, 2016?
I'm not in privy, Your Honor, what were the discussion between Major Fortaleza and Colonel Garma that time when we visited him at Dapicol, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Chair, it seems that, you know, as evasive as our witness wants to be, I would like to manifest that apart from his history, his long-standing history with Colonel Garma, there are really several instances which would put them in the same places and events which is further evidence of their close work and personal relation. We've also confirmed was indeed in attendance sa meeting sa DPWH building noong June 28, 2016. And because of his attendance in this meeting, kahit pa i-deny ni Colonel Grijaldo ito, he was indeed part of the planning of the nationwide implementation of this Davao model, or what we all know as the war on drugs. With this, Mr. Chair, I didn't want to take up all of my time. I yield to the next interpellator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Zamora. The next interpellator is Congressman Zia Adyong. You are recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I yield to my good friend, the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, Congressman Lordan. I'll be asking my question later on. I yield my time to Congressman Lordan, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Congressman Suwan, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colonel Grijaldo.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Di ba ang lokal po na police ang may responsibilidad na to maintain the peace in their area of jurisdiction?
Yes, Your Honor.
Which means that they have to be familiar with the place where they are assigned in order for them to be effective, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And which means that if anything happens in your area of jurisdiction, you have to be the one to investigate, just like what happened to the assassination of Colonel Barayuga, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, but there is a responsible investigation on case, Your Honor, to respond or to conduct investigation in event there is a crime incident, Your Honor.
So, as to the assassination of Barayuga, you were the one who is primarily responsible for investigating it. Is it not correct?
As part of my command responsibility, Your Honor, I'll take on supervision on my investigator on case for that demise of police.
I'm sorry, you were the lead investigator?
There is a designated investigation on case, Your Honor. And I'm only supervising, and I could not intervene or influence my investigator on case for that incident, Your Honor.
So you mean to say that you are still the supervisor of the investigator of that case?
No, there is a we have a organizational chart, Your Honor, and there is a chief of investigation who is sole responsible on all the personnel under his supervision, which is the investigator on case or all investigator under his unit, Your Honor. And overall, in the police station, I am the police supervisor as the chief of police of that place, Your Honor.
When were you appointed as chief of police of Mandaluyong City?
on the month of July in that time, Your Honor, 2021 or 2021, Your Honor.
So you were already the chief of police during the assassination of Barayuga.
Yes, Your Honor.
How is this investigation started? How do you, such an assassination like what happened with Mr. Barayuga, how is the investigation started? Ano yung proseso po?
Yes, Your Honor. There was a radio call that there was a shooting incident that happened in that place. Immediately thereafter, we dispatched our personnel to conduct yung investigation or to go after of the to those perpetrators of the incident. I was in that place. I responded in that place also, Your Honor, and naabutan ko na lang, Your Honor, yung pick up tsaka yung isang victim on the passenger side, but the driver side was already evacuated as per the witnesses in that place, Your Honor. I myself immediately also go to look for any evidence or any thing that na baka may CCTV doon sa lugar, and we called up immediately yung SOCO para ma-preserve yung crime scene, Your Honor. Yun po yung ginawa namin that time, Your Honor.
So can you repeat again who handled the investigation?
The duty investigator during that time, it was Police Executive Master Sergeant Punsalan, Your Honor.
And Police Executive Master Sergeant Punsalan reports to you as the Chief of Police.
What do you mean?
I mean that Punsalan is the investigator, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Immediately, pag dinispatch po natin kasi yung investigator natin, he will do his job as an investigator. And immediately, we have the duty officer. It was during that time, Your Honor, it was a COVID that time. And most of our personnel and the same, I myself was staying at the police station. I live in the police station that time. So, nakapag-responde kami, and we have this duty SDO, Police Captain Villarta, who also taking charge to do his job that time. And after gathering some information, what transpired immediately was for us to make a spot report. Just 5/8 and 5W and 1/8 muna yung ginagawa natin. Just to, there is a timeline that we are beating in the Camp Crame, lalo na pag mga high crimes. We need to have at least within 1 hour we can make a report, a spot report on 5W and 1/8 only statement. Then we do the progress report, Your Honor, depending on the progress of the investigation, Your Honor, done by the IOC, Your Honor, on the investigator on case, Your Honor.
Yes, but as the Chief of Police of Mandaluyong City, would it be correct to say that the buck stops with you? Which means na ikaw yung may final word sa investigation?
No, Your Honor. What the investigator have done, or ginawa niya, Your Honor, yung ginawa niya yung report, kung ano yung niya, Your Honor, yun yung statement, Your Honor. I could not influence or give or to influence doon sa statement na gagawin niya. Kasi it will not make or we cannot
pero
give justice doon sa investigation
Colonel Grijaldo,
natin, Your Honor.
Paano ito natapos tong investigation na to?
Your Honor,
sinong nagpasya na itigil yung investigation?
No, Your Honor. Allow me, Your Honor, to to elaborate further dun sa nangyari during the the incident happened July 30. On the next day, nagkaroon na ho tayo, sir, ng immediately thereafter, there is a creation of a Special Investigation Task Group or SITG, which is to unearth yung mga other evidences or sino yung magiging madidiscover natin kung sino yung perpetrators that time of the incident. But nagkaroon ng consensus or consolidated effort with the district unit. So ang nag-assume ng overall control ng investigation is the SITG, Your Honor. And that time, I was just only a member of the SITG, Your Honor.
So yung nangyari, parang napunta na yung investigation sa SITG instead of sa iyo.
It's not me, Your Honor, to do the investigation. Just only the IOC, Your Honor, who is responsible. At the same time, Your Honor, it was carried on the SITG group. The investigator being appointed on the SITG, Your Honor.
Pero di ba ikaw yung yung office nyo yung nagsimula ng investigation, so pagkatapos nun, pinasa sa SITG or sa CIDG?
Pinasa namin, Your Honor, kung ano yung initial nagawa naming investigation. And the CIDG was then also a part of the SITG, Your Honor. The composition of the SITG is the IOC of the station, I myself also a member, the D7 or the DIDM, the District Investigation Detective Management Unit, the CIDG, the SOCO, the overall chair of the SITG, Your Honor, was the district operation, DRDO, we call it the DDO, Your Honor, Deputy for Operation, Your Honor.
So, Colonel, kahit ikaw po yung nagsimula ng investigation,
yes, Your Honor.
You were not the one who finished the investigation. That's what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor. It was because in SITD, Your Honor, there is a need to compose and to comply within the period of 6 months. If it is not been
Pero tingin ko po, Colonel, na parang agad-agad na transfer yung investigation sa SITG. Is this correct?
No, Your Honor. It was the district director who take cognizance of the incident, Your Honor. So, as just a station commander, Your Honor, I yield to the wisdom of the district director.
So you're saying that you did not terminate the investigation, but you yielded the investigation instead to the SITG?
The time, yes, Your Honor. There is a continuing effort on the station. I myself, together with other police officer, I give them tasks also to do some efforts. Like I send them to take some affidavits of the security guard on PCSO, the personnel working with General Barayuga and other witnesses. The vehicle that bumped the.
So, Colonel, you're saying that with all of these resources that are in your hands or within your reach, binitawan mo pa rin yung investigation at binigay sa SITG?
I mean, Your Honor, hindi naman ibig sabihin binitawan. Ibig sabihin, we just give the district the opportunity or for us to have a better conduct of investigation, Your Honor, mapabuti kasi ang effort nun marami ng unit eh.
Kasi
Hindi
sa
lang
tingin
yung
ko-
station. So mas mapapabuti po natin na masolve po yung problema, Your Honor, yung crime na nangyari.
Normal po ba na, do you usually do this, Colonel, na yung may mga high-profile cases like this one, binibigay agad sa CIDG or sa SITG?
Yes, Your Honor, there is a, in the PNP operational manual, there is a creation of SITG. Every time incidents involving, may mga high crimes, Your Honor, assassination,
Kasi
or
sa tingin ko
terrorism,
po, parang
or whatever.
this is very concerning because parang pinapasa mo yung trabaho nyo eh, na dapat ikaw yung gumawa, especially this investigation into the murder of Barayuga. I think that's irregular, Colonel Grijaldo. And gaya ng sinabi mo kanina, yung mga local police yung nasa pinakamagandang position to investigate crimes such as this because they are the ones with the most familiarity with the area. And now you're saying that it is normal procedure for you to just pass it on to the SITG. I find this really concerning and baka may personal na interest ka kung bakit ma-terminate agad yung investigation regarding sa pagpaslang kay Barayuga. Ayon sa PNP National Police, sa Philippine National Police Internal Affairs Service, may ongoing investigation ba regarding this sa pagpatay kay Barayuga? IAS?
Your Honor, we've been charged before the Internal Affairs Unit.
So you were charged
Yes, Your
by
Honor.
the IAS?
Yes, Your Honor. We have a administrative complaint for us, Your Honor. I have here with me the charge sheet. Administrative complaint against Police Colonel Grijaldo for neglect of duty, irregularity in the performance of duty, misconduct, incompetence, conduct unbecoming of police officers. We already submitted our counter affidavit on this incident, Your Honor.
When was that case filed by the Internal Affairs Service of the PNP?
We made to do the counter affidavit, Your Honor, last September, Your Honor.
Would you agree with me that the Internal Affairs Service would not have filed this case kung wala naman silang makikitang o nakitang anomalous or irregular activity during the investigation, di ba?
Hindi ko naman ma-question yung ang function ng IAS, Your Honor. So, it has the rightful job din ng IAS to conduct investigation and make charges on all personnel who being involved in that incident, Your Honor.
Colonel Rialdo, are you also under restrictive custody? And were you relieved from your post from the PNP Drug Enforcement Group because of the anomalies uncovered during the investigation?
No, Your Honor. I was still with the PDEG that time. And
that time when the Internal Affairs Service filed this administrative complaint against you, you were still with the PDEG?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about now? Are you still with the PDEG?
We are not on a restrictive custody, Your Honor. It is a administrative. We still reporting to the PHAW, Your Honor. It is a admin holding unit, Your Honor. Ang kinuha lang po sa amin na Your Honor, is that we don't have a position to perform, Your Honor.
At ang mga... So would it be correct to say that you are being investigated right now by the IAS?
Yes, Your Honor. We have submitted already our counter affidavit, Your Honor. And
Tapos ang reason siguro ng IAS ay dahil meron kayong pinagtatakpan. Is that correct? Is that one of the reasons for this investigation by the IAS?
hindi ko po hindi po ako pwedeng mag-assume dun sa investigation. I-preempt natin yung investigation ng IAS, Your Honor, because they are still conducting on the liability on the those personnel being investigated on this case, Your Honor.
Colonel Grijaldo, kilala mo, do you know Colonel David Puklay?
Yes, Your Honor.
At nung nakaraang Quadcom hearing, parehas kayong tinanong tungkol sa investigation regarding sa assassination ni Barayuga. Is that correct?
Just I could not remember, Your Honor.
Do you remember that you were asked regarding the findings of the SITG? Nung sa last na Quadcom hearing, do you remember na may tinanong sa'yo regarding sa findings sa SITG?
Your Honor, hindi ko na matandaan, Your Honor, kung natanong po ako regarding do sa result ng SITG. Because as far as I know, Your Honor, the investigation conducted by the SITG was turned over to CIDG, Your Honor, after a period of 6 months, Your Honor.
Do you remember na yung tinanong ka tungkol sa mga natuklasan yung posibleng motibo, ang sagot mo noon ay dalawa lang ang natuklasan yung motibo, di ba? Na work-related or personal grudge. Do you remember that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Kindly wrap up, Congressman Suwan.
During the last Quadcom hearing, hindi mo man lang binanggit na meron palang alegasyon na sangkot ng droga, allegedly, si Mr. Barayuga.
Yes, Your Honor. I could not confirm that he was involved in the or in the drug list, Your Honor. Yung sinasabi po natin, Your Honor, na kung yung knowledge lang po namin, Your Honor, sa Intel, just confined within our area of jurisdiction, Your Honor.
Yung sa investigation report nyo na that you submitted, did you include the fact that Mr. Barayuga was part of the watch list, part of the drugs watch list?
Hindi ko na po ano yung napag-usapan doon, Your Honor, doon sa wrapping up or the nung karoon na ng Your Honor, yung resolution yung SITG, I was already relieved as Chief of Police of Mandaluyong, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair.
Just a manifestation, Mr. Chair, because based on this interpellation, it would seem that the witness has a propensity to withhold crucial information. And he always claims that he has no knowledge of the matter, notwithstanding the fact that there is evidence to controvert his statements. And ito ay nakakabahala at posible namang maging hadlang sa ating investigasyon kasi gusto lang talaga natin yung katotohanan. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Suwan.
Mr. Chairman.
DSJJ, I just would like to ask a very short question to Colonel Grijaldo in relation to the questions asked by Congressman Suwan. Doon ba sa investigasyon nyo, you were the chief of police ng Mandaluyong when the Barayuga assassination happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
And base sa inyong investigasyon sa nangyaring yon, ano ang posibleng motibo sa pagpatay kay kay General Barayuga?
Your Honor, hindi na nga po ako na-discuss during the ng SITG report because I was not already that time.
On whose orders the SITG was formed? Is it the chief of police or somebody higher than you?
On the district level, Your Honor.
So and who was that?
The district director, Your Honor.
And at that time?
Just I could not remember the...
Imposible naman, Colonel, hindi mo matandaan yung immediate superior mo.
Just I'll check, Your Honor.
I'll give you 30 seconds. Please check.
Yes, Your Honor. Check ko lang, Your Honor.
No, hindi naman kapani-paniwala na hindi mo matandaan kung sino yung superior mo. If you're trying to cover up for someone, do it in the most professional way, so to speak. I don't know if there is really a professional way to do that, but there is some semblance of cover-up.
The letter order number 1657, the subject matter is the composition of SITG regarding Wesley Barayuga. It was by the command of Police Brigadier General Almasan, Your Honor.
General Almasan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pagka sinabi bang district director which covers the area of Mandaluyong, ito ba ay part of the NCR?
Yes, Your Honor. Pamarisan, Your Honor. Pasig, Marikina, Eastern po, sir. Yes, sir.
So,
yes, sir.
Eastern. And that time, the Eastern Police District Director was General
Almasan, Your Honor.
Almasan.
Opo, Your Honor.
Siya nag-order na mag-create ng SITG.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, did you not conduct an immediate initial investigation on that assassination incident that happened within your area of jurisdiction? Wala ka bang ginawang investigasyon?
Nag-conduct din po kami ng investigation, Your Honor. We were able to get affidavits of those duty that time in PCSO. I was able to extract the CCTV on the fronting the crime scene, Your Honor.
So what is shown on TV yung sa side eh?
Yeah, Your
So
Honor.
you have
There was
another
an establishment, Your Honor.
Meron kang another video.
No, Your Honor. It was only the CCTV that time on the establishment on the side, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was the finding? What was your findings in your initial investigation?
Yung inano namin, Your Honor, yung perpetrators, Your Honor, sinundan namin yun, binacktrack din namin. Umabot hanggang dun sa Guadalupe, yung CCTV ng MMDA, Your Honor. We have taken also CCTV from MMDA.
What was the conclusion of your, what were your findings? Anong findings nyo? Anong motibo sa pagpatay sa kanya?
We were on the personal grudge, Your Honor, and work-related, Your Honor, that time na-establish namin. Then it was forwarded, Your Honor. It was taken by the SITG already in the
Did you
district
put
level.
in your report that he was involved in the drugs or was he involved in the drugs watch list? Did you put that in your report?
Just I could not remember, Your Honor, if it was put on record or on the investigation report done by the investigator or the IOC, Your Honor.
Sige, I'll give the floor, yield the floor to
Chairman.
DSJJ first and then Congressman Adyong. Yes, DSJJ.
Congressman Adyong, okay lang. This will be very short lang. Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask for clarification. Why are our two chairmen serving as resource persons to our discussions regarding Colonel Grijaldo? Is it because a certain incident happened?
Both Chairman Abante and Chairman Dan Fernandez voluntarily volunteers to be a resource person with regards to the incident that happens allegedly as alleged by Colonel Grijaldo during the Senate hearing SDS DS JJ.
Dahil sa pananaw ko po, Chairman Caraps, marami pa tayong pag-uusapan tungkol sa EJK at maganda rin na makabalik po si Chairman Dan at saka si Chairman Benny Abante dito sa kanilang upuan para may pagpatuloy po natin yung hearing natin sa Quadcom. Maybe it would be to the best interest of Quad that we dispense with their issue. And after that, we dispense the issue with Colonel Grijaldo and our two esteemed colleagues. May balik na po natin sila sa pagiging chairman nila. And we can continue on with the EJK deliberation. Will that be okay, Mr. Chair?
I think so that we can maximize also the participation of the two chairs. Tama lang po.
Okay. So, just a few questions, no? Colonel Grijaldo, nung kayo po ay magsalita sa Senado, kayo po ay pinanumpa, tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Ano po ang sinabi nyo nung kayo po ay nanunumpa bago po kayo tumestigo sa Senate hearing?
To tell truth, but nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Correct. Sinabi nyo po doon na hindi po kayo magsisinungaling at pawang katotohanan lamang po ang ibabahagi po ninyo doon sa hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Naalala nyo po ba ang sinumpaang salaysay na binasa ninyo doon sa hearing na yon?
Yes, Your Honor. I will stand by my statement in the Senate under oath, Your Honor. And I would like to invoke my right for self-incrimination, Your Honor.
Okay. Although that right is not absolute, Colonel Grijaldo, insofar as those statements were said under oath and minutes of the Senate are public documents. In fact, ang dami pong nakapanood nun. So, we will take your statement as what it is.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ngayon, ang nakakabahala po doon sa bahagi po ninyo, Colonel Grijaldo, ay naibahagi po ninyo doon sa statement ninyo na meron pong 2 miyembro ng mababang kapulungan ay di umano ay inudyok ka, kinausap ka, at para pang tinatakot ka na magsabi ng mga bagay tungkol sa issue ng EJK sa Pilipinas. Tama po ba yun?
Your Honor, I would like to stand by my statement in the Senate under oath, Your Honor, and I would like to invoke my right for self-incrimination, Your Honor.
Okay, but you have already stated your statement. So, Comsec, meron po ba tayong kopya nung affidavit ni Colonel Grijaldo?
Your Honor, I apologize, we have not secured a copy of...
But I think the very resourceful Chairman Acop will allow me to... Thank you very much. So, anyway, Colonel Grijaldo, meron po akong kopya ng affidavit nyo. At ito naman po ay pinaninindigan po ninyo. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Maraming salamat. Dito po sa number 7 ng inyong sinumpang salaysay, sinabi po ninyo dito, when I entered the end room, I saw 2 lawyers of Colonel Garma standing inside the room. One of the lawyers approached me and then asked me what we were going to talk about. And I said that I do not know. Number 8, after a while, Congressman Dan Fernandez entered the room and he asked me to sit beside him on the right side. Then Congressman Abante entered the room and sat on the far end, chair on my right. One of the lawyers of Colonel Garma stood at my back.
Your Honor, I would stand by my statement
Okay,
in the
so
Senate
I would
under
understand.
oath, Your Honor, and I invoke my right for self-incrimination, Your Honor.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order.
What is the point of
I don't see any reason why our guest keeps on invoking his right against self-incrimination when Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez was not asking him anything incriminating. He was just merely reading a portion of his affidavit. So I don't like, Mr. Chair, that this committee, that our resource person may impress upon the public that we are here to corner him and to incriminate him. Please, tigilan mo yan. Hindi naman, Mr. Chair, it's not right to invoking self-incrimination when in fact DSJJ is not asking you any questions but merely reading his affidavit. Baka naman ng message na pinapakita, Mr. Chairman, sa publiko, inaanggulo natin siya dito. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but I have to manifest this. I think his invitation to the Senate was to discuss about EJK and illegal drugs. And nowhere in his affidavit did he mention anything about illegal drugs and EJK. He did not share any inputs or his knowledge on illegal drugs. His participation in that Senate inquiry was merely to besmirch the reputation of some of the chairmen here. And as a result, attempting to degrade the integrity of the Quadcom. So please, I hate to admonish men in uniform. I have the highest respect for our policemen. But please, Colonel Grijaldo, stop invoking your right against self-incrimination. Nobody's asking you any incriminating questions here.
Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chairman, along the line of Congressman Adjong, I don't think it's incriminating because number one, sinumpang salaysay niya po ito eh. Pirmado niya po ito eh. So how can he incriminate himself when he actually signed this affidavit? And this is a public document, Mr. Chair. So if our resource person is invoking this right to self-incrimination, I think that is out of order.
Okay. I'd like to remind the resource person that the questions being asked of you are the statements you made in your affidavit. And the questions that DSJJ is asking is whether you confirm those statements that you stipulated in your affidavit. Dahil affidavit, pinirmahan mo yun, there's nothing incriminating no doon sa tanong ni Congressman J.J. Suarez. So please answer appropriately the questions being asked by the members. Congressman Acop.
Mr. Chair, may we ask the resource person the basis why he's invoking his right against self-incrimination?
Yeah, please answer. What is the basis of you invoking the right against self-incrimination?
Police colonel ka, investigador ka dati. You know the basic rudiments of investigation. Alam mo dapat kung kailan i-invoke yung right against self-incrimination. Di po ba? Kasi nagko-conduct ka ng investigation eh. Now, may I know your legal basis why you are invoking your right against self-incrimination? Mr. Chair, if he cannot provide any basis, I think I agree with the Honorable Adjong that he should not invoke that right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I share the sentiment of Congressman Acop. If indeed the resource person cannot explain to this committee why he is invoking his right against self-incriminations in reply or in response to the questions raised by DSJJ Suarez, then I would agree that the gentleman is out of order. And perhaps, do you have a lawyer with you, Colonel Grijaldo? Nandito, may abogado ka ba? Would you like?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Do you want us to provide you a lawyer?
No, Your Honor.
Because your lawyer or lawyers that we can provide you will assist you on telling you what your rights are in this committee hearing. So, gusto mo ba mag-provide kami ng abogado?
No, Your Honor.
So, you will answer and reply to the questions of the members. Now, DSJJ?
Yes.
Are you-
Mr. Chair, maybe another opportunity we can provide to the resource person. Colonel Grijaldo, kung kayo po ay hindi komportable dahil nga maraming nanonood at nasa publiko po ang hearing na ito, would you want or would you request for an executive session so that you can do the affidavit that you executed in the Senate hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So, therefore, we can proceed, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
So, Colonel Grijaldo, matanong ko lang po, ano po ang nag-udyok sa'yo para i-execute tong affidavit na ito?
Just I have said, Your Honor, during my opening statement in the Senate, it was Tuesday. We have a hearing here on Tuesday, and we ended up on the Wednesday on the event of the Typhoon Christine. And as I have said, I go back to my home, and dinibdib ko po yung nangyari sa akin, Your Honor. And I never told this to my wife that time for 2 days. Until such time on the Friday, I was informed by the PHAW that I'll be attending a Senate hearing. So, naisabi ko dun sa asawa ko, Your Honor. And nag-a-argue pa kami kasi ayaw niya. Ako kasi gusto ko na may sabi. And sabi ko, we have to go on a Sunday Mass, and we need wisdom for this para mabigyan din tayo ng lakas ng loob para ma-resolve natin sa tayo kasi tayo nag-aaway. Nagkakaproblema. Hindi na rin kami nag-aano nun eh. So on the Sunday, it was on the gospel. Sabi ko, pakinggan natin kung ano man yung masabi ng gospel sa atin that day. And it was a great enlightenment and a wisdom na binigay sa akin, Your Honor. The gospel said that it's not all about the crown, but it is about the cross. It is not about the honor, but it's about the sacrifice. It's not being the first, but being the last. It's not being the great, but being the servant. Sabi ko sa asawa ko, bakit na ibigay sa atin to? We have to, and to sum up that, Your Honor, ang sinabi nung pare, sabi niya, it's not about the experience. Because yung experience kasi natin sa buhay, it may be good or bad. But it's all about the lesson learned that time, Your Honor. So I have that courage, and even my wife submitted to my decision. And on the next day, pumunta na po ako yun. Nandun po yun, nag-narrate, ginawa ko po yun, sinulat ko po yun. And it was on that mass that time that it is a Sunday for the PDLs. It was a Sunday for PDLs. Sabi ng pare, we have to give dun sa mga brothers natin na nakukulong. Hindi ko nga akalain na I would be the one also to experience that nung sinabi ng pare. So, that's all, Your Honor. That is all that happened, Your Honor.
Well, oftentimes we need experiences to encourage us and to push us to search for the truth. So I hope this hearing is one of those experiences for you, Colonel Grijaldo. Dahil ang layunin lang naman po natin dito ay hanapin gaano man kahirap ang katotohanan. Yun lang naman po ang hangarin natin. Wala nang iba. At kaya nga po yung dalawa po nating kinatawan na binanggit mo sa affidavit mo ay pansamantalang tumayo at umalis bilang chairman just to show that we are fair in handling this very sensitive issue. Because you made serious accusations in your affidavit, Colonel Grijaldo. And if indeed enlightenment has happened to you when you executed this affidavit, and you mentioned that you stand by your affidavit, so let's test whether or not it is the truth, Colonel Grijaldo.
Yes, Your Honor. As I have said, I will stand by. I am humbled by my experience, Your Honor.
I'm
with
sure
this,
you're
Your Honor,
but Mr. Colonel Grijaldo,
I will stand by with my statement.
You have to understand
under oath
one thing.
in the Senate, Your
You have
Honor.
to understand
and I
one
would like
thing
to
lang po.
invoke my
One
right
thing lang po.
for self-incrimination, Your Honor.
But you have to understand one thing, Colonel Grijaldo. Okay lang po yun kung para sa'yo. Ang problema ho, ang dami mong dinamay eh. Kung para sa'yo lang yon, hindi sana natin gagawing issue to eh. Ngunit ang idinamay mo dito ay mga taong walang kinalaman o mga inosente. Paano naman po sila? Paano naman po yung mga karapatan nila? Paano naman po yung boses nila? Paano naman yung katotohanan nila? Hindi pa po natin sila pahahalagahan dahil panghahawakan lang natin yung sinabi mong enlightenment mo? But they have their own rights too, Colonel Grijaldo. So, Colonel Grijaldo, siguro wag na tayong paligoy-ligoy pa. With the permission of Mr. Chairman, Colonel Grijaldo, you made some serious accusations here. In fact, so serious that it was even carried by our media news for almost a week, 2 weeks. And because of your accusations, you've tarnished the very reputation and integrity of the committee and the House of Representatives. Things that I will not allow dahil ito pong posisyon na inuupuan namin, ay ito po ay posisyon ng tiwala na ipinagkaloob sa amin ng taong nagtitiwala sa amin. At kailanman hindi ako papayag na may mga tao na magdudungis at magtatapon ng kasinungalingan para sirain ang integridad ng trabaho ng House of Representatives at syempre ng komitibang ito. So Colonel Grijaldo, sinabi mo po dito sa inyong sinumpang salaysay that you were persuaded
Your Honor,
and you said, ikaw naman, Colonel, ganito lang yan. Alangan namang walang insidente o mangyayari sa panahon na yon. I answered that I served as COP, Chief of Police in Mandaluyong during COVID-19 pandemic, and there were less crimes committed, and we did not receive any reward from anyone. I added that we only received funds as additional MOOE support fund for the Peace and Order Fund of the LGU. But dito po sa earlier part, sinabi mo that you were persuaded. Is this true, Colonel Grijaldo?
Your Honor, I will stand by my statement in the Senate under oath, Your Honor, and I would like to invoke my right for self-incrimination, Your Honor.
That is out of order. Let it be of record that the statement made by this resource person is out of order. Please continue, Congressman Suarez.
Number 17, sinabi nyo dito, I then respectfully told Congressman Dan Fernandez that anyone can debunk my statement if I confirm the testimony of Colonel Garma about DDS in 1999. Since I was not a member of the PNP at that time and I have no knowledge as to the reward system. Additionally, I said that the work of policemen are noble that requires great sacrifice even without reward or award. It is our moral. If I may continue, Colonel Grijaldo. At sinabi mo, Congressman Dan asked me, Colonel Garma, anong masabi mo sa kanya tungkol kay Barayuga? I politely told him I cannot comment on the case when I respectfully answered him, Sir, mahirap yan. Kasama kami sa nag-iimbestiga at hindi ko alam kung anong kinalaman niya at may investigasyon din kami. Baka ma-incriminate ako, sir. Tama po ba ito, Colonel Grijaldo?
Your Honor,
yes or no lang po,
I will stand by my statement in the Senate under oath, Your Honor, and I would like to invoke my right for self-incrimination, Your Honor.
Again, the resource person is out of order, and let it be of record that he is continuously disrespecting this committee by refusing to answer appropriately to the questions propounded by the member. Alam mo, Colonel, if I may, DSJJ, binibigyan ka namin ng pagkakataon dito eh. Noong nasa Senado ka, ang tapang-tapang mo eh. Bakit dito ay mo magtapang ka rito? Ipakita mo yung the same candor, the same tapang na pinakita mo doon. Di ba? Bakit hindi mo gawin yan dito ngayon? Nagtatago ka sa likod ng right against self-incrimination eh. Tinatanong sa'yo, relevant question. Matapang ka lang doon sa Senado kasi may kakampi ka. Dito ka magpakita ng tapang mo. Hindi yung nandoon ka lang. Alam mo, ang mahirap kasi sa'yo, gusto lang nating malaman ang katotohanan sa likod nito. Ang dami mo ng ginawa eh. Dinamay mo pa yung mga kasama na, hindi dahil sa kasama namin sila, kundi hindi tama ang nangyari at ginawa mo. You are trying to besmirch the reputation of this committee. Itong committee ito, hindi ito gawa-gawa lamang. Ito'y pinapayagan ng ating saligang batas. Ito'y pinapayagan at pinayagan ng 300 mahigit na membro ng Kongreso na kung saan ay merong mandato ng taong bayan. Kaya wag mong pastusin ito. Yung tapang mo, nawawala eh. Tawagin mo yung kakampi mo. Ang hirap, alam mo, Colonel, nag-imbento ka ng kwento. And then you speak about honor. And then you speak about the gospel of that was given to you by a priest. Talking about honor. And which, alam mo ba kung bakit mayroong honor? Pag hindi ka sinungaling, may honor ka. As simple as that. You're a police officer and you should have ang ano kasi, yun ang ano dito eh. Anyway, DSJJ, you can continue.
I totally understand the frustration of our chairman. In fact, it is the same place where I'm extracting my frustration from. No? Kasi nung Senate hearing, napanood ko yung binanggit mo, Colonel Grijaldo, at ako naman, araw-araw, hindi naman araw-araw, na tuwing magkakaroon ng Quadcom hearing, nandito ako. I make it a point I even come early. So, Colonel Grijaldo, you mentioned in your affidavit and even in the Senate hearing that you were coerced. Coerced by certain members of this committee. Totoo ba yun? Oo, hindi.
Your Honor, I would like to invoke my rights.
Hindi. It's a simple yes or no.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yun lang po yun. Sabi mo, truth, di ba?
Your Honor,
Sabi
I would
mo,
like to invoke my right
diba?
to self-incrimination, Your
Diba
Honor.
sinabi mo, gospel truth, di ba? When you talk of God, there's only right and wrong. There's nothing in between. You want to talk about honor, Colonel Grijaldo? Kung gusto mo, Colonel Grijaldo, mag-usap tayo tungkol sa integridad ng isang tao, eh ang pagsabi ng katotohanan is the simplest way to show honor. Na hindi ka nagtatago at hindi ka nagsisinungaling. Kasi we're talking about serious issues here, Colonel Grijaldo. Isipin mo, mga EJK victims ang nandito. Libo-libong taong namatay nung panahon ng nakaraang administrasyon. Buhay ng Pilipino ang pinag-uusapan natin dito. So, Colonel Grijaldo, babalikan ko lang. Totoo ba? Oo, hindi. Na merong pumilit sa iyo na magsalita na hindi naaayon sa katotohanan dito sa Quadcom.
Your Honor, I would like to invoke my right for self-incrimination, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
What is the point of order, Congressman Ako?
The resource person has not answered my question a while ago, and he's still invoking his right against self-incrimination, which is improper. Even the Supreme Court decisions say so. You're just telling me your ignorance of the law. You cannot invoke your right against self-incrimination. Tell me if you have a criminal case against you regarding this issue. Galing ako sa serbisyo, iho, pero nakakahiya ka. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pag ako na magtatanong, sasagot ka. Dahil isasite kita in contempt again.
Thank you, Congressman
Sir Chair.
Akop.
Sir Chair, just a quick
I'm surprised why he became an officer. Yes,
just want to...
Are you done, DSJJ?
Just a last point lang, Mr. Chair, kay Colonel Grijaldo. Before Congressman Adjong, I know naman may good friend is very generous with his time. Colonel Grijaldo, sa maraming pagkakataon na inimbitahan ka ng Quadcom, pagkatapos mo magsalita sa Senate, hindi ka nagpakita. At ang dinadahilan mo ay meron kang left shoulder injury. Tama po ba yon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was that incriminating, Colonel Grijaldo? Was that answer to your shoulder incriminating? Di naman, di ba? Ang dinadahilan nyo, kaya hindi kayo nakakadalo, dahil maya't maya po kayo ipinapasok sa Pasig Hospital dahil nag-undergo po kayo ng therapy sa inyong kaliwang balikat. Tama po ba yon, Colonel Grijaldo?
I have my left shoulder operation, Your Honor.
You have your?
Left shoulder operation, Your Honor.
So inopera din po kayo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Tapos, Colonel Grijaldo, ang nakakapagtaka po, yung ilan sa mga pinadala nyo pong mga dahilan kung bakit hindi po kayo makakadalo ay galing sa isang klinika na matatagpuan sa isang mall. Bakit hindi po orthopedic doctor ang nag-issue ng medical certificate ninyo kundi isang clinic na matatagpuan sa isang mall?
The doctor who operated me, Your Honor, is a professional, Your Honor.
I'm not asking you whether or not your doctor is a professional. I hope he's a professional.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because if he wasn't a professional, then may God be with you because he conducted surgery on you.
Yes, Your Honor.
So thank God he's a professional. But
Yes,
I'm not
Your Honor.
asking the qualifications of your surgeon. I'm asking kung sa sobrang problema sa inyong kaliwang balikat at kinailangan po itong operahan, bakit isang klinika sa isang mall ang nag-issue ng medical certificate mo at hindi isang orthopedic surgeon?
That is not a clinic, Your Honor. It is a hospital, Pasig Hospital, that responsible in giving the medical certificate, Your Honor.
I suggest, Colonel Grijaldo, you refresh your memory. Kasi yung isa sa mga una mong pinadala sa amin ay nung amin pong sinearch yung address, mall po ang location niya. So again, Colonel Grijaldo, I'm asking you, it's not too hard. Sasabi lang po kayo ng katotohanan. Kayo po ba nung panahon yun ay umiiwas dito dahil nakapagsalita kayo sa Senado? Colonel Grijaldo?
No, Your Honor. It is a necessary,
Kasi kung
Your Honor, to have my operation, Your Honor.
Kasi kung hindi
And
po
I
kayo...
am suffering a pain on that time, Your Honor.
Oh.
Because this happened during my cadetship, Your Honor. And during that time, there were no operation being conducted na nangyari at kumikirot po talaga to, Your Honor. And I have no reason to escape or to not going to this honorable Quadcom committee, Your Honor, because I was able to attend 4 Quadcom hearing, Your Honor, and I was already giving my statement, Your Honor.
Opo. Yes,
And
you were attending. In fact, I would see you in the back. Kaya nga nagulat ako nung nakapagsalita ka ng mga hindi makatarungang mga statements at nakapagbitaw ka sa Senado nung nagkaroon ng hearing doon. Nagulat na lang po ako pagkatapos niyo po magsalita doon, bigla na lang po naging unavailable na kayo. Bigla na lang sumakit ang balikat ninyo. At bigla na lang kinailangan na maoperahan ang balikat ninyo.
If may, Your Honor, it will incur considerable amount, Your Honor, for the payment of the operation. And I'm still contemplating to find money for that operation, Your Honor. And I was been confined on that hospital. The option was given was to relieve the pain, was only to have therapy. And I asked the doctor for that period na hindi pa ako maka-attend na sabi ko, i-therapy lang muna, Doc. Then, kung makapag-produce na ako ng considerable amount for the payment of the operation,
Alam mo, Colonel Grijaldo, I will
submit for an operation, Your Honor.
Kayo po ay isang police officer. kung nandito lang sana si Congressman P.M. Vargas, sasabihin niya po sa iyo, papakita niya yung 2 tornilyo niya sa balikat niya. At sinabi niya, pagkatapos po ng operahan siya at lagyan ng tornilyo sa balikat, kinabukasan nagtrabaho na po siya. Kaya yung sinasabi po ninyong konting dislocation at konting operation at naging dahilan para hindi po mag-attend sa mga Quadcom hearings, medyo nakakapagtaka po yun. So anyway, Mr. Chair, I would give my time and to the other interpellators. I would just like, Mr. Chair, to request na sana matapos na po natin itong topic ni Grijaldo and the 2 Kongs so that we can move forward with the other EJK issues. Because it's something that we need to resolve immediately so that we can benefit from the wisdom of Congressman Benny Abante as chairman and to whatever Congressman Dan Fernandez can contribute to Quadcom, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Suarez. The next to interpellate is Congressman Adyong. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It will not take me 10 minutes to ask my question. In fact, this is a follow-up immediately after the question of Congressman Lord Dansuan. Just to zero in on the issue of why it took for the district police to create the Special Investigation Task Force. Kasi doon po yung nag-intriga sa akin. Tama po ba, I will not discuss anything about your affidavit, Colonel. Just want to ask you straight questions, and I hope you will not invoke your right against self-incrimination. Now, is it correct that when the Barayuga murder happened, that was during your time as the chief of the Mandaluyong City Police?
Yes, Your Honor.
And immediately after, when the murder took place, on the same day, you all immediately conducted an investigation. Is it correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sino yung head ng investigative team na ito? Kasi parang hindi ho kayo, sabi niyo po sa committee ito, ay hindi kayo yung directly na nag-imbestiga, but you rather form a team and you had assigned or delegated someone in your office or in your police district to handle the investigation. Tama po ba? Sino yun?
No, Your Honor. It is the duty investigation because we are on a duty basis, Your Honor. Every day there is a duty investigator to be available in any incident happen to respond for that.
So makatuwid, you're in the office, you ordered, and there's a duty investigation, meaning sila yung nag-respond doon sa crime scene, sila yung nag-collect ng mga, kung ano man yung mga ebidensya na makokolekta nila. You mentioned also about CCTV, at sila yung gumawa ng report na yon at binigay sa iyo. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. It was the duty SDO, Your Honor, to make a report to the district, Your Honor, because we are on a hierarchy, Your Honor.
No. I'm asking you, Colonel, from the very start, gusto ko lang maintindihan yung regular process of investigation. So nangyari itong krimen, pak, pinatay. Nakita natin yung video,
yes,
di ba?
Sir.
May bumarel, na may assailant unidentified, di ba? So pumunta doon yung mga tao mo, sila yung nagkolekta, I don't know, pumunta ba ang Soko, nagkolekta sila ng mga ebidensya, and then yung kinakolekt nila, nireport nila, sinubmit nila sa'yo. Tama ba yung aking pagkakaintindi yung proseso?
The spot report, Your Honor, is given to the duty SDO, Your Honor.
Okay, so the spot report, hindi pa tapos yan, hindi pa conclusive, hindi ba?
Only relevant information, the 5W and 1H, Your Honor.
Oo.
And then immediately, it will be sent through to the operation of the district
Not
unit.
directly to you?
No, Your Honor.
Why?
Because we have some delegated officer that time, Your Honor, responsible to send the report, Your Honor.
So in terms of hierarchy, Mr. Chair, just want to be clarified. In terms of hierarchy, you're the chief of Mandaluyong City Police.
Yes, Your Honor.
Before it reaches a much higher level, it has to go past through your office, hindi ba?
Minsan kasi, Your Honor, pagka chief of police ka, Your Honor, you have to supervise only. There is a duty SDO and a duty investigator. So sila yung nag-aano po ng report, Your Honor, and they just inform me about the incident. But at that time, Your Honor, I was there also in the incident. So just to read on the report being submitted, to be submitted to the district level.
So,
Your Honor.
do you mean to say that all of the murder cases that are being investigated ay nagka-create sila ng special investigation task force na diretso sila sa district na hindi na sila pupunta sa iyo? Is that what you're telling us?
Hindi naman lahat ng murder cases, Your Honor, nagkakaroon ng SITG.
What made the Barayuga case?
Because
did you request for the creation of special investigative task force? Because I don't medyo nahihirapan kong intindihin kasi kayo po yung police chief, hindi ho ba? So everything that happens in your territory or area of jurisdiction, it must pass through to you before it reaches a much higher level.
Yes,
Tama
Your
po.
Honor.
Is that,
yes, Your Honor.
Tama po yung aking
Yes, Your
pagkakaintindi. No. Itong Barayuga murder case, supposedly, ang frontline, of course, I give it to you. Ang pupunta talaga dyan ay yung mga unang magre-responde, mag-iimbestiga. Diba? Hindi naman necessarily ang police mismo, chief of police. Kasi sa laki ng area of jurisdiction mo, hindi naman lahat ng barangay dyan or kung saan mismo nangyari ang murder, halimbawa, yung crime of sin, pupuntahan mo, tama po yun, hindi naman hukaya yun.
Yes,
That's why
Your
you
Honor.
have to delegate.
Yes.
Now, but before it reaches the level of, say, for example, district office, it must pass through to you. Di
Yes,
ho ba?
Your Honor. Yes,
Tama.
Your Honor.
So yun ang gusto ko maintindihan. Is this a regular occurrence? Like every murder case, meron ay
May determination, Your Honor.
Okay, what are the determination? What made this
involving
Barayuga case so unique in a sense that it has to create a special investigation task force? Because, Mr. Chairman, to me, the impression is that parang it was taken from you, the investigation. So what made the Barayuga murder case a special case for the district level to take jurisdiction over the investigation of this case?
On our PNP manual, Your Honor, there is a qualification in order for a case to be or subjected to SITG. That time, it is a government official and a high profile yung naging victim ng crime.
Is it also part of the reason why the much higher hierarchy or office to take over doon sa mga cases of investigation when there's also say for example an allegation or anything na remiss o na overlook na hindi nila mabigyan or hindi i-allow or hindi i-continue ang isang mas mababang opisina kasi something about the investigation may be remiss. That's why a much superior or much higher office needs to take over. Di ba isa yun sa mga requirement o criteria na minimension mo?
Yung nangyari po, Your Honor, is kami lang sana dapat gumawa ng investigation. But pinalaki natin pinabroad natin yung mga magiging involved dun sa paggandak na investigation, kaya nagkaroon tayo na SITG. Hindi rin inalisan kami ng function dun sa We also a member of the SITG, Your Honor.
So what
dinagdagan lang yung composition para mapabilis po yung pagkandak ng investigation, kasama na yung CIDG, para magkaroon ng consolidated effort na ma-resolve po yung kaso, Your Honor.
So what was your initial investigation, your report, before the Special Investigation Task Force was created? Did you have?
We submitted the investigation report that we have, initial investigation report and the progress report that we have to the district level, Your Honor, to the D7 or the District Investigation Detection Management Unit. Kasi sila na yung nagko-collate po ng lahat ng report coming from those members of the SITG. Kunyari, nakakuha sila ng report dun sa SOCO, isa-submit din ng SOCO yung report dun sa investigation, co-collate din, magka-come up ng nagmi-meeting ho yan, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Every time
okay.
there will be a meeting. So, kung ano yung ano ng member, pag ano nung chairman ng SITG, he'll just, the chief of police, Colonel Geraldo, you conduct to follow up on this matter. CIDG, you follow up on this. Then, every week, we have this meeting for us to sum up with the, to analyze on the, or to assess on the reports that being gathered by different units on that time, Your Honor.
So, your initial investigation in your report, yung progress report, so I presume when you use the term progress, ibig sabihin, it's an evolving investigation, hindi ba? Your initial report, you submitted to the SITF, TG, I'm sorry. Was there any portion of your initial report that was changed?
No, Your Honor. It is approved initially by the IOC and the chief investigation at to my level. Then isasubmit namin yung report na nila na gather nila. Then it will be received properly by the IDM. Kung ano yung sinubmit, in toto po yun, Your Honor. Kung ano yung content ng yun din ang report na nandun sa kanila, Your Honor.
So the succeeding investigation as a follow-up complemented your initial report. Yun ba ang gusto niyong sabihin sa komite? That nothing was changed? Nothing was even improved on?
Hindi ho tayo immediately, Your Honor, na magkukulod kasi nga we could not file a case unless it is airtight,
No,
Your
before
Honor.
tayo mag-file, what I'm asking you is that your initial report that you have arrived at as a product and a result of your immediate investigation of the murder in the in the scene of the crime.
Yes, Your Honor.
Was there any portion of there that was improved or changed?
Hindi ho kami hindi namin binabago yung
No. I'm asking about kasi progress siya, di ba? So it could be mayroon bang na-amend? Okay, I'll use the word na lang na-amend or na-improve. Was there any portion of your report, initial report, that was probably changed because of a new evidence that corroborated this kind of yung angling, ganito? Meron bang sa report ninyo na mas na-improve o na-amend ng Special Investigation Task Force?
It is the head of the SITG, Your Honor, to
No, I
improve.
know. I'm just asking you, yes or no. Was there? Na may nakita kayong portion na mas na-change yung tono or yung manner by which you were arrived a certain hindi naman conclusion kasi progress siya, pero kumbaga yung assessment ninyo before na nung nag-take over ang SITG, then kulang pa ito, then we will improve on this. Was there any portion of your initial report that was changed or amended?
On the station level, Your Honor.
Kasi progressive sabi mo, di ba? So it has to evolve, hindi ho ba? And for some portion, it has to change one way or the other. Kasi progressive report ito eh. It continues on. Was there any portion of your initial report that was changed or amended?
No, Your Honor, the term we're using, Your Honor, is the progress report in terms of the continuing investigation being conducted. Like, shall we say, on the progress report, we send personnel to gather the CCTV. Then we made that report as progress report. But it's not conclusive yet, Your Honor, unless otherwise it will be collated from different members of the SITG, Your Honor.
Yes. Mr. Chair, I'd like to know how long did the Special Investigation Task Force took effect?
It took effect immediately.
How long the duration of the investigation?
To have a resolution of the SITG, it needs 6 months, Your Honor. Then, if it is not been resolved, it will be turned over to the CIDG as a cold case, Your Honor.
So six months itong ginawa, yung effectivity ng Special Investigation Task Force.
Yes, Your Honor. It was terminated
And
after 6 months, Your Honor.
how long did you conduct the investigation from your level before the creation of the Special Investigation Task Force?
I think it takes 3 months on our station level, Your Honor. But it is continuing, Your Honor, because there is a IOC.
No. How long was your initial investigation operated from your level?
Until such time, Your Honor, na...
How long? Don't
6
give me
months.
abstract answer. How long?
Your Honor, I'm not the IOC. I mean...
No, how long did... Kasi di ba, may initial investigation kayong ginawa before nag-special task, before nag-expand, di ba? Kasi naging task force na eh. Sabi mo, pumasok ng iba-ibang agency. How long did you first took jurisdiction of the investigation prior to the expansion of the investigative body? How long?
Your Honor, hindi naman kami tinanggal dun sa pagkandak na
I
investigation.
know, hindi kayo nga tinanggal.
But it was...
Yung kayo pa, yung wala pang other agencies na nag-investigate, how long? Kayo nag-imbestiga?
Continuous yung investigation namin, Your Honor.
Yes, before, nung wala pa yung mga agencies, before naging Special Investigation Task Force, kanina nagkaintindihan tayo, bago naging Special Investigation Task Force, may criteria yan. Hindi yan typical. Sabi mo, tinanong kita, is this a regular occurrence under police protocol investigation? Sabi mo, hindi naman, kasi may mga, criteria yan for it to become a special investigation. Okay, I give you that. So, membership, at saka para mas comprehensive yung investigative efforts ninyo. Tama ho ba? So before ho naging special yan, syempre, meron pang initial na stage. Yun yung office ninyo. Bago ho pumasok yung ibang agencies, ilang buwan po kayo, ilang weeks, o ilang taon kayo nag-imbestiga. Yun ang gusto kong malaman.
Your Honor, that time it happens July 30. And on the next day, there was already a SITG on the July 31. May order po kaagad na...
Meron na order kaagad?
Yes, Your Honor.
Na kailangan mag-expand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sige. Mr. Chair, gusto kong malaman, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask our... meron pong report nitong SITG report on the Barayuga murder case?
Yes, Your Honor. We have a spot report, Your Honor.
No. Yung final. Progress report pa ba
There
ito?
is a resolution by the SITG turnover to the CIDG, Your Honor.
Okay. May we ask, Mr. Chair, may I confirm for our Secretariat if we do have that document, that report?
Comsec?
Yes, sir. We have a SITG report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that note, Mr. Chair, I yield back my time, and again, perhaps I would ask further questions again also on this matter. Para lang po mas mapabilis yung case ni nung Balayo. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Adyong. The next to interpellate is Congresswoman Franz Castro.
Mr. Chair, wala pa akong tanong kay Colonel Grijaldo sa other resource
Yes,
person po.
they are all resource persons under the
Okay,
topic
so-
of extrajudicial killing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
We can still go back to Colonel Grijaldo later if you wish.
Mr. Chair, may tanong po ako kay Dr. Raquel Fortun related po doon sa mga several drug-related and activist-related AJK. So, Mr. Chair, Dr. Raquel Fortun, have you conducted autopsies to several drug-related and activist-related?
Drug-related, war on drugs?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I had the opportunity to actually perform autopsies on around 20 cases.
Drug-related?
Drug-related, and then...
Activist-related?
Activist-related, yes, several.
Okay. What is the standard or regular procedure to be followed in conducting an autopsy?
In an ideal situation, it is defined which deaths have to undergo what we call a forensic autopsy. And definitely in the cases we're talking about, they're violent deaths. They have to be investigated. And that means the body at the scene as it is discovered has to be also preserved in terms of physical evidence. At the scene, where the body is located, how it is positioned, so much detail has to be noted. And then the body has to be carefully removed from the scene for a more detailed examination. And this is where the autopsy comes in. And when we do an autopsy, a forensic one, there is a very detailed external examination. There's a lot of documentation. We expect our findings to be questioned. There must be no issue regarding who is this person, so we address identity. Also, cause and manner of death, but this is better assessed when we next do internal examination. It really depends on the case. If you have a shooting victim, I would typically ask for x-rays, if only to make sure that there are bullets there or not.
Okay.
So it depends on the case.
So pag sinabi po nating forensic autopsy, no, very detailed autopsy, tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of manner of death and cause of death, etc.
The word forensic there means you have legal questions to address.
Okay.
And typically, you have to answer that there's no question, this is the person you are, the person is properly identified.
Okay.
What killed him? How did he die?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Fortun. So did you conduct an autopsy on Ana Maris Chay Evangelista and her husband, and also her husband Ariel Evangelista and Manny Asuncion? Nag-autopsy po ba kayo?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
So these are victims of activist-related AJK known as Bloody Sunday Massacre. So for the records, what are your findings po dito sa mga autopsy nitong mag-asawa at saka kay Manny Asuncion?
Well, for the record, these individuals were part of what was called in media as the Bloody Sunday, because on this particular day there were 9 individuals killed. And I was able to actually examine all 9.
Mm-hmm.
They were brought to me in the UP College of Medicine morgue. And just to summarize, the cases were examined from March 9 to March 13.
Ito lang po, Dr. Fortun, sa mag-asawang Evangelista po, at kay Manny Asuncion. Ano po yung findings ninyo?
I have already released the report, and if the committee or the Quadcom is interested or does not have a copy yet, I can provide. Because the details are here, I will have to, like for instance, starting with Ana Marie Evangelista, in the autopsy report I issued, she sustained several gunshot wounds to the trunk, particularly in the chest area, 2, 1 in the abdomen, and there were internal injuries. This is the most severe. She also sustained through and through or perforating gunshot wounds of the upper extremity in the right hand and the left forearm. And also, she had what I called projectile injuries, or small fragments. Foreign bodies entered the lower extremities as well and some other parts of the body. Now, this is best correlated with the scene. What are these fragments? Are they from concrete, bullets? I wouldn't know because I had no access to scene findings, just the body.
So dun po ba sa autopsy, Dr. Fortune, nakikita natin yung, siyempre alam natin, yung mga sinasabi niyo po na mga details, like for example, kay Cha at saka kay do sa asawa niya po ay gunshot wounds. Ito, di ba? Mga gunshot wounds po yung mga nakita natin. So na-determine dyan kung ano yung trajectory noong baril na or yung bala na tumama doon sa isang body. So malalaman natin kung malapit, binaril, or malayong binaril. Tama po ba?
When we say trajectory, this is the direction of the bullet as it entered the body. And this is actually descriptive. You're referring to a body standing upright, facing forward, palms forward. So it does not actually tell you how the individual was shot. Just by looking at the body, you have to address everything, like the scene findings, bullets, casings, blood spatter, totality of evidence. When you're asking about how far or how near the shot was fired, this is what we refer to as the muzzle to skin distance. And this is best assessed. Marks there, like smudging or soot, stippling, and so on. But again, in these cases, I had a lot of limitations. Like for instance, they were all embalmed. And the embalmer would introduce changes like the injuries, like the entrance wound would be sutured. And that would damage the features there. Another limitation is, these cases, I did not have access to all their clothes. Clothing should be part of the autopsy. And only some of them had their clothes on them. I think the spouses, Evangelista, Ana, and Mr. Evangelista had their clothes, but the others I did not. So what I'm saying is you have to make use of a lot of information. But if the bodies are not properly documented, preserved, and so on, that poses a lot of limitations.
Okay, so ano po yung pinaka findings niyo po doon sa mag-asawa? So yung pagbaril po ay too close, yung pagbaril doon sa nakandak ninyong autopsy?
Again, the details would be in the actual autopsy reports, but I don't think in any of the cases I was able to commit to range of fire or how far or how near the shots were fired at them. The most I could say were how many shots were fired, where, what parts of the body were injured, what could have been fatal.
So you have that in your report? Nandiyan po yun sa report ninyo?
Yes, ma'am. The details are in the reports.
Mr. Chair, may we ask Dr. Fortune to submit the autopsy report po? Can you submit?
Yes, ma'am, I can. I have PDF copies with me, electronic files, but if you want the actual signed copies, they're in my office.
Based po doon sa trajectory or yung direction, sabi niyo po nung bullet, sa dami po ba ng mga wounds, masasabi ba natin na intentional yung pagbaril o hindi?
Actually, all of the individuals I examined, all 9 of them, sustained multiple gunshot wounds, particularly in the chest, in the trunk.
O intentional yung pagpatay?
If you would consider the multiplicity, the number of shots, then that implies intent. And then I also identified injuries in the upper extremities, which in forensic pathology we would call defense-type injuries, because that means the individual instinctively tried to defend
cover
himself or herself.
Okay. Pag intentional po yung pagbarel, pagpatay, so that means, ito po ba ay to the head, to the heart, or some part po ng body?
I understand in my summary all the 9 individuals sustained gunshot wounds to the chest and abdomen, the trunk, where internal organ are.
Okay. Sa autopsy po ng PNP sa mag-asawang Evangelista, nakasaad po yung cause of death. So yung cause of death po, sabing ganon, ay, and I quote, gunshot wounds to the body. At walang nakasaad ng paano siya pinatay or manner of death. So tama po ba ito or sufficient na ito na explanation sa pagkamatay ng mag-asawa?
In the death certificates issued by the medical legal officer in Batangas, the statement is general. Like for instance, for Ariel Evangelista, it's perforating the heart and lungs, gunshot wounds to the body, firearm discharge. Actually, the statement is wrong. But anyway, this implies that he was shot in the body, which injured the heart and lungs. And, if you do an autopsy, you can better explain what injuries were sustained. Like, same case, Mr. Evangelista, in my findings, he sustained, it confirms, yes, that he was shot in the heart, but also the aorta, the lungs, the diaphragm, the liver, there were massive hemorrhages. And I identified also the fractures. I was able to recover the bullet in the chest. As for manner, in the Philippines, this is often blank in the death certificate because we do not have a proper death investigation system. Doctors would not commit, even the police, as to manner, even if the individual was really shot. In our classification, we would call this homicide, and there is no commitment on the word homicide, even on the death certificate.
So, ang ibig po sabihin nito ay parang insufficient yung ginawang pag-iimbestiga in terms of, dun siyempre para kung nag-iimbestiga tayo na may namatay, so aalamin natin yung manner of death at saka yung cause of death. So, ang ginagawa lang usually ng mga pulis ay simple lang na sabihin na namatay sa gunshot wounds. So, ganun lang. Tapos manner of death, is it homicide, murder, or suicide, whatever. Yun lang po yung... So, paano natin po ma-determine kung talagang intentional yung pagpatay or hindi?
Generally speaking, I have been in the practice of forensic pathology for 30 years. And my observation is, that's it. We do not have a proper death investigation system. Killings are not properly and adequately and scientifically investigated. If there is some attempt to investigate, it's very, very superficial. Autopsies are not detailed. There is no correlation among the findings, like you do not put together findings on the body, the scene, the statements, physical evidence, and so on. So this is very, very much lacking in the Philippines. Even the death certificate is very deficient.
Okay. So, makikita natin dito, Mr. Chair, no, yung kung paano nag-iimbestiga, no? Kung paano nag-iimbestiga ang authority natin pagdating sa mga patayan. Parang hindi mo talaga makikita doon ano kung paano, no, kung intentional or whatever. Like for example po, Mr. Chair, yung kay Ariel and Chai, sinasabi lang doon na mode of death ay ano lang ano, yung homicide. Okay. So ang findings nyo na ito, sumusunod, so sa findings niyo Dr. Fortune, sumusunod ba sa regular or standard procedure para sa autopsy? So definitely ang sagot nyo ay hindi, no, dun sa ginawa ng PNP. Tingin nyo po ba yung kinandak na mga autopsy dito sa tinutukoy natin ng mga individuals ay sumunod po ito doon sa standard procedure ng autopsy?
Again, generally speaking, investigations in the Philippines, including autopsies, are not up to par with international standards. The cases I get, I try to come up with more or less, the procedure similar to what should be expected. But as I said, I have a lot of limitations. I have no access to the body at the scene. By the time the body comes to me, it's already embalmed. Many times, it's already previously, quote-unquote, autopsied or examined. And I have very limited information regarding the scene and other findings. So it's very difficult here in the Philippines.
So, doon po ba sa kinokonduct na autopsy, no? Ang ninyo, makikita po ba dito, autopsy, consistent ba yung woods sa narrative na nanlaban? Kasi lagi na lang, kahit na po sa drug-related or activist-related, lagi na lang sinasabing nanlaban. So, ang laging depensa po ng pulis ay nanlaban, nakikita po ba ito doon sa autopsy?
In the last hearing, that was asked of me several times, and I have tried to explain that just because someone fought back, this is not an excuse for the police to shoot them dead. And in some cases, I cited that there were marks of restraint, like they were handcuffed. So how could they have fired back or fought back? I have previously pointed out that these individuals were shot in the head, in the chest, in the abdomen where vital organs are, and they were shot multiple times. So this is not really an attempt to merely disable them or make them as a defense mechanism of the police. They were meant to kill. And also, I have encountered several cases of, as I mentioned earlier, defense-type injuries, which are classically in the arms.
Okay. Nakakita na po ba kayo ng PNP autopsy report?
Mr. Chair,
para
with,
sa isang,
with
para
the indulgence of Congresswoman Franz,
okay.
being the
Yes,
chairman of the
Congresswoman.
Committee on Human Rights, I really would like to be a part of the questioning on the HEK. So if you could be able to finish the questioning of Colonel Grijalva, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, with the indulgence of Congresswoman Castro, the information being shared to the committee by Dr. Fortune is very important and vital. However, if we can limit, because these are details already of the autopsy, and based on the initial findings of Dr. Fortune, she already made a statement that this was a summary execution, if I'm not mistaken. Did you say that this was a how do you term that? Is this a summary execution of all the victims?
We actually do not come up with such a statement. The most that we can come up with is, that's it, a classification of manner is homicide.
And what is the classification for in these cases that you have studied? What could be the classification, the appropriate term for the kind of crime that happened?
Well, in forensic work, it's particularly forensic pathology, the most that we can come up with is to classify it as a homicide, which means that he was killed by the action or actions of another individual or other persons. We do not use the word murder because it's a legal term.
Okay.
Now, whether they were what you call summarily executed, this would require, actually the best is you reconstruct the shooting. How were they shot? But as I kept pointing out, I've had a lot of limitations. The most that I was able to do was to examine the remains.
Okay.
And your findings are best correlated with other findings.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that information. So, Congresswoman Castro,
Mr. Chair, parang sinasabi po kaya ni Chairman Abante, parang gusto mo nang matapos yung kay Colonel Grijaldo kasi gusto niya ring mag-participate dito sa...
So, okay, join.
Yes, opo. So, last na lang, Mr. Chair.
Sige.
Parang ganun po kasi gusto niyang mangyari.
If I may suggest that questions that, remember, let's not get out of the objective of this committee hearing, which is in aid of legislation, because we cannot go deeper into details of how or medical findings on some of the victims. We have already initially established that there were several extrajudicial killings committed or that happened. So baka ma-delay lang tayo doon, baka ma-lihis lang tayo doon sa issue ng how, why, and what legislations we can produce out of this investigation.
Natatanong natin to Mr. Chair dahil alam natin doon sa mga mga thousands na namatay ay hindi po lahat na imbestigahan. O wala pa. I mean, few lang yung mga naimbestigahan.
Yes.
At gusto natin magkaroon po talaga ng standard procedure kung paano nag-iimbestiga ang police. Kasi kung ganito lang kasimple or hindi masyadong maayos yung manner ng pag-iimbestiga, so may kailangan tayong baguhin doon sa kanilang guidelines on how to investigate. Remember, Mr. Chair, di ba sabi natin, mahalaga yung buhay. Kaya bawat isa yan na namatay, kailangan alam natin kung paano, matiyak natin para mapanagot natin kung sino man yon. So
That
gusto
is
nating
correct.
mabago.
I absolutely agree with Congresswoman Castro in that statement. But perhaps it would be, shall we say, let's be more focused on the objective of the committee. I'm not saying you're not correct. No, I'm not saying that, Congresswoman Castro. What I'm saying is that yes, we can get into the details of the findings of Dr. Fortun because this is helpful. However, baka hindi na natin sakop yung isyung yun eh. That's why, yes, summary execution maybe because the bullet wounds were scientifically studied by Dr. Fortun, and it seems that there were no how do you say that? Wala namang engkwentrong nangyari or something because they were apparently shot at close range and at the very fatal area of the victim's body. No? Baka, kasi parang heart yung tama at saka ulo eh. So,
yes. Yes. So,
we don't want to get into
yes, hindi po tayo
details.
nag-example lang po ako. Pero syempre, ang gusto rin po natin generally ay malaman yung magiging procedure ng pag-iimbestiga ng otoridad.
Or maybe
doon sa...
Yes, or maybe we can ask Dr. Fortun kung meron siyang suggestion as to how to maybe in terms of legislation, baka meron din siyang maitulong sa atin.
Yes, sige. Sige, before that, Mr. Chair, yung po bang mga bullets na na-recover, saan po siya na-turn over? Sa pag-autopsy niyo, for example?
in this case, I recall that I was asked to turn over the bullets to the National Bureau of Investigation. And only for the Evangelista, if I remember correctly, I have that documented, only for the Evangelista spouses. So they were turned over to NBI. I do not know if they were matched with or referenced to certain guns. My job is, my part of the work is to recover them and properly turn them over, describe them. They are part of the autopsy report. So I have no idea what happened.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So yung question po, no, meron po ba kayong suggestion na legislation, measures on, siyempre yung sinasabi nyo parang mali yung mga pamamaraan o may kulang doon sa pamamaraan ng para malaman talaga natin yung cause of death, manner of death, kung paano sa napatay, etc. So do you have a suggested legislative measure?
After coming from training 30 years ago, it was in a medical examiner's office. And that's what I learned. The realization that the Philippines does not have a death investigation system. And so I tried to push for two key pieces of legislation. One, a mandatory autopsy bill, which would define which deaths have to be investigated. It's still alive. It keeps being refiled in the two houses, Senate and the lower house. I don't know what has happened, but it's still alive. And the next question is, who would do it? So standards, and how not have that fixed. Like for instance, everybody depends on funeral parlors. And funeral parlors are meant to embalm, to chemically preserve, not to examine bodies or preserve them as evidence, because bodies are physical evidence. Another key piece of legislation I tried to work on with UP was University of the Philippines Forensic Science Institute. Again, this was decades ago. It never took off. However, there are initiatives in UP supported by the National Administration. Executive Secretary Bersamin is very much in on this. We're trying to push for a forensic medicine training course in the University of the Philippines. And maybe at some point it will evolve into a Forensic Science Institute. I think that's the dream, a National Forensic Science Institute for the Philippines. But we are a long way off.
Yes, this representation filed a bill on mandatory autopsy on all deaths, which I sponsored since the last Congress. I also filed a bill on the maintaining a database of all DNAs. It was a bill that was forwarded to me and asked me to sponsor such bill. Until now, we haven't really discussed the details of the proposed legislation. But we will certainly insist in writing our committee report for this Quad Committee. We will include those proposed legislation.
So, I register for the second round po, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
okay. Thank you. Salamat po, Congresswoman Castro. The next to interpolate is Congressman Romy Acop. You are recognized.
Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chair. And before I proceed to the meat of my interpellation, there are certain things to be asked the NBI. We have asked the NBI before in our previous hearing to conduct the official investigation regarding the Wesley Barayuga case. May I know from the NBI what is the status of the investigation?
NBI, Director Lavin, do you want to answer? Please proceed po.
Yes, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, thank you. For the NBI, we are already wrapping up, or we are concluding the investigations on the Barayuga murder. And in about 3 weeks' time, we shall be filing our cases against those involved. We are only awaiting the results of the forensic examination on the gadgets turned over by the wife of the victim, Attorney Barayuga, and which was turned over also by this was turned over to our agent in Iloilo, Attorney Arnold Diaz, and he applied for warrants to examine the contents of the gadgets. These gadgets were brought to our main office for the examination, and we should be ready with our reports in about 2-3 weeks' time, Your Honors, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. In 3 weeks' time, cases will be filed. Did I understand your answer correctly?
Yes, Your Honors, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Marami pong salamat. From the PNP, who would represent the PNP?
Anybody from the PNP? Most highest officer present today. Please proceed, Chairman Akop.
Please identify yourself and your position in the Philippine National Police.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, I am Police Major General Nicolas Salvador, the Director for Operations, Your Honor.
Thank you. Naka-attend po ba kayo sa previous hearings ng Quadcom?
On the first leg only, Your Honor, but on the succeeding, hindi na, Your Honor.
In the hearings of the Quadcom, it was reported by the PNP that there were 6,000 plus cases na nanlaban yung mga victims. Would that be correct? Would you agree with that?
Your Honor, may I be allowed to confirm this with the Directorate for Investigation?
Yes. Kasi galing naman sa kanila yung data na yun eh.
Yes, Your Honor. Dito ka na lang. Yes, Your Honor, based on the record given by the DIDM, it is indeed more than 6,000 cases.
Yes. Nanlaban po yan. Open and close quotation.
These are died in police operations, as indicated on the report, Your Honor.
Yes. Nanlaban yan, kaya patay sila eh, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Now, kung nanlaban, ano po yung armas na ginamit po nila?
We do not have a record here, Your Honor, but it is within the forensic group, Your Honor.
Mostly firearms.
Mostly firearms, of course, Your Honor.
Yes. Now, in the previous hearing, the PNP was asked to submit a disposition of these firearms as pieces of evidence. Saan po sila nakalagak?
It is within the forensic unit, Your Honor.
Could you please comply to the directive of this committee to submit to this committee? Nirequire na namin ito eh. Wala pa akong nababasa na report kung ano ang disposition ninyo doon sa firearms allegedly used doon sa 6,000 plus cases.
Your Honor, probably we can request for the Secretariat because I was told that it has already been submitted to the committee
COMSEC,
as to the disposition of these firearms, Your Honor.
kindly confirm whether they have complied with this directive of the committee. Di El Salvador, meron talaga. Meron kayo received copy by the COMSEC?
We are asking right now, sir, the DIDM. We will check if it's indeed there is a received copy.
But anyway, since time is of the essence, kindly submit the disposition of the alleged firearms used in the questionable operations.
Yes, we will, Your Honor. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, may I know from Attorney Conti? Practicing lawyer po kayo, ano po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
If I remember it right, lawyers are supposed to be officers of the court.
Yes, Your Honor.
And they are governed by canons of legal ethics.
Yes, Your Honor. The
Iba na yata ang pangalan ngayon.
Code of Professional Responsibility
Yes.
and Accountability.
And under propriety, a lawyer shall at all times act with propriety and maintain the appearance of propriety in personal and professional dealings, observe honesty, respect, and courtesy, and uphold the dignity of the legal profession consistent with the highest standards of ethical behavior.
I believe that would be
Yes, sir.
substantially correct, Your
Yes,
Honor.
ma'am. Section 5 under Canon of Legal Ethics 2, observance of fairness and obedience. A lawyer shall, in every personal and professional engagement, insist on the observance of the principles of fairness and obedience to the law.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kindly remember that, Colonel Grijaldo. Hindi. Kaya nga, anyway, may I ask the page, Comsec, or could you please show this to Colonel Grijaldo, if this is his affidavit submitted to the Senate? Was this or is this the affidavit that you submitted to Senate, Colonel Grijaldo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And in your answer to the Honorable D.S. Suarez a while ago, you stated under oath that you stand by the truthfulness of your statements here in this affidavit. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And you have imputed certain inappropriate actions on our two colleagues, the Honorable Abante and the Honorable Fernandez. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, I will stand by my statement in the Senate under oath.
That is
And I
not
would
an
like to invoke my
appropriate-
right to self-incrimination, Your
That
Honor.
is not an appropriate answer to my question. Ang tinatanong ko po is, dito sa mga statements mo na ito, you have imputed inappropriate actions by the Honorable Abante and the Honorable Fernandez. Would that be correct? Yes or no?
Your Honor, I stand by my statement given at the Senate under oath, Your Honor, and I'll invoke my right for self-incrimination, Your Honor.
Okay. May I ask the Honorable Abante and the Honorable Fernandez? Ngayon ako makaganti, Mr. Chairman.
And if I may, let me remind the two congressmen that you are under oath.
In the statement or sworn statement of Colonel Grijaldo, it's stated here, number 4, After I answered questions related to extrajudicial killings and the reward system, I was approached by a security personnel while I was seated as one of the witnesses during the hearing. The said person told me that I was being summoned by Congressman Dan Fernandez. The Honorable Fernandez, do you agree to this statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. When I entered the room, I saw the two lawyers of Police Colonel Garma standing inside the room. Two lawyers of Colonel Garma standing inside the room. One of the lawyers approached me, then asked me what we were going to talk about. I said that I do not know. May I ask the Honorable Abante and Fernandez if there were really the presence of the two lawyers of Colonel Garma were present?
Yes, Chairman Acop, yes.
The Honorable Abante, do you agree with Honorable Fernandez?
He's talking to somebody, Mr. Chairman. Maybe you can cite him in contempt.
Chairman Abante, Chairman Abante, you're being asked. Chairman Abante, you're being asked by Chairman Acop to confirm the statement.
Do you agree with the statement of Colonel Grijaldo that there were two lawyers of Attorney Garma present when you talked with Colonel Grijaldo in a room?
Yes, yes, Your Honor. There were two lawyers present.
Thank you, Your Honor. According to the affidavit of Colonel Grijaldo, the Honorable Fernandez asked Colonel Grijaldo to sit beside him, and you entered the room and sat on the far end chair on the right. And one of the lawyers of Colonel Garma stood near the back of Colonel Grijaldo. Would that be correct?
Ako yung unang dumating, Mr. Chairman. If I remember it right, nung dumating po ako, nakaupo na po siya.
Okay. So, nakaupo na siya?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. The Honorable Abante?
Yes, it was a small room, no? Doon lang sa corner na yan. And so, malapit din kami sa isa. We just need to each other. In fact, Mr. Chair, I'd like to say na when I talked to him before he came in the room, was that because it was Colonel Garma that said that Colonel Grijaldo knows a lot. He knows a lot about this thing. So, sabi ko, sige, total, normal naman yung vetting na ginagawa natin, kinakausap natin. So, we talked to him and sinabi ko kay Colonel Garma, can he corroborate your statement? Ang sabi ni Colonel Garma, yes eh. So, kinausap namin.
Your Honors, pasensya na po kayo kasi hindi naman sumasagot kasi sa mga tanong ko si Colonel Grijaldo. Kaya kayo po ang tatanungin ko na muna.
Mr. Chair, if I be allowed.
The resource person is not allowed to ask questions.
No, I'm not asking questions, Mr. Chairman. I will be answering in relation to the answer of Congressman.
So you are replying to the question raised by...
Yes,
okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Well, ang totoo po kasi noon, yung pong dalawang lawyer ni Colonel Garma, sila po talaga yung nag-approach sa amin. Ang sinabi po nung dalawang lawyer, if I remember it right, yung pangalan po nung lawyer, si Attorney Victor, nakalimutan ko po yung ipilido.
Attorney Kilang and Attorney Kumigan.
Yes, opo. Ang sabi nila, kasi kung matatandaan niyo po, yung ating supplemental affidavit na ginawa po ni Colonel Garma was given to us on the day itself. And then, nung binabasa po natin, sabi natin, sino magko-corroborate nito? Sino magbe-betting ito? Lumapit po yung dalawang lawyer. At ang sabi, kung pwedeng kausapin si Colonel Grijaldo. Dahil si Colonel Garma ay very close daw kay Colonel Grijaldo. At siya makakapag-bet sa mga nakalagay doon sa supplemental affidavit. So, ang sabi ko naman kay Attorney Victor, tama-tama, andyan si Grijaldo, andyan sa likod. Bakit hindi natin siya imbitahan doon sa sa room doon sa may kainan para nang sa ganon ay makausap natin kung patotohanan niya yung sinabi ni Colonel Garma na magkaibigan sila at ibebet niya yung mga nakasulat doon. So, basically, hindi naman po siya ganun kalaking issue. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, hindi nga tayo ang nag-initiate eh. Sila pa yung nag-initiate sa atin na kausapin si Colonel Grijaldo, which I did together with, nagkataon po kami ni Chairman Abante during that time. Magkalapit kami doon. Sabi ko, pare sumama ka na sa akin. Kaya sa sumunod. Kaya nagulat na lamang po kami that biglang nagkaroon po ng ganong istorya. But nevertheless, Mr. Chairman, yun po yung nangyari doon. At nung pumasok po ako sa loob, nauna po ako kay Chairman Abante ng konti lang. And then, sinabi ko sa kanya, Colonel Grijaldo, ito yung mga nakasulat dito sa affidavit. Sabi ko dito sa paragraph, hindi ko matandaan, 17 ata o something gano'n. Ito ba, mapapatotohanan mo na sinabi ni Colonel Garma? Ang sabi niya, wala po akong alam dyan. Yung ibang ibang mga sinabi ni Colonel Garma. Kasi sabi niya, kaibigan kanya eh. So, basically, doon po umikot yung aming usapan. Siguro maabot po yun ng mga less than 10 or 15 minutes. And then, nung sinabi niya talaga wala siyang alam, di lumabas na po kami. And the CCTV can prove na talagang hindi po kami nagtagal sa loob. At the same time po, pag tinignan niyo po yung kwarto dyan, kahit puntahan po natin lahat, napakaliit po ng kwarto. At sa labas po ng kwarto, marami pong mga tao nandun. So kung nagkaroon po ng coercion, nagkaroon po ng harassment, nagkaroon po ng forceful force galing po sa amin, I think malalaman po ng mga taong nandyan. And even, makikita po natin na yung itsura niya, hindi naman po siya mukhang na-coerce eh. Mukhang masayang-masaya pa nga po siya. Kaya, I think, Mr. Chairman, yung pong accusation sa atin, na malayan yung ating pong committee and the two chairman, masyado pong unfair. But of course, binibigyan pa rin po natin siya ng pagkakataon na liwanagin po yung mga pangyayari. Kaya, andito po tayo at binibigyan po natin ng patas na pagdinig. Marami pong salamat sa pagkakataon.
Mr. Chair, pwede maidagdag to?
With, yes, Congressman Abante, with the indulgence of Congressman Ako, please.
Yeah. At the back of my mind, masaya pa nga ako eh, sapagkat nabanggit sa akin ni Colonel Garma na ito talagang close siya rito, classmate niya, at talagang kakampihan siya nito. Nagulat na lang kami na gano'n ang sagot niya. So,
nung bang sinabi ni Colonel Garma yun, magkasama na kayo ni Congressman Dan?
Hindi, ako hindi ko nakausap si Colonel Garma.
Ako ang kumusta sa kanya, hindi niya nakausap. Ako mismo kumusta sa kanya.
At sino ang nakarinig na sinabi ni Colonel Garma sa inyo yan, na Congressman?
Palagay ko walang nakarinig sapagkat in confidence sinabi niya sa akin eh. Okay. When I asked her, who can corroborate your statements? Binanggit niya yung pangalan ni Colonel Grijaldo. Natuwa naman ako sapagkat very close daw sila, classmate niya, at talagang kakampihan siya nito. All of a sudden, kalaban pala niya.
And Mr. Chairman, para i-corroborate lang po yan. If you remember it right, no, nung na-interview po tayo sa, I think, Bilyonaryo News Channel, nabanggit po natin doon na nakasama po natin siya sa isang pagpupulong doon po sa BGC sa Ascot Hotel, na kung saan nakiusap po sila Colonel Garma during that time. And during that time, we were shocked, ikaw, saka ako, Mr. Chair, na nakita natin si Colonel Grijaldo doon. And that's the reason, nang kinausap ako ng abogado doon, na sinabi sa akin na si Colonel Grijaldo at si Colonel Garma ay close, naniwala ako. Because na-meet na po natin siya during that time. And remember, na kayo pa po nagbayad ng dinner. That was 9,000 plus po. Kaya sinasabi ko po to, Mr. Chairman, because we wanted to ferret out the truth. And by doing that, we are initiating some form of talks with those who wanted to speak in this committee. Dahil nga, nagbe-betting po tayo eh. At yun po yung ating ginagawa sa kongresong ito. Kaya nakakalungkot lang na ang isang opisyal na naging isang battalion commander ng isang rehiyon ay ganito po yung kanyang treatment sa committee ito. But I cannot blame this person. If there is a big person behind him, then totally we cannot blame him. But prudence dictates na dapat po ay sarili niya, manindigan siya sa sarili niya at hindi siya matako sa kanino man tao. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Fernandez. Please proceed, continue, Congressman Acop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also in the sworn statement, Kong Dan Fernandez put the paper he was holding on the table and told me, ito ang sasabihin mo sa statement na ito. While pointing to a paragraph on the paper, ito ang second supplemental affidavit ni Colonel Garba. Sabihin mong alam mo ang reward system, i-confirm mo lang. Would this be true, Honorable Fernandez?
Po ganyan ang pagkakasabi ko. A while ago, I was testifying in this honorable committee that itinuro ko po, yan, Colonel Grijaldo, ito. Yan, mapapatotohanan mo ba na totoo itong sinabi ni Colonel Garma? Sabi niya, hindi ho, wala ho. Right away. Actually, parang hindi pa nga niya nababasa, parang umihindi na po siya. So, inilipat ko sa kabila. Sabi ko, itong mga ibang nandito, yan, hindi po yan kasi andun po ako sa Davao noong 2000, wala pa ho ako dyan during that time. So, yun lang po yung mga sitwasyon na nasabi ko sa kanya about dun sa supplemental affidavit. Actually, Mr. Chairman, sa una pa lang nararamdaman ko na hindi niya po i-confirm yung mga sinabi ni Colonel Garma. Actually, hindi ko na pinursue. Basically po, yung usapan, parang naging light na lang po yung moment ng usapan. At magmamanifest po yun, yung light moment na usapan namin. Because nung lumabas po siya, masaya siya. And we can even show yung CCTV na hawak po natin ngayon, na makikita natin that wala po sa facial expression niya na he was harassed.
Comsec, yung sinasabi ni Honorable Fernandez na video clip,
Comcheck floor. Do you have a video?
O yan.
Colonel Grijaldo enters the holding room. At 7:17:59 p.m., Attorney Emericio Kilang enters. At 7:18:11 p.m., Attorney Rotsiv Comigat enters. At 7:19 p.m., Congressman Dan Fernandez enters. At 7:20:35 p.m., Congressman Benny Abante enters. At 7:35:35 p.m., Congressman Dan Fernandez and Benny Abante leave the holding room. At 7:36:14 p.m., Colonel Grijaldo exits with Attorney Kilang and Attorney Comigat. At 7:36:25 p.m., Colonel Grijaldo, all smiles, is seen conversing with Jimmy Fortaleza.
I wish to...
Thank you, Comsec. Yun pong kay Honorable Abante naman, paragraph 14 of the affidavit. Kong Abante asked me how many years do I still have with the PNP. I answered I still have 4 years before retirement. Then he made the remark, pwede ka pang maging general. I humbly responded to him, masaya na ako sa ranggo ko, sir. Pagkatapos nito, uuwi na lang ako at magtatanim na lang ako ng kamote sa amin.
Mr. Chair, I cannot recall, pero kung yan man, nasabi ko, ako ba'y, meron ba akong karapatan na i-promote siya? Sapagkat sinabi niya ron, gusto ko siyang ipapromote. Anong karapatan ko para i-promote siya? Para lang siya magsabi ng gusto kong sabihin niya. Masyado namang akusasyon yan na kahit kailan, hindi ko ginawa kahit kanino.
Thank you, Honorable Abante. Paragraph 15. The cordial conversation between us continued. So, walang animosity. Would you agree with that, Your Honors? Na cordial yung conversation niyo?
Well, actually, Mr. Chairman, di mo pa binabanggit yan. Kanina sinabi ko nga, after na tinanong na namin yung mga ilang provision dun sa paragraph niya, na alam ko na hindi naman tayo makakakuha ng magandang resulta dun sa confirmation ng betting, sabi ko nga, naging light na lang yung usapan. Hindi ko na alam kung ano yung mga napag-usapan. At, but after that, umalis na ako. Tapos sumunod na si Congressman Benny.
Pero dinagdag niya. Sa kanyang...
Mr. Chair, tama. Tama ho. Tama yung sinabi ni Chairman Dan na very cordial. Very light ang usapan namin. Para nabibiroan pa kami dun eh. Nabanggit niya na siya magtatanim ng kamote. Hindi ba biro yun? Yung ba totoo ba yun na magtatanim talaga siya ng kamote pagkatapos na mag-retire?
Tsaka, in all due respect, Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to speak? Kasi, alam niyo po, napakasama naman po ng magiging action namin if we have done something like that without the prior approval of the members of the the chairman of the Quadcom. Never na ginawa po ng bawat isa sa atin yan na meron po tayong gagawing betting ay hindi nalalaman po ng ating pong mga kasamahan. And yung pong, most especially, kung yung pong coercion at harassment na kung gagawin po namin ay mapuput into jeopardy, lahat ng ginawa po ng Quadcom. And hindi naman po kami ganun ka-bobo para gawin yung bagay na yon na alam namin na magkakaroon ng bad repercussion kung sakali na hindi mag-a-agree po si Colonel Grijaldo. And well, ako kasi medyo, basically, nasaktan po ako dyan kasi nga, I was expecting that Colonel Garma, through sa mga lawyers niya, na binanggit na hindi, si Colonel Grijaldo was my parang kasakasamahan na niya before. And they were very close. And yung expectation mo na sasabihin niya doon, na kino-confirm niya, then suddenly, nawala. Kaya po ako medyo na-kausap na talagang afterwards, hindi naman talaga na-confirm. But, yun na nga, nagpapasalamat po ako sa committee na to na nabigyan po tayo ng pagkakataon para liwanagin tong issue na talagang nahirapan po tayo dahil sa hindi po pag-attend ni Colonel Grijaldo.
Mr. Chair, sa totoo lang, kung siya nasaktan, si Congressman Dan Fernandez, ako naman na-offend. Sapagkat sa totohanan na lang, nasa mukha ba namin na magko-coerce? Nasa mukha niya. Nasa mukha ba ni Congressman Fernandez na mag-coerce? Ako, nasa mukha ko ba mag-coerce? Tignan niyo nga po yung mukha niya. Compare po sa mukha namin.
And the next statement is that I felt that they wanted to convince me to do what they wanted me to do. So it was the feeling of Colonel Grijaldo na kinukumbinsi niyo siya na gawin yung gusto niyong ipagawa. That was his feeling. The intention may not be that. Hindi po ba tama, Colonel Grijaldo? I-invoke mo na naman yung right mo. Tama ba yung state mo? I felt that they wanted to convince me to do what they wanted me to do.
I stand by my statement, Your Honor.
Sagutin mo yung tanong ko.
I would like to invoke my right.
Mr. Chair,
Your Honor.
may I move that we cite Colonel Grijaldo in contempt for violation of Section 11, Paragraph C, refusal to answer relevant questions. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second. There is a motion to cite in contempt Colonel Grijaldo for violating Section 11, Paragraph C of our Rules of Procedure Governing Inquiries in Aid of Legislation, and it was duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. You are again cited in contempt.
Mr. Chairman.
Is Congressman Acop done with this interpellation?
Mr. Chair, my motion needs another motion from any member of this committee. because we have to determine where or what is the duration of his penalty and where he would be incarcerated. Mr. Chair.
Is there any motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Paduano.
While the rules of the House now with regards to Section 11, citing a resource person in contempt, the detention, no? The place of detention lies with the, of course, the chairman of this honorable committee. May I respectfully move, Mr. Chairman, that we will transfer, in this contempt order, I move that we will detain Colonel Grijaldo at para malapit-lapit lang sa batasan at Station 6, Mr. Chairman. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Are you referring to Station 6 of the
Quezon City, Mr. Chairman? Dito lang yan sa batasan.
Okay.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion to detain, transfer the detention of Colonel Grijaldo to Station 6 of the Quezon City Police Station. Are there any second? Duly seconded. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Comsec, please coordinate with our Sergeant at Arms and inform the said office that Colonel Grijaldo will be transferred to Station 6 of Quezon City and serve his detention in that facility.
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Akop.
Since I cannot get intelligent answers from our resource person, may I just make a manifestation? The reason why I asked Attorney Conti about the canons of legal ethics, that we have in our possession a joint statement from the law office of Attorney Emerito B. Kilang, from the Kumigad law offices. And in this joint statement of the two lawyers, they debunk all the claims of Colonel Grijaldo. And lawyers are supposed to observe the canons of legal ethics, as I have stated in my interpellation of Attorney Conti. And that is the reason why I asked Attorney Conti about the canons of legal ethics. So, it is the word of Colonel Grijaldo alone versus the words of two honorable congressmen and attested to by two lawyers, the lawyers of one of our resource persons, Attorney Garma. The other manifestation I want to make, Mr. Chair, is that in 4 instances where we invited Colonel Grijaldo, he has refused to attend. Ang timing po niya ng pagka-confine niya, every time na meron tayong hearing, if you look at the calendar of events. Kaya sinasadya niya na magpa-confine para hindi siya maka-attend ng hearing. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Akop.
May I also make just a short manifestation as to avoid the public that, because I get this impression, Mr. Chair, that our resource person, Colonel Grijaldo, wants to, at least impress upon the public that we are cornering him, that we are gagging up on him. Just want to make a manifestation, Mr. Chair, that earlier, Chairman Akop asked him, or the chairman himself asked him if he needs a lawyer so we can provide one. Because he's been invoking his right against self-incrimination, and we understand that. That's a constitutionally guaranteed right. And we do not want to push or to even force anybody, especially if it's our guests and our resource persons, to say something that would incriminate him, that would be used against him at the court of law. He was asked what's the basis of him invoking that right, when in fact the question of Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez was merely on an affirmation that the affidavit he gave during the Senate investigation was really true, because he was reading on the affidavit and he was quoting word by word the exact affidavit, an exact portion of the affidavit given by Colonel Grijaldo to the Senate hearing. And that was merely a confirmation from him. In fact, when he answered and replied to DS J.J. Suarez earlier, his response is very much in conflict with the answer in itself. No? Sabi niya, I would stand by my affirmation, I confirm my affidavit which DSJJ was reading, and yet he says he invoked his right against self-incrimination. So he confirmed it, and yet he do not want to confirm it at the same time. So it's a conflict, no? Mismo sa sagot niya. That's the reason why Chairman Acop asked him, what's the legal basis? What's his legal basis for invoking this right against self-incrimination? And being a non-lawyer himself, the chairman was lenient to even ask him, would you want a lawyer? We can provide you. Ang sabi po niya, hindi na niya kailangan. I just want to make this manifestation so that this cannot be twisted online. Because I'm sure there are ready trolls, paid trolls, who will twist this scenario here. Ang gagamitin naman nila sa atin ay ginagangap natin ang ating mga resource person. We have given him all the legal course in order to protect him and ask him kung kailangan niya ng legal advice. And he admittedly responded na hindi. Having said that, Mr. Chair, I have one quick question that I'd like to ask Attorney Conti. Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
Go
you. Attorney Conti, have you been in courts? No? I'm seeing may litigation, no? And you also present evidences. Minsan yung mga testimonies, ng mga affidavits, minsan in a manner of text message or mga video clips, no? Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Video clips, text messages
Yes.
will be considered as electronic evidence.
Yes, okay. Earlier, you watched the video clip kanina when Congressman, the Chairman Dan Fernandez and Chairman Benny Abante entered the room where Colonel Grijaldo was already inside, no? Nakita niyo naman po, no? Yung video kanina. Yes. And after a few minutes, they exited the same room. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, I saw that.
As a lawyer, based on your experiences in trial and evidence, Mr. Chair, to prove that the two gentlemen here were telling us the truth and nothing but the truth, as opposed to the affidavit of Colonel Grijaldo. In your professional experience, having seen all the evidences, in the context nung halimbawa itong pinakita as opposed to the affidavit ni Colonel Grijaldo, would you say that it's a normal reaction of someone who was forced to lie to come out with all smiles, magandang disposition, at nakipaghawakan pa sa former colleague niya? Is it normal for a behavior of a person, individual, who are let's assume na tama yung sinasabi niya, totoo, assuming without conceding that he was forced by two influential, because kung titingnan niyo, the two gentlemen outrank him in position. Court, kumbaga kung sa basketball, ito, advantage na, court advantage nilang dalawa, nasa kwarto, sasabihin na itong gawin mo, magsinungaling ka, etc. based on his affidavit. Would that be a normal reaction of a person who was forced to say something, to lie before his teeth na magsabi na dapat ito ang gusto naming sabihin mo at alam niyang mali at hindi tama at kasinungalingan? Doon sa nakita mo, from your professional experience, would that be a normal reaction of someone who was forced to lie?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, first, I cannot or I should not appreciate that as a lawyer. I should appreciate it as a normal human being. Your Honor, that kind of appreciation of, is this consistent with human experience? It would not be consistent with human experience to see someone coerced leave a room without any restraints at sasabihin na hindi siya na pinilit siya sa loob ng kwarto. So it would be inconsistent with what we have seen. And Your Honor, this kind of evidence will only prove that, however, on the other hand, that these gentlemen went into the room, left the room at these times, and the last person to leave the room was Colonel Grijaldo without anyone keeping him in detention. So yung, kumbaga, ang maiisip po kasi ng karamihan, yung parang restraint is parang inaresto ka. his freedom to leave the room without any pressure or even without the presence of the two others. I think the two lawyers were still inside the room. We did not see that in the video. It would say that Colonel Grijaldo was not under arrest. To an extent, as a human being, I would say he was not under duress.
Thank you for that response, Attorney Conti. In fact, Mr. Chair, the responses and the explanation of the two gentlemen, the two chairmen, was actually believable because based doon sa mga responses niya, wala naman, it was plainly evident, paglabas nila, it reinforces yung mga sinasabing, yung atmosphere doon sa kwarto ay hindi naman ganun intense, no? Kasi nung lumabas sila, hindi naman for few minutes, so parang ordinary day lang. As opposed to Colonel Grijaldo, who was, I suspect, parang masyado siyang, sabi niya, may reflection pa nga eh, nag-quote pa nga siya ng Biblia. And he even went to the Senate to testify before the whole country watching that he was forced to say something and to lie. Ganon yung impact nung sinasabi niyang coercion na ginawa ng gentleman. And yet, when we look at the video, watch the video, it seems as an average-minded person, hindi po normal na behavior ang isang tao na he was forced to lie, he was coerced, under duress, tas lalabang with all smiles at nakangiti. Sir Chair. Yun lang. I'd like just to make that manifestation because again, I don't want to impress upon the public because there's an attempt really by this research person na i-twist itong nangyayari sa atin tapos may mga paid trolls na naman na ready to debunk all the truthfulness of whatever we have gathered here in this committee hearing. Tapos ito twist nila that we are ganging up on him, Mr. Chair.
Well, if I may just comment on that manifestation. Yes, correct. We expect that there will be trolls again prying on this particular hearing. This resource person has this penchant for playing victim. No? Yan ang ano niya, yung laging biktima siya eh. No? But ang katotohanan, ang video ay hindi po nagsisinungaling. No? Kung ikaw ay talagang may paninindigan at gusto mong tayuan ang sinabi mong katotohanan, eh hindi ganyan ang iyong demeanor. So that is my observation, Your Honors. In fact, darating ang panahon na mag-iisip ka rin eh. Iisipin mo rin na hindi mo na makakayang itago yung iyong konsensya doon sa iyong pagsisinungaling. Now, just to add a little spice in this issue, please allow me to show in this video, just a short video lang, Your Honors, on the video of Colonel Grijaldo appearing before the Senate hearing and try to observe his demeanor. And tingnan natin no, kung ano yung ano, para lang po meron tayong point of comparison. So, Comsec, can we play the video? And Colonel Grijaldo, can you watch the video and see for yourself kung ano yung ano mo dyan, yung demeanor dyan?
Mr. Chairman, while waiting for the video, yes. Can I just to amend the my motion previously, Mr. Chairman, that I move once again that Colonel Grijaldo will be detained at Quezon City Station 6 until the committee report will be, in this investigation, will be adopted in the plenary, Mr. Chairman. So move.
Okay, there is a motion amending the previous approved ruling of the chair. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion amending the previous ruling of the chair is approved. So, just please play the video.
Third level officer, presently assigned at Personal Holding Administrative Unit, Comm, Quezon City. After duly sworn, 2, under oath and in accordance with law, do hereby depose and states that I, together with other invited PNP personnel, attended joint hearing in the House of Representatives. After I answered questions related to extrajudicial killings, Kong Dan Fernandez entered the room and he asked me to sit beside him, and then Kong Abante entered the room, one of the lawyers of Police Karma stood near at my back. Kong Dan Fernandez put the paper he was holding on the table and told me, ito ang sasabihin mong statement na ito. While pointing on the paragraph on the paper, ito ang supplemental affidavit ni Colonel Garma. Sabihin mo, alam mo ang reward system. I-confirm mo lang. Kong Dan told me to read the said affidavit. However, I asked the copy of affidavit he was showing to me to read it. He did not give it to me. Then Kong Abante asked me where I serve as a chief of police, to which I answered, Mandaluyong City Police Station. Kong Abante then persuaded me by saying, ikaw naman, Colonel, ganito na lang, alangan namang walang insidente o pangyayari sa panahon na yon. I answered, and I served as a COP in Mandaluyong during the COVID-19 pandemic, and there were less crime committed, and we did not receive any reward from anyone.
However, this videos...
Okay, salamat. So, in my observation of the video that we just showed, shows that a police officer looking like a debonair in his uniform, with his rank, lying to his teeth. Yun ang aking observation dun eh. And he delivered the statement with full of bragadasyo, so to speak. So, parang ngayon, parang nawala yung asim nung pagbibigay mo ng statement dun sa Senado, Colonel. Then, you keep on invoking your right against self-incrimination, which is a manifestation of hiding from the truth. Yun lang ang aking gustong idagdag dun sa Congressman.
Very short, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Congressman Paduano, and then Congresswoman Luistro, and then Congressman Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for procedural, I just like once again to inform Colonel Grijaldo that you have all the right now to file a motion for reconsideration the day after this hearing. But I do not believe that you will file, because in the first contempt order from this committee to you, you file a certiorari in the Supreme Court. Tama po? But still, baka sabihin mo, question of due process, hindi ka namin binibigyan ng due process dito. That's why I reminded you about your right to file a motion for reconsideration tomorrow in this committee. Now, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to put on record and to point out the statement, the manifestation from Chairman Acop a while ago with regards to the joint statement of the two lawyers that was present during the incident in which Chairman Abante and Chairman Dan Fernandez was present during that meeting with Colonel Grijaldo. Malinaw po dito, Mr. Chairman, na sinasabi nila na hindi totoo yung pinagsasabi ni Colonel Grijaldo doon sa Senado. And let me quote, Mr. Chairman, just the two paragraphs, no? Kasi 5 paragraphs, no? Just the 2 paragraphs, no? To quote, Mr. Chairman, we would like to shed light on the nature of the interactions we observed. The discussions were focused on ensuring clarity and understanding of Colonel Garma's affidavit, particularly regarding any knowledge of Colonel Grijaldo might have about the reward system mentioned in it. At no point did any of the congressman attempt to pressure Mr. Grijaldo into conforming to a predetermined narrative. Throughout the meeting, we can affirm that we did not witness any form of coercion. Again, to repeat, throughout the meeting, we can affirm that we did not witness any form of coercion or undue influence directed toward Mr. Grijaldo. The discussions taking place were cordial and respectful. Congressman Dan Fernandez and Congressman Abante engaged in a dialogue that was both professional and focused on the matter at hand. At no point did we see or hear any actions or statements that could be interpreted as pressuring Mr. Grijaldo to conform to a specific narrative. Yun po. Yun po on record, Mr. Chairman, the joint statement that was signed by the Council of former Colonel Rowena Garma, Attorney Emerito Kilang, and Attorney Rotsib Kumikad, Mr. Chairman. Ito po, nagpapatoo na nagsinungaling si Colonel Grijaldo doon sa Senado. Now, second, Mr. Chairman, I would like to point out, makita po sa CCTV kanina, na paglabas, nakangiti pa. Well, in fact, alam niyo ba, ang kinamayan niya outside of that room was his classmate. Mista niya po. And supposedly, kung inipit siya, pressure siya, ang the first person that he approached outside of that room, kaklase niya, yung mista niya. Class 97, in the person of Jimmy Fortaleza. Kitang-kita niyo po, nakakamay pa. Nakasmile pa. Nag-uusap pa sila ni Jimmy Fortaleza, former Major Jimmy Fortaleza. Now, again, Mr. Chairman, naawa lang ako dito kay Colonel Grijaldo because he keep on imposing or invoking his right to self-incrimination. You're a graduate of PNP Class 97. Hindi mo palang napagandaan kung alin doon ang pwede mong invoke at hindi invoke nung tinanong ka Chairman Akop, hindi mo masagot. Any specific basis or laws or articles or section. And now, I would like to remind and educate you, Colonel Grijaldo, under Article 3, Section 17 on our 1987 Constitution. Tama po, no person shall be compelled to be a witness against himself. That's self-incrimination. But I will cite jurisprudence that you cannot use is in your case. Mr. Grijaldo, Supreme Court ruling with regards to Arnold versus Nazareno. Allow me to read, Mr. Chairman, portion of that. The fact that the testimony of a witness may tend to show that he has violated the law is not sufficient. Is not sufficient to entitle him to claim the protection of the constitutional provision against self-incrimination, unless he is at the same time liable to prosecution and punishment for such violation. No case has been filed against you, Colonel Grijaldo. That's why in that Arnold versus Nazareno, you cannot invoke such provision of the Constitution, Mr. Grijaldo. Our second, jurisprudence. Rosette versus Lim. The privilege against self-incrimination can be claimed. You can claim it only when specific question, incriminatory in character, is actually addressed to the witness. It cannot be claimed at any other time. You cannot claim it unless, sabi nga doon sa Arnold at Nazareno, unless may pending case po or punishment for such violation. Tinanong ka pa kanina, if you want to have a lawyer, ayaw mo, o di. And I hope, Colonel Grijaldo, after this hearing, you ask your counsel. And I do believe that you will file again a certiorari in the Supreme Court. And that's your right. And let us see what will be the position of the Supreme Court with regards to your pleading. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. Congresswoman Luistro, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, my manifestation were covered already by Chairman Carap, so I yield to the Honorable Kit Flores.
Thank you, Congresswoman Luistro. Congressman Flores, you now have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to address some of my questions to our colleagues who are now resource persons. No? I wish I could have addressed it to Colonel Grijaldo. No? I always wish that he would be answering the questions as emphatically as he was making that statement in the Senate. But now he's invoking his right against self-incrimination. Now, Congressman Abante, if your intention was to coerce Colonel Grijaldo, would you have had that meeting with Colonel Grijaldo with other persons present?
If my intention was to
Yes,
coerce,
if your intention was to coerce.
I don't think that we can pursue the meeting because the meeting is supposed to ask him if he would corroborate the statement of Colonel Garma, as Colonel Garma said.
Yeah, but the question asks for a yes or no, sir. Would you have held that meeting with the lawyers of Attorney Colonel Garma present in the same room if your intention was to coerce Colonel Grijaldo?
With the lawyers
Yes.
there? I don't think so.
Yes. Now, if your intention was also to offer him a promotion, would you have held that meeting also with other people present, like the lawyers of Colonel Garma?
Oh.
So that was not the intention of the meeting, right? Correct?
No, it's not.
How about you, Congressman Dan?
Siyempre naman, kung plano natin na hindi natin makuha yung sagot and we wanted to coerce and harass and i-force yung ating issues sa kanya, of course, ang gagawin ko, di kami na lang tatlo. Di ba? Wala nang lawyers. Siya na lang, ako, saka si Abante. Kumukuha ka pa ng witness para sa gagawin mong kasalanan.
A lawyer who does not represent the House,
Yeah.
does not represent the committee,
Yes,
does not
of course.
represent any of the parties present, correct?
Exactly. At the same time, kung mga haras ako, hindi dito. Dadalhin ko siya sa opisina ko. Baka sakali, doon ko pwede ko siyang i-harass. And one more thing, yung sinasabi niya na promotion, ako hindi ko nadinig yun. Na in-offer yun, hindi naman siya tanga. Para malaman niya na ang congressman, hindi naman tayo nakakapag-promote. Di ba? Yeah. Presidente lamang or chief of PNP. Like for example, siya, colonel siya, under yan ang chief PNP. At kung general yan, doon siya dadaan sa CA. Hindi naman siya dadaan sa Congress di ba? So, basically, medyo may mali sa mga ginawa talaga niya.
Yeah, I ask those questions, Kong, because, I also take offense to the fact na parang the entire committee was parang put in bad light by the statements of Colonel Grijaldo. And I was hoping that he would be at least man enough to answer the questions now.
And we wanted to apologize also sa committee because of what we did, and we wanted to ferret out the truth and to have that the vetting process to be conducted. Nadamay po yung buong committee. During that time that we were accused by Colonel Grijaldo, I was hurt not because of myself alone. Dahil nga nadamay yung ibang chairman at nadamay ang buong committee.
Actually, that was going to be my next question. My next question would be, do you think that it was inappropriate for you to approach Colonel Grijaldo without other persons present, representing Colonel Grijaldo?
Colonel Grijaldo?
Yes. Mm.
Well, to tell you honestly, Mr. Chairman, as what I've said a while ago, na-meet na namin si Colonel Grijaldo together with Colonel Garma. And we were like together for almost how many hours din na nag-uusap-usap. And kumbaga, kampante ka na rin sa kanya. And that's the reason why nung sinabi ni Attorney Victor na si Colonel Grijaldo ang makakapagpatunay ng lahat ng sinabi niya sa affidavit, confident kami. Ako, confident ako. Kasi si Benny, hindi pa siya confident kasi hindi pa na meet si Colonel Garma saka si Colonel Grijaldo. But ako, na-meet ko na. Saka si Chairman Ace. And that's the reason why nung sinabi niyang ganon, I was a little bit disappointed kasi all along, akala ko talagang magkaibigan sila ni Colonel Garma.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, ako medyo naging confident na lang ako when I saw the lawyers of Colonel Garma. Hindi naman namin abogado yun Naging confident na ako sapagkat inaakala ko that the lawyers of Colonel Garma would also become his lawyers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, can I ask some questions to Director General Villanueva? Sir, my questions, I know we've been through this before, itong sa Dumoy raid, but I just have some clarificatory questions lang po para matapos na po itong issue on with regards to you po. Now, Director General, yung operations niyo sa Dumoy, I know it was 20 years ago, sir, no? Diba? But if you can recall, was it a joint operation with the PNP or just PIDEA alone?
It was a joint operation between PIDEA 11, AGSOT, PACER, the PNP, and Intelligence Division of Police Regional Office 11.
So,
So
several
malaki talaga to,
agencies
sir.
pa.
Malaki to.
Now, in operations with other agencies po, is there a requirement that you are all required to submit a report?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In this particular case, in the Dumoy raid in 2004 ba? 2004? 2005?
2004, December 31,
31.
2004.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Was there a report made on this raid, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Do you have a copy of that report po?
Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, because that was the start of transition between PNP and PIDEA. So talagang I submitted to the national headquarters all reports, spot report, progress report, and then other spot reports on the operation against other warehouses, including the case folder of all all people that where we filed the case in court, Mr. Chair. Kompleto po yun, Mr. Chair.
Particular itong Dumoy.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, Director General Lasso is not here, but the representatives of PIDEA are present. Sir, do you have a copy of that report?
We have only the spot report, Mr. Chair.
Only the spot report?
Yes, sir.
Has that been submitted to the committee, sir? Wala pa?
I think not yet, sir. But we are willing to submit it, sir.
Can you please submit one to the committee secretary, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, Director General Villanueva, you testified earlier that before the raid, parang you had like 3 months na surveillance sa kay Alan C., correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Alan C. and yung isa pang place
Alex Kim and other personalities like Jed Pilapil and John Pilapil, Mr. Chair.
Jed Pilapil C. is the wife, correct?
Yes, Mr.
So
Chair.
you included her in the surveillance because she was the wife of Alan C.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You also had surveillance conducted dun sa other place na sinurrender din, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Anong tawag dun sa place na yun?
In Agdao, where thousands of CPEX, controlled precursors and essential chemicals were found, and also at Bunawan, where the foam factory owned by Alan C., where Jong Pilapil and Alex Kim is working in the Bunawan Polytex, the foam factory.
Yeah.
Yes,
I remember
Mr.
that,
Chair.
sir. Kasi we were, I think, part of when we met, we turning over that facility pa.
Yes, Mr.
Now,
Chair.
you conducted surveillance on the foam factory because it was one of the businesses of Alan C.
We conducted surveillance because we were already tailing Alex Kim. And Alex Kim was frequenting on that Polytex foam factory, Mr. Chair.
So, sinusundan niyo lang?
Talaga sinusundan. Meron na talagang team na naka-assign kila Alex Kim, Jed Pilapil, Jong Pilapil, and Alan C., Mr. Chair.
And if I remember it correctly, parang sa wall na to, sa foam factory na to, may parang treehouse dun eh. Parang doon ata naka-station yung mga ahente nyo ata or something.
Yes, Mr. Chair, may kwento po doon. October 31, and then November 1 kinabukasan. Yung kinakandakan namin na survey ng casing, sementeryo yon, Mr. Chair. So talagang doon talaga nakatambay yung mga tao. There were times na pinaglilinis pa sila, sir, ng pansyon ng ibang tao dahil they thought na trabahante yung mga tao. So it was during that time that we were able to get footages, videotape of Alex Kim and Jong Pilapil in the foam factory.
Jong Pilapil is the brother
of
Jed C.
Jed Pilapil,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
And they were included in the surveillance technically because they were part of the circle of Alan C. Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So meaning Alan C. was related to Jed Pilapil. Jed Pilapil was frequenting the same business of Alan C. And who's the other guy? Ano? Kim?
Alex Kim.
What is his role in this? Ano?
Alex Kim is the operator. Actually, siya talaga yung main chemist doon sa laboratory, Mr. Chair.
Okay, being the chemist, what was he doing in the foam factory, if you know?
Consider, Mr. Chair, kasi hindi, during that time, umabot lang doon siya doon sa foam factory, but we still don't have any pieces of evidence na merong anomalya doon sa foam factory. Until when we raided through a search warrant doon sa Bunawan foam factory, that we were able to find a
air scrubber.
Air scrubber.
I remember.
And that air scrubber is for industrial use of manufacture of for the clandestine laboratory operation, manufacture of methamphetamine, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, in the raid sa Dumoy mismo, di ba there were 6 Chinese that were killed?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Because from your statement in the previous hearings, you said na they fought back, no?
Yes,
Some were
Mr.
armed, some were not armed, but in a drug state daw, sabi mo, he was fighting with one of
Yes,
your
Mr.
agents,
Chair.
correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, were there only 6 persons there in that Dumoy factory?
Maraming tao doon na naglalabas-pasok, but during the time na nagkanda kami ng raid, anim lang yung taong naandun, Mr. Chair. And all of them were doon sa laboratory mismo, doing their own thing in the
different areas, di ba, of the
yes,
factory.
in the laboratory itself.
I'm asking this, DG, because of the affidavit of, I think, Las Cañas ba yun? That there were 11 other persons who were arrested in that...
Chair, hindi ko nga alam paano pumasok sa kwento to si Las Cañas eh. Kasi, Mr. Chair, hindi ko nakita yung mukha niya eh. Ever since.
But wasn't his unit part of the...
No, Mr. Chair.
Hindi naman.
Hindi ko nakita ang pagmumukha niya si Las Cañas and I don't know him. Hindi ko nga alam kung paano siya pumasok sa kwento.
Now,
Yun, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, in his affidavit kasi, he mentioned na there were 11 other people that were turned over to him ata or something for parang liquidation or something like that. No, and you said that there were no other persons there.
No idea, Mr. Chair.
There were only 6 that were killed.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And there were no other persons arrested or
None in the laboratory, Mr.
none
Chair.
in the laboratory.
Yes.
Now, another question is this. What happened to Alan C?
He was not there.
He was not there.
During the time of the raid, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
he was not there.
Was he also in Bunawan?
We don't know.
You don't know.
Because our focus is in the laboratory. That's why immediately after after all the inventories conducted, we proceeded immediately dun sa Arlene apartment. That is
Where he was residing?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yun nga yung statement ni Jed Pilapil na hinahanap namin doon si Alan C.
Okay. Now, so raid kayo ng Dumoy, 6 patay. Raid kayo doon sa Bunawan, you found the air scrubbers and arrested other people. After that, do you know what happened to Alan C?
We conducted manhunt on him, Mr. Chair, including Johnson Chua. Kasi we believe that Johnson Chua is the one really in charge of yung financing and logistics of that laboratory.
Okay.
Hindi namin, we believe na nakalabas na sa Pilipinas, Mr. Chair.
Sa memory mo, sir, how long did you look for Alan C?
Habang naandun ako sa, because I was assigned in Davao City from 1995 until 2007, Mr. Chair. Until I left Davao City, we were looking for Johnson Chua and Alan C.
Yeah, pero where did this search for Alan C lead you? Wala.
Yun nga, sir. We conducted manhunt on him, pero negative, futile, Mr. Chair.
So, the reports or the insinuations that Alan C was also killed summarily, walang katotohanan
I don't
yan.
have idea, Mr. Chair.
You don't have an idea because you were still looking for him officially.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Because officially, you have not arrested or caught him, or he is not one of the 6 that were eliminated in the Dumoy factory.
Yes,
correct?
Mr. Chair.
So technically, the investigation as far as Alan C. was concerned was continuing.
Yes,
Para
Mr.
sa'yo.
Chair. He was even included in the case that we filed in court. He and Johnson Chua, Mr. Chair.
Sir, in the 3 months that you conducted this surveillance on Alan C. and several other key personalities of this Dumoy raid, no? Would you say that it was extensive ang pag-surveil ninyo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you say that it was covered all bases po? Para sigurado kayong okay yung investigation ninyo?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Although konti lang talaga ang personnel ng PIDEA Regional Office 11, nagpatulong talaga kami sa police, particularly sa PACER, at kasama naman namin, sir, yung isang team ng EDSOT under Colonel Asherto. So talagang nag-divide kami ng personalities, Mr. Chair, para tutukan talaga. Mr. Chair, just to emphasize, meron pa nga one of the, kasi every 6 o'clock in the morning ang palitan namin ng surveillance team on each and every persons of interest. There was a time na 5:30 galing sa Dumoy, 5:30 ng umaga, umalis, sir, yung isang incheck. So sinundan ng mga tao natin, dumiretso, sir, sa Cagayan de Oro. So wala na magawa yung tao natin, but dumiretso rin sa Cagayan de Oro.
To tail him.
Yeah, to tail him kasi baka mawala eh.
So ganun ka-extensive yung
Yes,
investigation
Mr. Chair.
ninyo. Now, question. If ganun ka-extensive yung investigation ninyo, bakit hindi nyo in-include sa investigation ninyo si Michael Yang? When you already knew at that time that Alan C. had a business with Michael Yang.
Mr. Chair, kasi nga, walang Michael Yang na lumalabas dun sa initial investigation, sa initial intelligence namin, Mr. Chair.
I get that, sir. You already testified to that before. Ang question ko lang kasi, sinundan niyo siya sa Bunawan kasi may foam factory siya doon. Bakit hindi niyo siya sinundan sa DCLA? May business din siya doon eh. And Jed C. testified that Alan C. had several meetings with Michael Yang.
Mr. Chair, hindi naman lahat ng tao, although maraming tao talaga kaming kinonsider, hindi naman lahat ng tao, tututukan natin. Ang dealing with Michael Yang during that time, as stated by Jed Pilapil, is that magkatabi sila ng si Michael Yang ang may-ari ng commercial building, kung saan doon nagbebenta ng foam, sila Jed Pilapil. Yes, Mr. Chair. So, hindi naman lahat dapat nating puntahan. Since Michael Yang is not included in the investigation, so sayang yung tao namin na idadala kay Michael Yang kesa sa ipa-follow up namin yung ibang personalities.
I'm asking that, sir. Kaya nga, tinanong kita kanina kung how extensive was the surveillance. Sabi niyo extensive. In fact, sinundan niyo pa to Cagayan de Oro. I mean, the fact that you send someone to Cagayan de Oro to tail a person and not question someone within the city, parang doon ako patungo, sir. I hope you understand,
Yes,
no?
yes, Mr.
So why not? Why wasn't there an investigation on Michael
Hindi
Yang?
kasi kilala si Michael Yang during that time, Mr. Chair. Hindi kilala talaga si Michael Yang
Hindi kilala
during
in
that
the
time.
sense na connected to drugs or something like that.
Anything.
Or connected to illegal activities.
Anything,
Nothing like
Mr.
that.
Chair. Wala talaga. Hindi talaga kilala. Kasi kung kilala siya, Mr. Chair, talagang inoperate
Sisilipin niyo rin.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Okay. How about yung Bunawan? Was it connected to any illegal activities? The foam factory?
Michael Yang, Mr. Chair?
No, Alan C.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But you only found out about the scrubbers after you raided it, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But prior to that, was
Alam
there
namin na foam factory niya yon, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Kasi nga, nagbebenta siya ng...
Kaya nga, if you will let me finish ba, prior to the raid, was there any illegal activity going on in the foam factory?
Nag-prioritize kami, Mr. Chair, kasi during that time...
yes or no, sir?
Yes, kasi yung gusto ko lang makita ng committee, yung point of thinking ko during that time.
Sige.
Marami na kaming areas of interest. Pero nakunan kasi namin ng actual video, Mr. Chair, yung Dumoy laboratory na talaga nagmamanufacture doon.
Right.
So stop muna kami sa iba, doon kami nag-prioritize, Mr. Chair, sa Dumoy laboratory.
Dumoy. Yeah, ang tanong ko po is bakit nyo in-include ang foam factory kung sa tingin nyo wala naman kayong illegal activities na nakita prior to the raid?
Naandun, sir, namin nakita si Alex Kim.
Si Alex Kim.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yun yung chief chemist nung laboratory.
Okay, so you're saying that what triggered your interest in the Bunawan Foam Factory was the presence of Alex Kim.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So without the presence of Alex Kim, you would not have dug
Pinabayaan
deeper
namin
into
yun,
the
sir.
Bunawan Foam Factory.
Yes,
Tama
Mr.
po ba?
Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, last na lang, no? Ito lang, ang question ko lang is, itong kay Alan C., no? If he was the key figure in this Dumoy raid, but parang it stopped after the Dumoy raid? Parang you don't hear of Alan C. after that, eh. You know, even if you said that there was a manhunt that was conducted, parang nawala, eh. No? I mean, tama po ba? No,
Yes. We filed a case against them, Johnson Chua and Alan C. Pero wala nga dun sa area eh. So we believe na, sandali, nakatakas na to. But still, ginagamit pa rin namin yung intelligence community to look for him, Mr. Chair.
My point kasi, sir, is in a form of manifestation. It's like, if Alan C. was a key figure in this Dumoy raid, and that Dumoy raid was very significant because it's the first in Davao, eh, na ganun kalaki na shabu factory, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ako, sa tingin ko, there should have been more noise in looking for this guy, eh. Kasi central figure siya, eh, sa nangyari sa Dumoy, eh. So, the fact na parang biglang nawala din yung interest on Alan C. O after it, parang it raises some questions, no? Na is there truth to the insinuation or the allegations of some other people that Alan C. and et al. Were actually killed after the operations in Dumoy? Kaya parang wala nang naririnig about them after the Dumoy raid.
I have no idea about that, Mr. Chair.
So any comment on that manifesto?
To look for them. Kaya lang yun nga, regional director lang ako ng Region 11 eh. And most probably, whole Philippines na yung gagalawan niya eh. So really...
To get away from you.
Yes, kasama nga namin si Colonel Acherto, Mr. Chair eh. And the EDSOT is the key team for the Philippine National Police. Kaya nga sabi namin na kung may maitutulong, di sa PNP na natin. Kasi limited talagang ang tao namin sa PDEA, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, DG Villanueva. To the current PDEA, sir, do you have any idea what happened to Alan C. after the Dumoy raid?
We do not have information regarding Alan C., sir.
So do you have information on what PDEA Region 11 did to look for Alan C. after the Dumoy raid? Walang mga reports ba na...
As we have said, sir, we have only the spot report and we have the, again, sir, I'm standing corrected. We have the Blatter report on January
Yun lang.
of 2004 and 2005.
So that's the only file that you have as far as the Dumoy raid is concerned?
That is what we have only.
Okay, how about the other agencies that were involved in that raid? Did they furnish PDEA with a copy of their own respective reports?
Only the PNP, sir, has reported to us. Only the Region 11 PDEA reported to the national headquarters, sir.
Wala nang other agencies like yung mga sinabi ni DG Villanueva kanina na kasama nila?
No report for PDEA, sir.
No report whatsoever. Okay, so thank you, DG. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Flores. Before we continue, may we ask the two co-chairs of the Quad Committee to return to your seats. And okay, we have another witness who actually volunteered information to this committee on the issue of the extrajudicial killings. He is Mr. Joel Sarmenta. You're here, no, Mr. Sarmenta. He is, or he was the former consultant of the CHR chairman Chito Gascon, no, correct? And he he brought with him a witness, Miss Marisa Hamoy, the mother of Darwin Hamoy, a minor who was killed during the past administration's drug war, known as the Payatas Birthday Massacre. And we'd like to hear his story and see what legislation we can produce out of the story of Miss Marisa Hamoy. So before that, we'd like to acknowledge Mr. Sarmenta. Mr. Sarmenta, do you have an opening statement?
In a minute.
By the way, before that, since you're going to deliver a statement and appear before this committee, may we ask you to take your oath, including Miss Marisa Hamoy? Pwede po ba tayong sumumpa? Comsec, please administer the oath of our new witnesses.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this congressional inquiry, so God will help you? Thank you. The oath has been administered, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Sarmenta, can you please proceed?
Having had the golden opportunity to serve the late Chito Gascon as his consultant for communications starting in early 2016, I coordinated when the war on drugs started with at least 40 international news teams or international reporters doing stories on the EJ case of war on drugs. Not once did any one of them get back to me after doing their coverage saying, it's not as bad as it seems, or with I understand why this has to be done. All of them were always more appalled, more outraged compared to the day they arrived at our airport named after someone assassinated on its tarmac. A female reporter from Europe who often goes to war zones once asked me why is it that in this country the police can return to the same neighborhood the next day after killing a civilian in that neighborhood, compared to other nations where she has reported from, where it takes weeks before a police can patrol the same place where a civilian was killed. Kasi nga po, babatuhin sila or whatever. During war on drugs, I met many individuals with courage and fortitude. Sadly, one of the first I met, Hara Kazu of the Pasay PNP Bertes father-son slay, inside the Pasay PNP SDEU on July 7, 2016, badly wants to come today, but her poor health prevents her from coming. Sadly, Hara now has breast cancer. Hara was the first. She would like to request of the committee if she can give a video testimony. Hara was one of the, so ito pong mga, basically what I present, some of the things I'm presenting now is merely just based on my paper, no, which is about another kind of nanlaban. What happens to the victims after nanlaban sila legally? And actually, lalamunin ka ng sistema. Nothing will happen to your effort to find justice. So that's another angle, no, that I think we should take a look at the lawfare, the law that is happening against the victims. Wala silang nahahanap na talagang ano. Now, Hara was the first EJK widow to speak in the 2016 Senate Justice Committee investigations. During those hearings, then PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa presented the two-shooter cops to the Senate, nandun mismo sa Senate, and promised a quick resolution. Pasay RTC released, so hindi naman po nahuli yung judicial, Pasay RTC released a warrant of arrest by first quarter of 2017. But then nothing, totally nothing. Even after Hara herself bumped into one of the cops on the street, and I went quickly to the NCRPO chief then, General Guillermo Elazar, to report so. Wala pa rin. Pero si biktima nakikita. But PNP claims, hindi makita, ang gagaling nila magtago. So soon after that meeting on the street, a year or so after, the RTC archived the warrants. Nothing happened until, take note, November 2024, when Hara herself told me she's had some scuttlebutt that one of the cops, PO2 Alipio Balo, might be incarcerated. My own networks confirmed he was indeed in the Pasay City jail for shooting someone else. So isa pa po yun na kung ginawa lang sana yung paghahanap or ginawa talaga yung pag-aresto, hindi na sana may iba pang nabaril. Hindi yata po AJK yung itong second biktima. The CHR has confirmed that he is indeed incarcerated there. So why did it take so many years of shooting and then the shooting of another victim for Alipio Balo to be behind bars? So I think I would like to ask the body to demand Pasay PNP and NCRPO investigate this and provide proof that Balo was not receiving his PNP pay after second quarter of 2017. Kasi I have a suspicion he still was. It saddens me that this war gave free rein to so many elements and hardly any guardrails established, even if cases like the Bertes double slay had been clear warning signals early on. Very early, July 7 pa po ito, no? I was at the Senate on October 28, 2024 for the Blue Ribbon hearing, and because I brought the invited EJK widow Cristina Gonzalez of Antipolo. Sadly, a few of the senators began berating her for not filing, and Gonzalez got intimidated and did not correct them and let the truth out. Her very own case for a protection order already has decisions from the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court deciding on August 22, 2022. No? All decisions by the High Court were in favor of Cristina Gonzalez, and all noted that the death of Joselito Gonzalez is an EJK and must be investigated. To this very day, no investigation has been initiated by any of the bodies who could do investigations. So may High Court decision ka na, yung pwede naman mag-imbestiga, hindi naman kumikilos. Why? No? Bakit ganon? There's even a duplicity in this, no? Because once the Supreme Court announced that, actually, the state, some that the victims can get, and the ICC rebuffed this effort by saying, no, that's not even a criminal investigation. And the whole how dubious this whole thing is that soon after, they filed again another motion for reconsideration. Pinagmalaki sa ICC na ito daw yung tapos mamaya-maya, hindi nakuha yung gusto, may motion for reconsideration na naman, na ifa-file about the protection order. Gaano ba dangerous itong si Cristina Gonzalez na talagang na huwag magkaroon ng protection order? The lawyers, unfortunately, she's not here today, but the lawyers, Dargon Law Office, who represent her, as well as Marisa, are here. No? So, monitoring these cases and regularly meeting at the affected families is an advocacy I do. No? And I stopped so I'm not exactly a professional person doing this, and I stopped being with CHR when I went to Myanmar in 2018 and taught there for a year. No? So in August of 2024, I presented the paper which I had submitted on the 7th International Conference on Human Rights in Malang City, East Java, Indonesia. And that's where I put all this. My main reason for writing the paper is also to show that, kasi ang laging sinasabi, hindi naman naka-file yung victims. Hindi raw naka-file. And then as if the system is working, and they're always just talking about the Kian de los Santos case and the Arnaiz case. Dalawa lang naman yung babanggit nilang natatapos. So, ano ba talaga? No? And then lastly, I'd just like to say, I think we should also look at the point of, and I think Marisa's case is a clear example that, yes, meron nga mga violations of the right to life, meron din napakalaki rin yung violations of the equality before the law. Nababaril ang mga tao, walang warrant, walang kung ano-ano, walang ano-ano, and yet, the people who should be investigated for doing those things, ang daming kiniklaim. na kailangan nila ng ganitong protection from the law, etc. etc. It's twisted.
So,
yun lang po.
if I may ask, Joel, no, Mr. Sarmenta, ang suspect doon sa pagpatay doon sa anak ni Marisa ay member ng Philippine National Police?
Yes, sir. These are the, I think you can discuss it and the lawyers also more. These are unfortunately right here because Marisa is from Payatas and this is in short QCPD Station 6.
So pwede ba nating marinig ang
Yes,
kwento ni Marisa?
I often bring that up po na how can there be a police station which kills 100 people in a year's time and there's no investigation why that.
So how many people were killed in Payatas alone?
Station 6 po, their whole area of responsibility 100. Umabot po ng 100.
So ang area is only Station 6?
Yes.
Yung Station 6 yan yung Payatas?
Yes, and in the first year of the Duterte administration, lumampas po ng, I think it's 102 or 100.
102 ang namatay.
Killed by the PNP of Station 6.
Okay, at ito ay related sa drugs.
Yes, and
Ang
in the
mga suspect ay, ang mga biktima ay mga drug dependents, pushers.
Yes, and in Marisa's case po, there was only one who was really wanted and as listed in the pre-operations report, but 5 were killed. So,
Okay, so, pwede ba natin marinig ang kwento ni Marisa? Marisa, ang iyong anak ang biktima dito, no?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Pwede bang malaman kung ilang taon ang iyong anak?
17 years old po.
So 17 years old siya. Siya ba ay kasama sa drugs watch list ng Quezon City Police?
Hindi po.
How about sa PIDEA? Nandun din ba siya? Wala siya. So wala siyang history na siya ay gumagamit o siya ay na-involved sa pagbibenta?
Wala po. No record po siya sa barangay ng Payatas.
So walang record?
Wala po.
So pwede bang malaman paano nangyari yung insidente? Kung okay lang sa iyo, Kung okay lang sa iyo.
Yung time na po yung nangyari po, bali, head
Pakilapit mo lang yung mic sa
Head po ako ng street sweeper po ng Payatas. May tao po akong namatay yung asawa, nagbigil po kami. Bali, Sampaguita Extension po, bundok kasi yun. Nagpaalam siya sa akin, bababa doon sa baba kasi may birthday case. Ang nangyari doon, tinawag siya doon sa kang Sherwin Pulo na nakalista sa watchlist sa Barangay Payatas. Inutusan siya na pinabili ng sigarilyo. Pagdating doon, pagkatapos niyang biling sigarilyo, bumalik doon sa bahay. Si kang Sherwin, yun nangyari ng putukan na doon po siya namatay po sa loob ng bahay. Mayroon pong survivor na si Harold Alvaro, 8 years na hanggang ngayon hindi na-imbestiga po siya. Siya po ang buhay. Ang kasong nang nalagay sa kanya, direct assault.
Kinasuhan siya ang kinasuhan.
Opo, yung survivor po na isa.
Okay,
Balilima
so,
sila, 4 ang patay.
General Salvador, I don't know kung pwede nating itanong dun sa station, Station 6?
Station 6 po.
O na until now, 8 years ago, the incident happened and until now, wala pang investigation na ginagawa.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we will look into this. We will check the record, Your Honor.
Okay, salamat. Thank you. So, sige, Mr. Sarmenta.
Regarding Harold Arevalo po, actually he was acquitted on November 17, 2017 for the direct assault charge, which therefore belies the claim na naglaban. So, and further decisions po by Ombudsman, and also, by the way, this case involves a decision from the Office of the President, which was released on May 25, 2022, before Mr. Duterte stepped down.
Okay.
So, about this case. And they all ignore this decision
Sige.
by the MTC of QC as if it doesn't exist, na si Harold Arevalo po ay naging acquitted. Kaya I think we would like to ask the body if he could be subpoenaed to appear. Because anyway, no one has ever talked to him.
Okay, siguro what we can do, kasi first time pa lang namin narinig yung kwentong yan, no? And tama-tama, andito ang ating Philippine National Police na pwede nating hingian ng assistance tungkol dyan kung bakit hanggang ngayon, 8 years after the incident, ay wala pa rin investigation na ginagawa. So siguro in the next hearing, aasahan namin na nandito pa rin ikaw, Miss Marisa, no?
Yes po, Your
At mas malaking maitutulong sa aming komite kapag ikaw ay magbibigay sa amin ng iyong sinumpaang salaysay. At base doon, kami po'y maaaring makatulong sa inyo. And I'd like to ask Mr. Sarmenta to, if possible, you assist si Miss Marisa sa mga kailangan ng komite.
Yes, Your Honor. Along with the Dargon Law Office po.
Okay, so we heard this story. Alam na po natin ang ano natin. Is this Attorney Conti? Is this part of? Is the story of Miss Marisa one of the cases that you handled?
No, Your Honor. As they mentioned, they have their own lawyers from Dargon Law Firm. But I would affirm the fact of filing of charges against the victims po. Marami din po kaming kaso na ganyan na kung sa kanila po yung survivor, kinasuhan ng frustrated murder, sa amin yung iba patay na, kinakasuhan pa po. Kasi parang ang gustong sabihin ng pulis, totoo na na nanlaban, totoo na drug addict to o kung ano man. Kaya kakasuhan nila ng illegal possession. And that is pointless kasi po hindi pwedeng kasuhan ng patay. Kaya po perhaps as a suggestion, Mr. Chair, perhaps the PNP could identify how many cases they have filed against deceased persons or even those that are drug-related para makita kung may silbi ba to sa atin at kung gumagastos na ba tayo ng pera sa wala doon sa kanilang naratibo na mali naman pala.
Okay. So, General
Mr. Chair.
Salvador, I hope we took note of the statement made by Attorney Conti and that data would also be helpful sa committee in the writing of our committee report. Can you submit to us the data that Attorney Conti has just mentioned?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Abante.
A while ago, Congressman Romy Acop asked the issue of how many thousands of those na nanlaban, ano? In fact, in our last Quadcom hearing, Mr. Chair, binanggit ko pa nga na if there are more than 7,000 na mga biktimang nanlaban, there should be more than 7,000 also evidences of that in the crime lab of the Philippine National Police. So I do not know if they have actually a data on that, no? Because I have even mentioned here in our last hearing that we ought to make an ocular inspection to the crime lab of the Philippine National Police to find out if there are indeed more than 7,000 evidences, whether it be firearms or mga patalim, no? So that we'll be able to know kung talagang itong mga taon to nanlaban to. Now, if the Philippine National Police would assume that there are more than 7,000 nanlaban, therefore, there must be more than 7,000 evidences that the Philippine National Police has. If not, then yung mga kulang ang mga ebidensya, hindi nanlaban yung mga yan. Sapagkat alam ko naman na yung mga evidence na yan, I'd like to ask the Philippine National Police, di ba? Pag kayo nag-lock up ng mga, for example, like ito, ang ginamit nito ay paltik, ang ginamit nito ay 45 o 38. Meron niyang nakalagay kung anong taon yan at kung sinong pangalan nung napatay na yan. Di ba? Am I right, Major General?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. It's all in the disposition of the forensic group, Your Honor.
Of the crime lab. Who is the head of the crime lab right now?
Right now, Your Honor, is Police Brigadier General Sembrano, Your Honor.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chair, that we invite the head of the crime lab to appear in the next committee Quadcom hearing so that he will be able to give us the data or explain to us the evidences that has been in the crime lab, Mr. Chair. So I move.
There is a motion as stated by Congressman Abante, duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, addition lang po.
Yes,
Doon
Congresswoman
sa-
Castro.
So hindi lang po, Mr. Chair, yung mga paltik o yung mga baril na ginamit nung nanlaban. No? Kung ilan yan, 7,000 po yan, Mr. Chair. Dahil may namatay, dapat po ay alam din po natin yung ginamit sa pagpatay. I mean, yung police. Na halimbawa may operation yan, nanlaban, may paltik yung nanlaban, pero yung mga police po, yung kanilang ginamit na baril, dapat po ay naka-record din. O meron din tayong report. Hindi po ba? So para makita rin natin.
Confiscated, di ba?
Yes, confiscated. Dahil, di ba sinasabi ng batas na kapag merong namatay, dapat talagang naiimbestigahan. Hindi lang po yung baril ng nalaban. At yung mga evidences nung bumaril, no, kailangan nandiyan din po. So, tanong ko po sa PNP, na-preserve din po ba yung mga ganong mga evidences? Para makita natin, Mr. Chair, kung ano yung tumama anong bullets, magkaroon ng matching, Mr. Chief.
Yes, General Salvador, please reply.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, normally all encounters, armed confrontation, are placed in scene of crime operations procedures. So it has all the SOCO report, and therefore all evidences are in custody of the SOCO, and normally it is being prepared and being readied for if required by the court. So with all the presumptions that these are covered by reports, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, follow up.
Yes.
Ang tanong ko po, na-preserve din ba yung mga baril na ginamit ng police doon sa scene of the crime? Yun po yung tanong ko doon. Or ginamit lang yan and then ginamit pa rin siyang service firearms. So yun po yung tanong natin doon sa police.
Your Honor, that can be answered once the Director of Forensic Group will be present because as I have mentioned, these are all covered by SOCO reports, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, ano ba yung procedure?
Yeah, pwede bang malaman na General kung ano ang procedure? Halimbawa, nagkaroon ng engkwentro at napatay ang kalaban ng mga Philippine National Police, kawani ng Philippine National Police. Hindi ba kinukuhaan ng ballistic records yung baril ng police at saka yung baril ng nanlaban?
Normally, Your Honor, tulad ng nabanggit natin sa operational procedure kasi natin, it is being subjected to scene of crime operations, procedures, and tulad yung may mga namamatay, tama po kayo, aside doon sa firearms, all pieces of evidence collected in the crime scene are preserved and it is being placed under the disposition and custody of the crime lab.
So including the firearm of the PNP member?
Normally, Your Honor, if there is findings of irregularity, doon na lang nagkakaroon ng requirement to submit the firearms of those involved in the operations. So long as the findings is within the regular performance of the duty of the police officers, most likely hindi na po nire-require yung gano'n.
Okay. So
If there's only a findings of irregularity, Your Honor.
So yan yung SOP, no? Yan yung kapag may findings of irregularity, then you confiscate the firearms. Pag wala, hindi kino-confiscate.
Hindi po, Your Honor. Kung ano lang yung na-collect sa crime scene, yun lang ang pinipreserve natin.
Does that satisfy Congresswoman
Mr. Chair.
Castro?
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Congresswoman Castro first. Sige,
Mr. Chair, parang may mali doon. 'Di ba? Kasi may namatay nanlaban. So ginamit yung ginamit yung baril ng pulis para ma-apprehend o mamatay yung kalaban ng pulis.
Your
so,
Honor, but
ang problema, Mr. Chair, para makagawa tayo in aid of legislation, no, parang tingin ko may mali doon. Kasi hindi po naiimbestigahan eh. So, kailangan maimbestigahan. So, kahit man lang, ito yung tinatawag nating presumption of regularity. No, dapat ma-define yan talaga kung paano, no? So, hindi pwedeng may namatay na lang, tanggapin na lang yan kasi nanlaban yan. At
Siguro,
adik yan, whatever.
yeah.
So, yun po,
Mr.
Mr. Chair.
Related doon sa sinabi
okay,
ni Congresswoman Franz Castro, no? Ano ba yung procedure nyo? For example, like, we know for a fact that not all of the victims' relatives would file a case against the police, correct? So, kung hindi sila mag-file ng case, Major General, anong ginagawa ng ating kapulisan kung meron pong napatay na nanlaban na hindi nakapag-file ng anumang complaint?
Tulad po na nabanggit namin, aside sa SOCO, meron po tayong motu proprio investigation na kinoconduct ng Internal Affairs Service. So, lahat po ng ganung nanlaban cases, encounters, there is an independent investigation being initiated by the IAS. At,
okay. Independent po yan, no?
Yes po.
Ngayon, ito. Nabanggit nyo kanina that you only confiscate the firearms when there is irregularity. Alright?
Tama po yan.
Now, anong ginagawa ninyo sa ating kapulisan when there is irregularity?
Well, due process is initiated by way of requiring these people to submit themselves for investigation, tulad na po na yung firearms. And normally, they are being held under restriction so that they can answer for all the investigations being initiated by the unit. So yun po yung proseso. Para po magiging impartial yung investigation, hindi maka-impluensya yung involved, normally they are being held under restriction or being relieved from the positions they previously hold.
Do you have a list of that, Mr. Chair? Do you have a date that have killed in response to the action of the victims? Do you have a list of irregularity na mga pulis natin or wala?
The better office that can respond to that, Your Honor, is the Internal Affairs Service.
All right, Mr. Chair. So I again would like to make a motion that we invite the head of the IAS to come in our next hearing to shed light on the issue of the mga nanlaban na mga biktima po sa ating mga kapulisan. So I move.
Comsec, please take note of the request of Congressman Abante.
Mr. Chair, meron lang akong clarification.
With the indulgence, sige, si Congresswoman Castro and then si Congressman Dan
Fernandez. Na lang
Fernandez.
po doon sa topic. So, Mr. Chair, may I also move that we subpoena po yung SOCO, yung report ng SOCO dito sa 7,000 plus o 7,060 ba na ng sinasabing nanlaban. So, pwede po bang... I move, Mr. Chair.
So, there's a motion to subpoena the SOCO report on the 7,000 deaths under investigation. Di ba DUI ang tawag doon? Deaths under investigation by the Philippine National Police and to be submitted to the committee. So, did we get a copy? Do we have a report? So, none yet. So, maybe ask the PNP to submit those records to the committee as stated in the motion of Congresswoman Castro to subpoena all these documents. The motion was duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. So, Congressman Dan Fernandez.
Clarify, General Salvador. Kasi parang nadinig ko kanina kapag merong irregularity saka lang kino-confiscate yung mga na evidences na galing sa crime scene?
Both, Your Honor, regularity or someone who will initiate a complaint. Ibig sabihin kung may magpapile from the victim.
So, ibig sabihin, yung mga ebidensya na nandun sa crime, like, for example, yung mga ginamit sa panlaban. So, pag may irregularity lang, with final decision, saka mo lang siya dadalhin sa crime lab?
Magkakaroon po ng investigation based doon sa findings nga po na SOCO.
Okay. So kung ano nagkaroon ng investigation, tapos sa investigation, ang nagko-conduct nun, sino? Ang IAS?
Ang IAS,
so pag nagkaroon sila ng final decision, what happened to the firearms that was collated doon sa mga different crime scenes?
It is normally becomes the evidence, Your Honor.
No.
But yung disposition...
For example, nagkaroon ng decision ng IAS at sinabi nila walang irregularity. So yung mga firearm na nakuha, hindi na itatago sa crime lab?
Binabalik na po yun sa unit or sa individual concerned, Your Honor.
Hindi. Ang sinasabi...
normally, Your Honor, these firearms are only requested by the forensic for ballistics.
No. You're talking about the firearm nung police.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm talking
Tama
about
po
the firearm or mga weapon na ginamit doon ng mga taong nanlaban. Di ba? Meron di kayong mga nakuwang mga weapon di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Doon sa crime scene. So, nung nakuha niyo yung weapon at the personality na involved were subjected to an investigation, and it was decided by the IAS na walang irregularity. What happened doon sa mga weapons nung mga nanlaban na biktima?
Yun na nga po, Your Honor, na nasa disposition ito ng crime lab ng forensic group. And in fact, I heard there was already a motion.
Yes, I know. So, hindi mo alam na kasi parang kanina pag may walang irregularity yung mga weapon, parang I heard na hindi na siya inilalagay sa crime lab So, dinidispose na ba siya or
hindi po. It remains
in the
an
crime lab.
evidence sa crime lab.
So, anong element of time na nandun siya?
Anyway, Your Honor, as I believe the director of the forensic group has already been sa...
Thank you, Gerald Salvador.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask the victim's relative. Ano po ang pangalan niya? Miss Sarmenta.
Marisa.
Hindi po,
Mr. Joel Sarmenta.
Joel Sarmenta po.
Hindi po, itong...
Marisa Hamoy
Miss
po.
Marisa Hamoy.
Marisa Hamoy.
Miss Amoy, kayo po ba ay nag-file ng complaint?
Yes po.
Okay.
Yes, sir. She filed I was with them when they filed
She filed the complaint.
November 7, 2017.
When she filed the complaint, Mr. Chair, what charges did she file? Was it murder or homicide?
Hindi po that parang connected sa when the IAS elevated it, parang nasa na po grave neglect of duty, mga ganon, hindi murder po.
I think, see,
Within
when
the ES.
Miss Hamoy would file, syempre, she would file that her 17-year-old son was killed and was murdered, correct? Pupunta yan sa IAS, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pagdating sa IAS, babaguhin nila, gagawin nilang homicide, am I right? Tama ho ba ako, Miss Hamoy?
Medyo hindi kami sir, but I recently reread the later IAS report. It's connected to
Mr. Sarmenta, can you look into that? Because this is very vital You know, the fact that naniniwala po si Miss Hamoy na pinatay ang anak niya na hindi naman po ito drug pusher o hindi drug addict, hindi drug pusher ito, alright, pero pinatay yung anak niya, naniniwala po ba kayo na yung pumatay sa anak niyo, police?
Walang question about whether it was
Okay, walang question dyan. Pangalawa, Ito, naniniwala ba kayo na pinatay po ng walang hawak na patalim o baril ang anak ninyo?
Yes po, naniwala po.
Therefore, hindi po nanlaban. Correct po.
Yes, sir. And as proven by the acquittal po of Harold Arevalo, the survivor, in the case filed by QCPD for direct assault.
Hindi po. Yung charge na kanyang dinimanda dahil lang sa biktima. Oo, dun sa pulis na dinimanda niya. Ibig sabihin, dapat yan, ang demanda ni Ms. Hamoy would be murder. Tama ho ba ako?
I can check on the ES right now, sir. Maybe I'll get back to you in a few minutes.
Yes,
I have
because this is quite vital. Very important po ito.
Yes,
Na bakit babaguhin ng IAS ang demanda na homicide samantalang murder ang demanda ng kamag-anak ng biktima? Hindi pwedeng baguhin yan. In court, it must be murder ang demanda po dyan. And this is something that we have to look into, Mr. Chair, because this is quite revealing, no, sa atin. And I think that our people should realize this, na marami na mga demanda ang complaint ang mga kamag-anak ng biktima na hindi nanlaban ang mga anak, na ang dapat demanda ay murder, yet nawala ng bisa yung murder. Naging homicide yan. Sapagkat ang katuwiran po ng Philippine National Police, nanlaban po lahat yan. Am I right, Mr. Zamenta?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, I'd like also to bring up that she did file at the IAS, and there's something that's lately, I don't notice that's being brought up in the committee in the past hearings. There are, in terms of the previous questions po about investigation, sanctions, there is that DOJ listing of 52 cases released on October 19, 2021, which DOJ admitted came from IAS, and it doesn't include her case. And this DOJ listing of 52 cases of October 2021 doesn't list any of the crucial or the sensitive cases. Parang na cherry pick po na medyo very slight cases lang po yun nandun sa 52. This is an offshoot of then DOJ Secretary Minardo Guevara telling the UN Human Rights Council in March, I think, or April of 2021, that there were irregularities, and the irregularities are about 500.
So he said that,
UN. And but I think the state sort of lost its motivation because in between that time, the ICC still continued. So by the time lumabas na naging watered down to 52 po, and our other honorable members were asking about sanctions. You will be surprised if you read the list. Some of the sanctions are like 60-day suspension.
Therefore, Mr. Chair, if the Secretary of the Department of Justice made a statement that there are irregularities, what did the Philippine National Police do about that?
Chair, Mr. Chair, this is part of that's why that they started compiling that through IAS, and they came up with a list of 52 by October 19 of 2021. But strangely, especially because she filed at IAS, Marisa Hamoy filed at IAS, their case is not there, even if it's a massacre. And along with so many, the cases I mentioned, Gonzales case, already decided by Court of Appeals by that time, is not there. Gonzales Antipolo case. Bertes case inside the Pasay City PNP, not there also in the DOJ listing of 52. It's very strange that many of the controversial cases are not there. A year after I was researching on the list, actually, during that time, baka naman nagbago na po, but during that time, I looked at it, there's at least almost 20 of the 52, you will never find them on the internet.
Okay, Major General, who was the Director General during that time, 2021? Because I don't think that you are party of that. Hindi mo alam yun, di ba?
Are you referring to the IG of IAS then, Your Honor?
Sir, we immediately complained to him, General Guillermo Ilazar. It's very significant because actually Marisa Hamoy, when General Guillermo Eleazar was QCPD head, met Eleazar at least 3 times.
All right. Mr. Mayor General, therefore, who should we invite to shed light on this revelation that Mrs. Sarmiento has said? Who do you think should we invite in the Philippine National Police during that time?
Your Honor, allow us first to check into the records because previously we were required to check this, especially the case being mentioned, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that we invite the DOJ, who during that time was the head, including Mr. Chair, maybe Director General Eleazar, to shed light on what Mr. Sarmiento has said. So I move, Mr. Chair.
Comsec,
Mr. Chair, if I may add, there was a murder charge. This is the one filed at the
Mr. Chair,
Ombudsman.
point of order.
yes. What is the point of order, Congressman Akop?
There's a motion filed by the Honorable Abante, and the chair has not yet ruled on the motion of the Honorable
Yes.
Abante.
That is correct. Yes, I'd like to rule on the motion first of Congressman Abante to invite General Eleazar and General and DOJ, in the next scheduled committee hearing of the Quad Committee. And Secretary, the former DOJ Secretary, Secretary Solgen Minad Guevara. So, any second? Duly seconded. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, continue. Please continue.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
Attorney Conti.
Sorry, Your Honor, but at this point, point of information regarding the 52 cases that were mentioned. Your Honor, this has already been discussed prior. If I recall from the hearing June 5th, 2024, the DOJ presented the list of 52 cases and said that they had already forwarded the cases with recommendation for filing of charges or case building to the NBI. If you would recall po, si Judge Santiago po yung nagsabi na they investigated it, and in the 52 cases, 30 have been closed temporarily for lack of information.
Mr. Chair, forwarded where?
NBI, Your Honor.
NBI.
Yes,
For
Your
the
Honor.
filing of cases.
But, yes, Your Honor, and just an
For the
additional-
filing
For
pa.
filing. So yung 30 po, kumbaga, wala nang na-file. But I agree, the 52 cases are what the DOJ and this government or the previous government said constitutes an investigation. Pumunta sila ng UN, pumunta sila ng ICC, nag-investigate naman kami, 52 cases. None of these cases, or 2 cases were in Caloocan. No cases were mentioned in Bulacan. Kaya hindi po representative yung 52 cases investigated. And just a note, NBI said that they had 400 cases being investigated. So, kumbaga, puro po numbers, pero wala naman po
So you were saying,
pinatutunguhan.
Mr. Chair, you were saying that the NBI was actually remiss in investigating the 52 cases.
Well, yes, Your Honor. Meaning, kumbaga, yung DOJ investigation na ipasa na daw sa NBI for prosecution, yung NBI naman sinasabi, wala na daw na impormasyon. Actually, ang binabato naman, yung biktima daw kasi hindi nagpa-file ng kaso. Ako, wala po akong kaso dun sa 52 na ini-investigate nila eh. Talagang kulang na kulang po yung pinagsimulan ng information.
NBI, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Director Levin, any...
Thank you, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. We, with the indulgence, we take exception to the statement na remiss kami. I have to defend my institution. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of the 52 cases referred to the NBI, 13 were recommended to be prosecuted. 7 are still under investigation, and 32 of these cases were provisionally closed either for lack of cooperation on the part of the relatives of the victims, let us remember, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, that we have been denied the opportunity to conduct forensic investigation on the pieces of evidence. Walang crime scene investigation dito. When these were all referred to us, the crime had already happened long time ago. It's very difficult now to reconstruct the scene of the crime. The ideal procedure should have been when a violent incident occurred or happened, dapat nagkandak kaagad ang SOCO ng crime scene investigation.
Pero, Director, how
Yes, sir.
were you able to file a case dun sa 13 ba yung na-file nyo? So, if there are no SOCO reports or immediate investigation after the crime happened, so how were you able to file those cases?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ito yung may mga witnesses kaming nakuha at ito yung nagpursue yung relatives ng victims.
So, merong cases where the relatives were pursuing a case and meron naman dun sa out of 52 na hindi na nagko-cooperate, hindi na nagpapakita and does not show any interest to file a case.
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Now, ideally, kung nagkaroon ng violent incident, dapat nagkandak kaagad ng SOCO doon sa crime scene ng kanilang investigation. And to further answer yung gaps kanina kung saan napupunta yung mga baril used by law enforcement officers in the various operations involved in violent incidents, this should have been asked to be surrendered when there was a crime scene investigation wherein pieces of evidence were collected or gathered at the scene of the crime. For example, kung nakakuha ng slugs, kung nakakuha ng empty shells during the conduct of the crime scene investigation, dapat tinanong yung involved na police officers or NBI officers for that matter to surrender your firearms. I remember when we investigated the incident in Commonwealth Avenue involving PDEA and Quezon City Police, I was on top of this investigation. We requested all of those involved to surrender your firearms to the NBI. This is so that the pieces of evidence collected or gathered by the NBI at that time at the scene of the crime, yung slugs, yung empty shells, will have to be cross-matched with the firearms used ng NBI to avoid tampering of their firearms when we use this. Only when we shall have terminated or finished the investigation and our forensic experts shall have testified on the results of their investigation, may the pieces of evidence na firearms ng NBI or ng police ay maaring ibalik on with leave of court, of course. Thank you, Your Honor,
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Director Levin. Yes, Congressman Abante.
I surmise, therefore, Mr. Chair, that masyadong magulo itong nangyayaring ito nung panahon ng former administration. Para bang ang ating kapulisan ay hindi nag-iimbestiga. So I surmise, Mr. Chair, that the police actually were not properly investigating because of the policy of the administration, because of the policy of the former president, na kung yan, nanlaban ng kaunti yan, patayin nyo na at I have your back. Ako ang magpoprotekta sa inyo. And I would even think, I do not know, Major General, you could be able to tell me if I'm right or wrong, no? Okay lang sa akin. Pero palagay ko, there really was a big irregularity as far as investigating this is concerned. O just imagine, we have more than 7,000 na napatay, but only 52 are being investigated. And 37 of them, wala na because hindi na umano yung biktima. Now the thing is this, I don't think that it is the NBI that should be first in the scene. It must be the policemen that should be in the scene of the crime. Am I right, Major General?
You are correct, Your Honor. It's supposed to be the PNP, especially the SOCO, that will process the crime scene, especially in the event of armed confrontation, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, why do you always have to give that to IAS? Why don't the SOCO be the one to investigate on it, motu proprio?
It is within their mandate, Your Honor. The IAS has the motu proprio.
No. It's not the mandate of the IAS is to investigate an administrative case. Of course, kasama yung criminal dun eh. Pero still, the IAS should be independent from the Philippine National Police. Therefore, the Philippine National Police must also conduct their own investigation on the matter. Am I right, Major General?
That's correct, Your Honor. As I have mentioned, it is being part of the SOCO operations. And as I have mentioned, once an irregularity has been found based on the processing, corresponding actions is also being recommended, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, are you done, Congressman Abante? So, Congressman Acop, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. General Salvador, may I know the basis why IAS should be the one to investigate incidents involving police officers where firearms are used?
It's not, as I have mentioned, Your Honor, it's also their mandate independently. But as I mentioned also that...
Could you please state to this body, ano po yung mandate na sinasabi po ninyo?
It's the motu proprio investigation, especially if the case involves the use of firearms. And
is that provided for by any law?
It is within the disciplinary machinery or 6975, Your Honor.
Administrative cases, I will agree with you. Di ba? Kasi...
Opo, nasa batas po, Your Honor.
I do not know. That's why I'm asking, because during our time, the agency that investigates these events or these incidents would be the CIDG. Why? Because when these incidents happen, there are two aspects. Dalawang kaso eh, administrative at saka criminal. Now, is the IAS equipped to conduct criminal investigation?
It is...
please answer my question first. Is the IAS equipped or does it have the capacity to conduct criminal investigation?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Huh.
On the basis of the findings of every...
The IAS is basically an agency which investigates the administrative aspect of this issue. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor, but
Yes.
as I have mentioned,
Kaya nga
they can always recommend.
Sinasabi kanina na Mr. Sarmenta na grave neglect of duty na yung one eh. That is administrative offense. Pero ano yung criminal offense na final ninyo?
I have been consistent with my response, Your Honor, because
Hindi ko
this
naman
is-
sinasabi na hindi ka consistent. Ang question ko, yung sagot mo. Kasi, hindi ba't sabi ko, you give me the basis why IAS is supposed to conduct this kind of investigations. When in fact, I know na yung IAS, administrative aspect lang ng kaso, ang trabaho nila. The criminal aspect is with CIDG, which is capacitated to do the criminal investigation. Kasi iba yung administrative investigation at saka criminal investigation. Doon pa lang sa evidence that is required, magkaiba na yung dalawa eh. So, how can you tell me that the IAS is capacitated to conduct criminal investigation?
Well,
you tell me, what is that mandate that you are telling me? So that I will be convinced.
It is, they have the powers to file appropriate criminal cases against PNP members because before the the court as evidence warrants and assist in the prosecution of the case. Tulad nung binabanggit namin, Your Honor, wala silang pinagkaiba sa investigator on case na kung may mga ebidensya on the basis of findings of the SOCO.
Doon sa kaso na sinasabi ni Mr. Sarmenta, ano po yung criminal case na na-file?
Well, we will have to check on the record, Your Honor, for a while.
Yan nga yung sinasabi ko eh.
I believe that they are telling us as to the specification.
Meron po bang criminal case, Mr. Sarmenta, na final?
There was a case in the Ombudsman po. The IAS case po is NES NMP PCI 180054, which is basically a series of grave neglect of duty on Colonel Lito Patay, the QCPD
Administrative.
station. And then on the policeman involved, grave neglect of duty, grave misconduct, and conduct unbecoming.
Those are all administrative cases, which is under the jurisdiction of the Ombudsman, both criminal and administrative.
There was a separate filing at the Ombudsman po initiated by the CHR, OMBPC 180092. This is for murder. And it was dismissed by the Ombudsman.
Yan yung criminal aspect. Yun nga yung sinasabi ko eh. Ang nangyayari, General Salvador, administrative aspect lang or administrative cases lang ang fina-file ng IAS. Why? Because it's their mandate.
But, Your Honor, they are also not prevented to file the criminal
I would
case.
agree with you.
Yes.
But supposing I will ask you to give to this committee or submit to this committee ano yung mga cases na involved sa extrajudicial killings na na-file ng criminal case by IAS to prove your point.
We will wait for the IAS to respond to that, Your Honor.
Yes. And that is why, Mr. Chair, may I move that we invite the director of IAS in the next hearing para masettle tong issue nito?
Okay, there's a motion to invite the head of the IAS.
Second.
And duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
Mr. Chair, I also would like to inform the body, especially our, I like Attorney Conti and Mr. Meta, that this morning, the Committee on Appropriations already approved, no? The Committee on Human Rights was the first one who approved that. But today, already approved the CHR charter. Oo. Now, Mr. Chair, of these cases, there ought to be a reinvestigation of these cases, Mr. Chair. Would that be the kind of mandate the Philippine National Police also has? Because the thing is, yung mga investigation ginawa on the last administration were actually wala eh. Wala nangyari. So, I'd like to ask Major General Salvador, would you agree that all of those victims of the extrajudicial killings, more than 7,000 of them or more, should be reinvestigated further? Major General.
Yes, Your Honor, it's possible for investigation.
Therefore, Mr. Chair, if it's possible, then I would strongly suggest that these victims should be reinvestigated so that the proper charges in court should be filed. Mr. Chair. Major General, would you please answer?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a matter of the inventory of cases, and I believe it will be coinciding with the cases of the Internal Affairs Service.
Attorney Conti, may tanong lang ako. Mr. Chair, tanong lang ako. Attorney Conti, considering yung mga present situation before, during the time nung last administration, and kanina sinabi ni NBI Director that nahirapan silang i-pursue yung mga cases because of a lot of different factors. Like, yung mga evidences, medyo wala na 2 years or 3 years ago pa. And at the same time, yung consideration of the families, would you agree with me na one of the factors why the families are not cooperating during that time because of the policy of the government?
Yes, Your Honor. And the continuing security threats to themselves. Kasi yung police na nag-operate o pumatay, dun pa rin naka-assign. At probably sila rin ang mag-iimbestiga. So,
And that's the reason why kaya yung resulta natin sa pagpa-file ng case, yung iba nadidismiss ay dahil nga po sa takot ng pamilya because of the existing environment, no? Moving forward, no? Now that we have realized that in accordance with the suggestion of Congressman Chairman Abante to reopen the investigation of all these cases, and having considered the manifestation of the NBI director with regards to sa mga evidences, do you think we will be having a hard time to pursue all of this investigation, and if we will be having a hard time moving forward as a lawyer, ano po yung pwede nating gawin?
Your Honor, first off, it would take a big deal to recover or restore the trust of these people, of these victims, in the investigation and justice system in the Philippines. Pasensya na po, pero parang nabasag lahat yun nung nakaraang panahon. And lalo na, the killings continue. DAHAS, the organization which monitors killings, have noted some 300 killings last year as well. And we think it could be related to continuing practice, kung mga nakasanayan na po ng mga pulis. Kung wala mang policy na sasabihin or walang sinasabi, parang patuloy pa rin talaga yung kalakaran. Ang pwede po siguro, if this committee or this government wants to investigate everything, as a rule, continue with the investigation. If some of the victims would prefer not to be reinvestigated, then allow them that leeway. So as a rule, lahat po iimbestigahan ulit, ilalabas lahat ng ebidensya, and just allow the victims to opt out.
Yeah. Paano lalabas yung ebidensya kung halimbawa wala na nga po yung ebidensya?
Sa totoo po, actually, ito yung tanungan namin eh. Kung yung biktima po yung tatanungin, wala po sa amin din yung ebidensya. Nasa PNP po. Kaya,
like for example, ito nga. I
Yes,
think,
Your Honor.
I just think about this, no? Because of the environment of the last administration, those evidences na, well, I hope that they can really deliver all those weapons, no? Na nakuha sa crime scene, but I really doubt kung meron talaga. But kung wala, moving forward, we cannot investigate anymore. So, anong in-expect sa atin na dapat nating gawin kung wala na tayong makukuha ganong klaseng ebidensya and we cannot re-investigate anymore? And considering that we're talking about 7,000 as manifested by the PNP during the investigation sa Committee on Human Rights, inamin nila naman na almost 7,000 yung naging namatay sa drug on war. So ngayon, war on drugs. So ngayon, ang tanong, kakaunti lang yung katulad ni Miss Marisa Hamoy. Out of the 7,000, ilan lamang po yung naging successful na napakulong po natin yung perpetrator? Ilan lamang po sa mga hawak ninyo? Si Attorney Conti and then si Mr. Joel Sarmenta.
Your Honor, we reviewed 200 cases. Only 6 we could file in court. Only 1 we secured a conviction for.
Isa lang naging successful.
Out of total 200.
And with Joel Sarmenta, so si Miss Hamoy lang.
Based on me, hindi po. Filed and filed, but nothing happens. In fact,
so wala pang I thought yung perpetrator na nakakulong na right now. Hindi din po.
In
So
fact,
in other words, sa 7,000, isa lang ang nakulong. Isa lang?
Your Honor, from my count, there should be at least 8 police officers detained. 8 from 3 cases. Kian, Carl, and the Bonifacio case. Convictions of police officers
So halos
for
lahat yung
extrajudicial
dismiss.
Yes, Your Honor,
So
unfortunately.
out of the 7,000, ilan yung na-dismiss?
If at all, kung may na-file. Actually, at one count in 2018, Your Honor, we were talking among ourselves, yung mga lawyers po. A handful of cases lang ang na-file namin between NUPL, FLAG, Ideals, some law groups, and even NBI and PAO. Binilang na po namin, ang bilang namin, 18 to 20 cases ang nakasampa na parang offensive, counter-offensive, kaso patungkol dun sa pagpatay. Yung iba pong kasong tinutukoy, kunyari, kaso na kinaso dun sa pinatay
Okay.
or nakasurvive.
Do you really, sige, Mr. Joel Sarmenta.
Sorry, sir. Chair, and I'd like to note, yung Bonifacio case is only this 2024, mid-2024. So it's very recent. There's also the phenomenon of the Bertes case where the guilty policeman is now incarcerated for a different shooting. And in fact, the RTC of Pasay still has to be really pushed to reopen that case and really start prosecuting him.
I hope you guys know na hindi tayo mawala ng pag-asa. No? The reason why I'm trying to tell this is because of the reality. Na katulad na sinabi ni NBI Director na talagang pag wala na ebidensya, it's hard to re-investigate. And having said that, 2025 na po ngayon. And ang sinasabi po ni NBI Director, years back pa. And the more na magiging much more impossible to recover all those evidences. But mahirap naman pong bitawan na yung mga pamilya ng biktima. So we have to hang on and try to move forward and try to somehow yung re-investigation, the best effort that we can do. Siguro, Mr. Chairman, medyo nasadin ako ngayon doon. Hindi na sana ako magtatanong. Pero parang naisip ko, out of the 7,000, ilan ba talagang naging successful? So ngayon, parang lumalabas na isa o dalawa lamang. Talagang nakakalungkot na yan. Talagang medyo this government, the present government, must do something to give justice to those families sa biktima. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman, at halinawa ay magkaroon talaga ng resolve ang ating pong national government, no? Especially the DOJ and the Office of the President.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I give way to Congressman
sige.
Paduano, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Congressman Paduano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po. At least nakinig naman medyo... Jen, before you recognize Chairman, General Salvador, Mr. Chairman, ganito lang po. I've heard about this statement coming from Mr. Sarmenta. Sir, you mentioned about the representation of our country through the former DOJ Secretary on the International Human Rights Conference during the time. Being represented by
Human Rights. If I'm
UN
mistaken,
Human Rights
in Geneva.
In Geneva, which was represented by the then DOJ Secretary Guevara, di ba? Medyo makalimutin na kasi itong si Chairman Abante siguro. But as far as I remember, in the first hearing of EJK, in his Committee on Human Rights, it was mentioned by then DOJ Secretary Guevara about that conference, and he mentioned also that upon arrival, during the time, he submitted a confidential report with regards to it, no, to the Office of the President through ES, Executive Secretary. Now, as far as I remember during the time when I asked him about the document, confidential document, I directly asked him if the committee or the Congress can ask the Executive Department to give us a copy of that confidential. Now, sabi niya, of course, the Office of the President through the ES will invoke executive privilege, etc., etc. But sabi ko nga sa kanya, what if? Kasi that report and those incidents in that report happens in the previous administration, and if the Office of the President through the ES will waive its right with regard to executive privilege, pwede po. Sabi niya, pwede. Kaya, Mr. Chairman, pwedeng balikan natin yung Quadcom. We once again, well, in fact, I move for it during that hearing that to the chair that we will write a letter to the Office of the President, to the ES, for us to give us the copy about that confidential report. Kasi mahalaga po yun. That's number one, Mr. Chairman. Kaya kailangan lang siguro natin pag-usapan ulit para makakuha tayo ng comprehensive confidential report with regards to EJK that was also delivered by, some portion of it was delivered also by then DOJ Secretary Guevara dun sa UN, United Nations Human Rights Conference at in Geneva. Now, second, Mr. Chairman, the case that that was mentioned by the civil society groups, the Rise Up, well, in fact, it was also confirmed by the PNP that there are around 6,000 to 7,000 cases of nanlaban. And most of it, as confirmed by Director Labin, the NBI, karamihan po, wala. Now, ngayon, sabi nga kanina ni Chairman Abante, what can the PNP do about it? The NBI can do about it. I think, Mr. Chairman, they're not Superman. Hindi po sila Superman. Kasi 6,000 cases, hindi kaya po yun. To review, to investigate, to review. Yes, sabi natin 7,000. Kahit sabi ko nga kanina kay Chairman Barbers, kahit 2,000 o 3,000 na lang. Abutin lang po to be honest and candid about it. Abutin lang po ng next at patapos sa administrasyon na ito, hindi po ito matatapos. Sa totoo lang po. Because we also don't want, PNP is involved in this. Nanlaban. Then you give the PNP the responsibility to review it. Wala. Sigurado yun. Diba? At the same time, we will also do not want the organization of the PNP will focus on this. Marami pa po silang trabaho. Now, ganon din pong NBI. Pag binigay mo to yung 7,000 sa NBI, wala. Especially the statement coming from Attorney Lavin na out of the 52, 13 only because some relatives of the victims are not anymore interested. They are not cooperating. Walang evidence, etc. Walang mayari. Kahit anong motion natin dito, every hearing, i-move natin, wala mangyayari dito. Now, kaya nag-usap kami kanina ni Chairman Barbers, if the committee or my co-chairs, and of course, the lead chair, Chairman Barbers, will join me, siguro dun sa committee report or partial committee report na ilalabas natin, we will ask the executive department to create na super body or a commission, no, to concentrate and investigate para yung mga agencies natin hindi magka-problema sa trabaho nila. Siguro may representative kami from the PNP doon sa commission na yon, pero dapat ito, this will result for a very fair, honest, and truthful result. Doon po sa sinasabi nating mga 7,000 cases of nanlaban. Para at least magiging yung question of result, no? Possible result of this, kaysa bawat hearing natin, questionin natin yung police, questionin natin ang ganito, tapos magbo-move tayo, invite si ganito, wala rin. Di ba? Kaya I suggest, Mr. Chairman, and to the members of this committee that siguro pwede tayong gumawa ng partial committee report with regards to EJK once again, and we will recommend to create such super body, whatever you call it, commission or whatever, no, to concentrate in these cases, no, for review and reinvestigation of all these cases. Yun po. Dalawa po. Again, once again, question of the confidential report that was submitted by then DOJ Secretary Guevara to the Office of the President, if he can get that a copy of that, and a part of the partial committee report for the EJK to recommend to the Executive Department to create such body that I mentioned, whatever it is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would believe that in this administration, we have a different Philippine National Police. Am I right, Major General Salvador?
Yes, Your Honor.
And therefore, if we have a different Philippine National Police, I'd like to really strongly suggest that another motu proprio investigation should be conducted, no, and reopened with about 7,640 that died in police operations during the time of the former administration. Tulad po ng sinabi ni Congressman Dan Fernandez kanina, huwag kayo mawala ng pag-asa. Ano ha? Attorney Conti, Mrs. Sarmenta, at Ma'am Fortune, lahat po kayo, na ipagpapatuloy po namin ito. In fact, election year po ngayon eh. Kaya napakahirap po sa amin. No? We are being attacked left and right. And we are in the middle of the campaign. Pero nakita po namin yung pangangailangan na dapat talaga po nating ituloy ito. I also would like to agree with Congressman Paduano that a super body should be formed and created, no? Para patuloy ang investigasyong ito kahit na po mag-end ang 19th Congress. Well, we would like also to recognize Reverend Noel. I believe that he also has something to say, so we would like to recognize him now for him to say his own statements of what AJK right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bilang kinatawan ng mga nanay ng biktima ng EJK, we would like to suggest a truth commission to continue the investigation. Kasi we see the impunity will logically continue with the killings. This truth commission, we suggest, is to continue investigating in view of the prosecution of the mastermind and another suggestion is we suggest that there would be a compensation bill to compensate the victims na walang po ng breadwinner ang mga nanay. Thousands of them. But until now, they are suffering injustice. Nobody helped them. The policemen who were killed, there were system of reward. Pero yung mga biktima, walang tulong. That's why we would like to request if there would be, if it is contemplated that there would be a compensation bill na bigyan ng scholarship yung mga anak ng victims or kabuhayan or dissenting bahay para matulungan sila. And then, finally, security. Hanggang ngayon may mga threats pa rin ng mga victims. Yun lang po.
Maraming salamat po, Reverend Noel. No? Maganda po yung sinabi ninyo. In fact, nung iniimbestigahan po itong sinimulan natin sa Committee on Human Rights, ay napag-usapan na po yung Truth Commission. Ngayon po ito'y inulit ni Congressman Paduano na magkaroon tayo ng super body to actually investigate on this. At ito iniisip na namin, at hayaan nyo, Reverend Noel, pag-uusapan po namin ito ng Quadcom tungkol po sa Truth Commission sapagkat nais po nating ipagpatuloy itong investigasyon na ito sa EJK kahit na po matapos ang kongresong ito. Sapagkat June 30 po, bago ng Kongreso. 20th Congress na. Oo. At nais ko sana, kahit na po bago ang may bago ng Kongreso, na kaming dalawa na lang po ni Congressman ako ang may iiwan, may pagpapatuloy po namin itong Quadcom na ito. Pero between that, siguro po before we actually complete our investigation, that we now would like to really create a truth commission on this or a super body that would continue to investigate. Ano? So, do we have any other witness here or sole speaker that have not spoken yet? And we would like him to also speak and give us their view on the matter. Or do we have any more? Yes. So we have Congressman Adjong.
Yes, because you have been speaking for so long.
Yeah,
so, the chair would like to...
I was acting as the chairman.
I had my
because
name listed as one of the...
You have been seeking the phone for too long.
Mr. Chair, I had my name listed earlier as one of the interpellators, but I give way to Congresswoman Franz Castro, our incoming senator. By the way, Mr. Chair, hindi lang po si Chairman Benny Abante at saka si Chairman Manong Romy ang may iwan dito. May iwan tayong lahat dito. I give way first.
Kung mananalo.
Kung mananalo. So I give way first to Congresswoman Franz Castro.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congresswoman Franz Castro, you recognize.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, doon sa forward-looking na pwedeng magawa natin doon sa mga biktima, pamilya ng mga biktima, yung mga immediate na pwedeng maitulong, kagaya na nabanggit na ni Father Noel, no, yung livelihood, scholarship sa mga anak, at saka yung iba pang mga pwedeng maitulong po ng ating Kongreso. So, Mr. Chair, ang question ko kasi for the second round, yung tungkol doon sa tinanong ko kanina kay Dr. Fortune, etong mga ebidensya like yung mga bullet, no, yung slacks ng mga bullet, tiniturn over sa NBI. Tama po ba yan, Director Lavin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. If there is a court order, if there are incidents pending before the courts and the court would order the turnover of the evidence to the NBI, then the NBI would be glad to safekeep those pieces of evidence.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, kasi regular man or not regular yung nangyaring operations, pero dahil may namatay, Mr. Chair, so dapat lahat maimbestigahan. At tama ba na makuha yung mga pieces of evidence po?
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, to answer that, that is an ideal situation, Your Honor.
Oo, kasi Mr. Chair, parang hindi ko matanggap na may namatay dahil regular operation yan, ay walang pananagutan yung ating mga pulis na nakapatay. No? At hindi pagpatay agad yung pwedeng dapat na gawin. No? Like yung i-disable mo yan, no, para maimbestigahan at maano. But anyway, Mr. Chair, ang tanong ko kasi yung tungkol doon sa Bloody Sunday massacre. No, yung Bloody Sunday massacre. So, Mr. Chair, familiar ba ang NBI dito sa mga kaso na ito?
I do not have the records.
Yes.
Thank you.
So dahil wala rin naman talaga dito yung DOJ, tama po ba, Mr. Chair? Wala tayong DOJ, no? But anyway, next meeting, iimbitahan natin sila. So, kaugnay po noong Bloody Sunday Massacre, Mr. Chair, may we invite po yung AO35 Special Investigation Team ng Nasugbu, Batangas, kaugnay po dito. Kasi pinag-uusapan natin yung EJK, hindi lang naman po drugs, no, related. kundi yung activist-related po. So, Mr. Chair, pwede po ba natin maimbitahan yung Special Investigation Team by AO35, Nasugbu, Batangas, si DCP Dulce Ricafort Fuller ng DOJ. I move, Mr. Chair, no, para mas formal, to invite the Special Investigation Team, AO35 ng Nasugbu, Batangas, under the Department of Justice, si DCP Dulce M. Ricafort Fuller, Attorney Julio Cahigan Jr., NBI po ito. Tapos si Wilfredo Umaming, Investigation Agent, Riv Marlo Arturo Gotisan, Investigation Agent, Roger Siblangan Jr., Investigation Agent, and Sulikha Marie Conales, Investigation Agent, at Prosecution Attorney Jumila May Fugaban, Mr. Chair. May I move to invite?
I'm sure the committee secretary has taken note of the names of those personalities that Congresswoman Castro would like to invite for the next Quadcom hearing. So, ComSec, please make sure that they will be given invitations. Thank you, Congresswoman Castro.
Mr. Chair, related din po doon sa tanong ko lang po kung na-imbestigahan din po, na-invite na-invite po yung minotion po ni Representative Arlene Brosas po na dapat na-imbitahan ng mga pulis.
In the last
yes.
The last committee hearing of the
last
Quad.
committee hearing, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'm sure we've taken note of those names. We've sent out, I think the ComSec did not send the invitation for today's committee hearing, but maybe in the next.
Okay. So in the next committee hearing, yan, naimbitahan naman po si Guillermo Ilyasar, si Lito Patay, Felipe Natividad, Warren Delim, si Jacinto Malinaw, Armelina Manalo. Ito po yung mga ground commander supervisor po, no. At saka yung ibinigay, marami po ito, bibigay na lang natin, Mr. Chair, sa kasi nasabi naman nato ni Congressman Arlene.
Meron na pong invitation niya, mga list of those names requested by Congresswoman Brosa. So, siguro sa susunod nating pagdinig ay iimbitahin na po natin sila.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Congressman Adyong.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Akala ko nakalimutan na yung chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very, very quick. I'd like to ask, because I forgot to ask Colonel Grijaldo regarding the Special Investigation Task Force. Was there a final result of the investigation?
The submission of the resolution of the SITG was already submitted to the CIDG, Your Honor.
So may nahuli na ba, na-identify na ba yung mga assailant, yung nakita sa CCTV? Were they apprehended?
Honor,
or was there any case filed against a particular person?
I have no personal knowledge as to the resolution being done by the SITG, Your Honor.
That's unusual because you're part of the Special Investigation Task Force, hindi ba? Would you know?
Your Honor, I was already relieved from my position as the Chief of Police of Mandaluyong before it was resolved, Your Honor.
Yeah, because Mr. Chair, if I can recall last hearing, there was no individual that was charged in relation to the murder case of General Barayuga. That's so unfortunate because the government invested so much. They even created a special investigative task force to really unearth what caused and what are the culprits and what are the reason behind this murder. And yet so ironic because walang nakasuhan. Yun lang po. That's just my manifestation, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like invite to the attention of General Wilkins Villanueva. Sir, magandang gabi po, sir. I'd like to take off from the line of questioning of Congressman Keith Flores earlier. I know these questions have been asked and then in the earlier previous hearings that we had, and I believe you have also, in fairness to you, you have also responded quite extensively on some areas concerns by the committee. I'd just like to zero in on the issue of the Dumoy raid. Vis-a-vis, there's also another raid that happened, hindi ho ba? Apart from the Dumoy raid, there's also another area which a raid was also conducted, and there was also the issue on the Arlene apartment, no? So, Mr. Chair, if I may understand it correctly, these are three separate occasions and events, but interlocking altogether. Tama ho ba, General Wilkins?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. Earlier you said, and the portion of that you have already answered the question of Congressman Keith, but there seems to be, for me, sa akin lang po, in my own understanding, I'd just like to tighten some loose ends, no? Tighten up some loose ends. So, yes, you have already confirmed that there was the Dumloy raid in 2024, that this is a product of a 3-month surveillance. And apart from that, there was also a separate raid, no, in other location within Davao City. Ano po ba yung location na to, Mr. Chairman, General Wilkins?
There was a warehouse, chemical warehouse in Agdao.
Agdao, tama, Agdao. So there's the Dumloy, and there's the Agdao, and there's the Bunawan.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Akala ko ba, so tatlong raid po ito nangyari?
Tatlo, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So iba pa ho yung Arlene apartments.
Yung Arlene apartment, Mr. Chair, is not a raid. It's a
Yes.
visit.
Okay. So gusto ko lang pong this was also, the raid was conducted by the same joint operation. Tama po ba?
No, Mr. Chair. On different days, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, but the same
operation.
team, same operation, same
Yes,
teams
Mr.
involved. Okay. So when you say joint operation, same team, you were talking about your unit, which you represent in this case sa PIDEA po, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then with the assistance, of course, of the PNP, local PNP.
Yes,
Tama po
Mr.
ba?
Chair.
And what other agencies?
EDSOT, Mr. Chair.
EDSOT.
EDSOT. And yung
Yes.
PACER, Mr. Chair, yung police, PACER, police emergency response, Your Honor. Ito yung na pumalit sa PAOK TF, Your Honor.
Can you be so kind enough, General Wilkins, as to spell out to us the acronym of EDSOT? Kasi I'm not
PACER,
good at...
Papa Alpha, Charlie Echo,
No, I mean,
Romeo.
what does it stand for?
Police Anti-Crime and Emergency Response, Mr. Chair.
But this is still under, a unit ba ito under PNP or PDEA?
Unit yan, sir, that was created to replace the PAOK TF,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So who heads among these three agencies? What are the coordination in terms of the one on top of everything, no? Monitoring, handling, the surveillance, doing all the directives. Which among these agencies would you say that you'll be
It was me, Mr. Chair.
Sino po?
I had the overall.
Yes. So meaning to say, in terms of the principle of command and responsibility, as well as concept of command and responsibility that applies to you po in this particular surveillance, in this particular raid. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, kanina po ang sagot niyo po kay Congressman Keith Flores, General, was that you already submitted a surveillance report. Tama po ba?
No, Mr. Chair. We submitted the after operation report of the Dumoy laboratory, the conduct of the clandestine laboratory operation at Dumoy. We also submitted a spot report on the raid, on the implementation of search warrant on the warehouse, chemical warehouse at Agdao, Davao City, and also submitted after operation report on the implementation of warrant dun sa Bunawan, Davao City, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so
Everything was submitted to the national office of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency.
Okay. So, kanina po, and in early previous hearings, you mentioned that you have already invested so much on the surveillance, no? Doon po sa Dumoy, no, before you conducted the raid. In fact, those personalities that you've mentioned, Joe Chua, Alan C., you have actually followed these individuals as part of your monitoring surveillance, no? Would you say that the same degree of surveillance was also been made on the three separate locations that you had conducted the raid? Halimbawa, ang Agdao ba yun, sir?
In Agdao, Mr. Chair, kita namin kasi, doon lang sila kumukuha ng mga crates, wooden boxes, papunta doon sa Dumoy Laboratory, Mr. Chair. So walang tao doon sa Agdao. Doon sa Bunawan, Mr. Chair, is doon naglalagay yung si Alex Kim and si Jong Pilapil naman, Mr. Chair, is one of those in charge doon sa nakikita parate, doon sa Bunawan Polytech's foam factory, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, yung sa surveillance po, how do you prepare the surveillance report? Is it you who signed the surveillance report or including those other agencies that were involved in the operation?
Every end of the day, Mr. Chair, I collect all the reports. And then, delegate again kung ano yung next na duty nung incoming teams. Ina-analyze kasi namin yan, Mr. Chair, every day. Kung pwedeng tigilan na yung ibang personalities dahil every day, Mr. Chair, dumadami yung person of interest. So, every day or twice a week, i-eliminate kami ng persons of interest so that makatutok talaga kami dun sa talagang nagmamanage or operators ng clandestine laboratory, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So to whom did you submit the surveillance report again?
Sa akin sila nagsasubmit. However, it was covered by the case operation plan. I submit progress report sa national office, Mr. Chair, as far as the case operation plan is concerned.
So if, for example, Mr. Chair, we request that surveillance report that you have prepared, would you think that it will be available for this committee to...
Everything was submitted sa national office, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Which actually prompted the surveillance? What is it, your decision, Mr. Chair, or was it part of the overall decision of all of this tri-agency? Yes, thank you. What prompted the surveillance? Is it because you have already a lead that prompted your office to conduct a monitoring and surveillance, including all of these other two agencies?
Mr. Chair, it started October 26, October 26 of 2004, when an information coming from the Intelligence and Investigations Division Service from the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency informed me that there is an impending arrival of a Chinese chemist to Davao City on that particular flight. The information came from our counterpart from the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration. So on that day, we immediately prepared surveillance team to follow yung sinasabi nilang Chinese chemist na padating sa Davao. And it started from there. Hanggang sa dumating sila doon sa Arlene apartment. Doon tumuloy yung dalawang Chinese chemist, according sa information, doon tumuloy, habang sinusundan namin, tumuloy sila sa Arlene apartment, Mr. Chair. So we started the surveillance operation there.
Okay. So just in order for this committee to be more appreciative of the timeline, this happened months before the Dumoy raid or
Months
this-
before.
Months
3
before.
months before the Rumoy raid, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Because
so-
it started October 26, 2004.
So the chemist that you were referring to, was it Alan C?
No, Mr. Chair.
Sino po yun? Would
Hindi
you
namin
know?
kilala, Mr. Chair. Walang pangalan, Mr. Chair. Basta, nasunda namin, papunta sa Arlene apartment, and from there, we started the whole coverage of surveillance. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, wala siya during that time na nang-raid kami, Mr. Chair. Wala yung dalawa doon, Mr. Chair.
But you mentioned in the previous hearings, Mr. Chair, General, that you already had a lead doon po sa case ni itong certain Alan C. That you have monitored and survey, yung magkaroon po kayo ng surveillance. In fact, dinikitan nyo po for past 3 months, no?
Yes, Mr.
Tama.
Chair.
Okay. So this was, before the arrival of these 2 Chinese nationals who allegedly are chemists and may involved in drug manufacturing, meron na po kayong lead with Alan C.
Wala pa, Mr. Chair.
So doon po nag-lead yung itong 2 chemists lead
Doon
that led
nag-start.
you
Doon nag-start ang investigation, Mr. Chair.
with Alan C.
Doon sa Arlene apartment.
Okay.
Kung saan tumuloy yung mga Chinese, Mr. Chair.
I'd just like to go down to details, no? Pardon me, General Wilkins, kasi gusto ko lang pong, sabi ko nga, maintindihan, may mga medyo gray area pa ako na hindi masyadong magets. And don't hesitate to correct my data, ha?
Yes, Mr.
General,
Chair.
Mr. Chair. Again, during the raid in Dumoy, 6 Chinese nationals were killed, tama po ba, according to you, no?
6 nationals.
6
Chinese
Chinese nationals.
Mr. Chair.
Just to refresh the memory, no, ng mga members dito, ano po yung manner ng kanilang pagpatay when you entered the premises? Were armed? Were they, in what manner by which the agents at that time had decided to directly fire at these 6 nationals, which resulted to the death of these individuals?
Mr. Chair, we divided our team do sa first floor, second floor, at yung perimeter. Pagpasok namin, Mr. Chair, kita agad namin lulong yung mga in-check na naandun, sir. Lulong sa droga. Kumbaga, talaga nagwawala yung mga, may baril sila. So, doon nagkaputukan, Mr. Chair. Doon sa conduct of clandestine laboratory operation, Mr. Chair, as much as possible, ayaw namin pumutok doon. Kasi, any spark, may hydrogenator kasi doon sa clandestine laboratory, Mr. Chair. And any
It
spark...
might explode the entire facility, halimbawa.
Yes, explode yung entire facility. That's why ang instruction ko, kasi yun yung training namin, coming from the, trained kami ng United States Drug Enforcement Administration. So wag kayong walang puputok doon hangga't maaari. So yun ang instruction. Pagpasok pa lang namin, Mr. Chair, nagwawala na yung mga in-check na naandun. Pumuputok.
Okay. So sinabi niyo po may mga baril sila, which again, let me go back to the surveillance report. Nandun po sa surveillance report na sinait po niyo kung anong klaseng baril ang mga natagpuan niyo po na dala-dala or nasa side ng mga Chinese nationals, which actually made you decide to engage in firefight against, with this allegedly mga drug. Hindi allegedly kasi sabi mo nagdodroga sila, no? Ano pong klaseng mga baril ang hawak nila?
Mr. Chair, during the surveillance operation, wala kami nakikitang baril. Kasi
No, I'm sorry. During the raid.
spot report.
Yes, spot report. Okay.
Spot report, I cannot remember fully. Basta may nakita kami, may ginamit silang 45 pistol, 1911. May ginamit silang 9mm pistol, 9mm pistol. Hindi ito Mr. Chair, tunay na ito, hindi paltik. Basta I believe parang may 4 na baril na nakuha doon, Mr. Chair. At yung dalawa, Mr. Chair, is unarmed during that time. But I'd like to say na yung isa doon, Mr. Chair, is nakuha natin doon sa pinakadulo, pinakasulok, nagtatago, doon nakipag-agawa ng baril sa member ng AIDSOT, Mr. Chair. Kaya nakipagbarilan din yung AIDSOT at pinatay din yung isang incheck na unang aagaw ng baril doon, Mr.
So
Chair.
all of this information were available or were
Doon sa spot report,
sa
Mr.
spot.
Chair.
Would you know, Mr. Chair, kung saan nyo po na-submit itong transport sa national?
We submitted that to the PDEA National Office. Doon sa National Office mismo, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask PDEA. PDEA, can you confirm whether there is a spot report that were submitted to your office involving the raid at Dumao? Dumao, no?
Dumoy.
Dumoy, sorry. Sir, Dumoy raid.
Yes, Mr.
In detail, including all of the circumstance by which these Chinese nationals were killed, including all those arms that were also collected within the area, PDEA?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but the spot report, sir, is limited in details.
What do you mean limited in details?
There's a narration of the facts, only the daytime and the place of the incident, and the operating unit. But the weapons recovered, only one, sir, caliber 45.
Can you speak louder po? Sorry po, sir. Medyo mas matanda ho ang tainga ko sa iyo.
Only one pistol recovered, sir, that is caliber 45.
Yeah.
Based on the spot report.
General Wilkins, you mentioned about a certain arms, but according to ASEC Gumban, this is only one.
We don't know, Mr. Chair. Soko na ang Mr. Chair, nag-investigate. Immediately, pumasok na ang Soko doon, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
But we saw firearms there, Mr. Chair.
But did
May
you...
picture yun, Mr. Chair.
Okay. But did you also include that in your SPART report?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, PDEA. I just want to clarify something because this is part of the loose ends that I want to tighten up. Was there any spot report? Was there, narinig niyo naman po si General Wilkins, that firearms were photographed, they were also collected, and they were submitted to you attached with the spot report?
Usually, sir, the spot report is just the spot report.
Do you have it right now with you?
We have the spot report, sir.
Okay, can you please read to us the salient features or salient portions of that spot report?
Yes, sir. Operation details, date and time, December 31, 2004, 12 o'clock a.m. or that is midnight. Place of arrest, MacArthur Highway, Dumoy, Davao City, Davao del Sur. Operation type, search warrant. Issued by Honorable Judge, no name.
Can you go directly to the ones that I would like to solicit information from General Wilkins?
Weapons recovered. Firearms, ammunition, magazine, quantity of ammunition, 0, magazine 0, description, pistol, caliber 45, no serial number.
Who signed that spot report, ASEC Gumban? Who prepared that?
This is unsigned, sir, but this is the spot report that we have recovered. That is 20 years ago, sir.
I know, but do you have a signature there? That
None, sir.
None? General Wilkins, is it part of the spot report supposedly that you signed the report?
Yes, Mr. Chair. May mga pictures pang kasama doon sa spot report namin, Mr. Chair.
yes, okay.
And indicating doon yung mga baril na nakuha, Mr. Chair. Kung saan nakuha yung baril, kung nasaan yung tao, naandun lang. May complete picture yun sa Mr. Chair.
So I don't know if we are referencing to the same document because apparently ASEC Gumban is reading on the paper, on the document that he's with him now, right now, and there's no signature. There's only one mention of a pistol, and we're talking about 6 Chinese nationals who were killed on the spot. And they were, according to General Wilkins, they were quite... How many pistols would you recall?
Parang 4 yun, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, but it does not go with the spot report that they
Mr.
have.
Chair.
Yes, please.
Kasi yung binigay ko sa National Office is the complete spot report. Yung pinapakita nila, Mr. Chair, is coming from the database na, sir. Wala namang narrative doon. Kung in-encode nila yon, hindi kompleto, hindi tama yung pagkakakuha nila doon sa spot report. Kasi Mr. Chair, yung spot report na pinadala namin, kompleto yun with picture.
Okay. Maybe, Mr. Chair, kasi medyo late na rin po, just request, Mr. Chair, that if there's an available spot report, apart from what you're holding right now, ASIC Gumban, maybe you can also locate this spot report and then show the committee, or whether that's the only spot report that you have as in relation to Dumoy raid.
Except for the spot report, sir, we have also the logbook. And in the logbook, there was no mention of recovered pistol or recovered firearms.
Do you have the logbook right now? Maybe, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir, we have submitted it last year to the committee.
Okay. Maybe, Mr. Chair, next hearing, I'd like to delve more into this because this is a very widely publicized raid. No less than then the mayor of Davao City, President Duterte, was present after the raid. That's how important the Dumoy raid is. No, it was widely publicized and reported in major local circulation. So I'm just wondering why there seems to be two versions on the same story and same incident that happened. General Wilkins, the reason why I